chat or whatever, from 15% down to 5% usage with Reddit. So that's a huge problem. I mean, this thing was just 280, right? Like down to 206. Like you're already down there. That's $80 on 300 basically. So you're already down like 20 something percent on this name here. So that Reddit's in bear territory. And we loved Reddit, but are we now time to forget it? I think it's a big boon there with AI. I still really like Reddit, and I think that it is an opportunity to get in if it does continue. I mean, it's a little, that's why we've been raising some cash over the last couple of days, right? We've been talking about some things that we've been selling. So, Eli Lilly, I don't know if you saw Pfizer.
Yeah, I saw Pfizer.
Yeah, Eli Lilly, wow, this stock is Rip City, I think. And then Pfizer yesterday as well, man. Finally starting to, is it down today? I thought it was 26. No,
it's
okay, it was
flat.
20, yeah,
it's a slightly.
Yeah, nice move. Got that Pharma RX, Trump RX there yesterday. So making everything more affordable right there. And then Bitcoin today, obviously ripping, as people, gold's up 1%, Bitcoin's up 2%, so there are things that are getting going here a little bit. And we sort of mentioned, I mentioned to Ramin to pick up some IBIT, so I know she did that down lower than obviously these prices right here. I think dip buys in Bitcoin is good, so we'll.
I like ETH today more for a trade, but that's because it just moves more. I'd feel more comfortable. I mean, Bitcoin's definitely more stable. In the shutdown, I think that's a better dip buy. But for a trade today, I mean, ETH up 3 points doesn't really matter because it's not it's a 24-hour market. But sometimes gaps stand out. Like when this gapped away from 4,000 and that 32 level here, like look at the down day that it had following. So it's gapping up. I'm just looking for the opposite of this to the upside now that we've gapped away from 32. So as long as we hold 32, I like this one. We got a super chat in here, so I want to make sure we get to that. We got Craig. What up, Craig? Craig from Friday.
Yep.
You're not Craig from Friday.
I don't think so. Well, it could be.
But CJET has got cooked this year, but with the COO switch and the crypto treasury plan in the works, any input on the stock, as it is down 93% year to date. Don't like anything down 93% year to date. I think we get a lot of questions. We get a lot of questions about like penny stocks and small cappers off bottoms, right? And what I usually say is, as this one is rallying, no one ever went broke taking profit. That being said, when I was a penny stock trader, these were usually pretty good for a day or two. When you have a capitulation bottom and it starts making some higher lows, like obviously watch out for like 50 cents, and then the dollar level looks like it'll probably be a really big deal for this stock. But yeah, it's gonna do 1 billion shares in volume today. So volume's fantastic on CJET, and one of the rules I like is, can you hold on to the volume weighted average price? You've already broken out the high. Like there's a lot going on here. Is it an investment? I don't know. And typically not the way that I would play. But for a day trade, as I said, this is going to do 1 billion shares today, very likely. And it's above the volume weighted average price, and it's already been able to break out the highs early. So you hold on to 35 and some good things can happen. I'm gonna have it on the radar because it's gonna be the biggest volume stock in the market today.
Morgan Stanley just popping up in front of me here this morning had a little bit of a move early on, but just went out to a daily chart. What a move these banks have had right across the board. Fed lowering Morgan Stanley's capital buffer to 4.3%. That was earlier, giving the bank a little more flexibility for dividends and buybacks going forward. If you zoom in a little bit, you'll see what I was mentioning there. Not a lot of volume. We got up to 160 on that after the close yesterday. I mean, it's been in a tight range, but I mean, if you zoom out on any of these stocks, I mean, they all look the same at this point.
And they're fantastic, Brendo. The XLF, anyway, a name that I'm involved in, the ETF, the bank ETF, essentially trading right around all-time highs. And personally, I expect more going into the year. And the reason I feel that way is the Trump administration has made their intentions very clear that they intend to push a deregulation sort of agenda with these banks going into the fall. I know we're in the fall. And basically in the second to late half of this year, I expect to see a little bit bit better, Brendo, maybe even going into next year, good strength for these names.
Even if we do start to see, more and more rate decreases and rates continue to come down again, we start to see a little more activity in the housing market. The lending market comes back to life a little bit, should benefit as well.
That's the good side of the equation, right? The other side, what I was reading about Wells Fargo the other day, is their net interest income starts shrinking, Brendo. So as rates come down, they don't make as much money by loaning out products. So that is net interest income and net interest margins are in focus, but that's one headwind. I think the tailwind that comes with a deregulatory push, especially with how much they have to hold in assets, et cetera, and all the different restrictions that they have on investment, that could help a little bit more.
I mentioned early on, it's Wednesday, obviously we're going to get energy data coming up at 10:30 this morning. Occidental downside a little bit here after a big pop after the close yesterday. Wall Street Journal, first to report here, Berkshire, near a $10 billion deal for the company's petrochemical unit. Berkshire's obviously been heavily involved in Oxy for a long, long time. It's been stuck in a range along with oil on this pullback, really. I mean, if you look at crude itself, we're still in a bit of a drawdown. But, I mean, the stock holding nicely.
Yeah, it is. And it's one of the ones, Breno, where I don't know. I feel like he hasn't done as well on this. He was buying at 55, and then he started buying at 50. Now we're trading in the 40s. But it's a name, as you mentioned, he's been involved with for a while. Recall back in 2022, he acquired Allegheny for $13 billion. And he's also really known for avoiding overpaying for acquisitions, Brenda. So maybe he likes it at this level, especially, since it's not at all-time highs.
Yeah, I mean, 45, I guess, if you zoom out here, it touched it twice going back to the beginning of the year before we had that big move down. And then we've been grinding back to the upside here for quite some time. Not an exciting trade, guys, but good to see oil back in play a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, Oxy might not be exciting, but I don't know. We like up channels, should like an upward channel. Always going to be more bullish in a general sense. So if you happen to like a bullish channel, great. The other thing which sometimes, which I find cool about Oxy, is the potential for a break of this channel after you just had the death cross, right? You had the 200-period cross downside the 50, and that's for a lot of people a short signal. So in a chart, if it breaks out after flashing a short signal, I'd like the breakout even better, because I think you've got a lot of people in some kind of a technical short, which they probably would have taken, and now you get a bit of a positive headline there. Before we get to Joe, and we're going to go to Joe in a quick second. We had a super chat there. Oh, thank you very much. Adani Zimbabwe. There we go. Sent a gift membership. We appreciate you. And Christopher Mulligan, good morning to you as well. Do we want the Red Sox or the Yankees? Let's go Blue Jays. I would rather play the Red Sox. The Yankees lineup it's a little bit intense. I'd rather play the Red Sox personally, but you got to beat whoever's out in front of you regardless, and they're both good teams. So either way, I'll be cheering on Saturday and Sunday, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's a 5-game series, right? The second round.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, so that's good. So we'll be cheering for them. Yeah, on Saturday it should be a lot of fun in and around the city. All right, Joe, what do you got?
Killing with kindness. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on this morning. Happy Wednesday, by the way. Upgrades and downgrades. All right, let's take a look at what we have on the top of the list. And then we're going to start off with the Bank of California, getting the nod by JPM, going from a neutral to overweight. That price target has been lifted to $20. Now, as for Carvana, Jefferies Financial, going from a hold to a buy, also lifting that price target to $485. Now, SkyWest Incorporated, Raymond James Financials, going from an outperform to a strong buy. No specific target on that name there, guys. Now for Victoria's Secret, Telsey Advisory Group, raising that target to $29. Now on the downgrades, we have Alexandria Real Estate Group by BNP, getting that going from a neutral to an underperform. No specific target on that one. DraftKings also getting the downgrade here as well, guys, from outperform to underperform by Northland Capital, lowering that target to $34. Now, as for Marvell, TD Cowen going from a buy to hold, and that target has been lowered to $85. Now, as for NeoVolta, Maxim Group going from a buy to a hold as well, and no specific target. That's our upgrades and downgrades. Now, let's take a look at what we have from some options activity. All right, guys, at the top of the list, we have CoreWeave here. That's going to be this week's expiration. We're still sitting around 19,500 current open contracts, but 57,000 contracts were traded at that $140 strike price. And then we also had the likes of Nike reporting last night. The open interest at that $80 strike price is sitting around 12,200, and then the volume is around 12,900. And one thing that I found interesting about it, this is slightly out of the money as well too, guys, so keep that in mind. Palantir sitting with 31,000 contracts open at that 182 strike, and then volume around 25,900. All right, so keep an eye out on some of those levels. That's going to be the highest concentrations, whether they're at the money, out the money, or in the money. All right, now let's take a look at some of the put activity. I found a couple of these to be interesting, more or less Ethereum, but let's start with Pfizer. That open interest at that $24 strike price really caught my eye, and it also came out on the scanner. But we had 9,200 contracts already closed at that $24 strike price. Now for Ethereum, these were out the money. Sorry, these were in the money. So I'm looking at the open interest as a potential base and a put wall, considering it was the largest amount of open interest on both the call and the put side. So look for a potential floor there on Ethereum. We are trading north of that right now. The volume relatively light with only 1,000 contracts. Now for Amazon, the open interest at that 220 strike is around 10,400, and with the volume being 15,100, and that's all this week's expiration, guys.
Thank you, Joe. And on Palantir in particular, the 182 half that you were mentioning there, Joe, that's been a little something. Like every time we've traded above it, it's rejected 85 and essentially ended lower, with the exception of over here in the 19th. But most other times you're getting false breaks above 182 half, rejecting 185, and then back down underneath. That's a pattern worth watching. For sure. Like if you get a breakout, it's been able to sustain for a couple of dollars, but once it fails 185, you're ending up back underneath that 182 and a half. So got to have that on the radar. I had written down like 177 support for Palantir, but I'm going to throw in like a 182.50. If it false breaks the open, look for a bit of a fade play on PLTR. So good level there on Palantir at least.
I like some of those crypto plays today. So, crypto's been a nice little upside. I know you had IBIT written there. We'll watch out for the 200 period moving average around 65.70. We'll see what that does. I don't want to sit there and hit it in case the whole market goes for a little bit of a dump right there off the open, but I think this is a decent area to see what happens. And then yesterday's closing price of 65 for IBIT. So if that does come in, and then Joe was highlighting also Ethereum, obviously that's up a little bit more than that 2% there of Bitcoin. Right now up 3%. So yeah, same kind of thing. That's $32 there for the level on Ethereum, and then maybe $31.50 where we closed yesterday. Yesterday was a banger day, guys. We'll see if we can do something today. I'm not getting near the feels today of anything similar to yesterday. So I don't know. I'm not even all I have written down on here is Bitcoin. So I'm going to try to wait and see if something develops and if I can come up with something. I've asked some of you guys here on Twitter what we want to trade today, and there's been some pretty decent responses. UF, there was a big one here. I also just commented there on Reddit. The government reopened JD, SPY, NVIDIA, GAPS, CAPS there, MSTR, BMNR, BREA, UCFI, says Mike P. DeRider as well. So, yeah, all worth looking at. And, get over there, let me know which ones you guys are looking at and, what some plays may be. I mean, yesterday, I don't want to give anything back today if we don't see any A+ sort of setups here today. So that's what we're going to be doing, looking for the best opportunities. And right now, slim pickings for me. So let me know if there's anything in the chat that you guys are looking at. All right, 9 o'clock, man. We can, go.
Let's go to a super chat here. Donnie Zimbabwe. Hey, you guys, you have options on SOUN, strike, 15 calls. Picked them, just getting SUN up here. Picked them up yesterday, wondering if it's worth holding on to any longer based on what y'all seen with the ticker. Ooh, I like that. That's good looking. If you immediately can eyeball an upward trend, that's usually a good sign. And I don't even need to, but I'm going to anyways because I always like the look of like an upward channel. I don't know. I could probably draw that a little bit better. You can connect it like that. It should be something like this, but it doesn't really make a difference. Like, it's got a nice upward trend. That said, there's another like higher low trend that it seems to be putting in. If you like it up here, usually when I see something like that, I mean, buying a little bit closer because your out to me is underneath 13 or 12. So then closer to 14 would make sense in this kind of a channel. But as long as it keeps on putting in these higher lows and higher highs, every single dip till something's proven otherwise, you play back into the highs. So I like the long in a setup like this. It's just that, you know, the trend line support's a little bit lower, but that's my first look at SOUN there. I was actually also just checking out BE. I didn't realize what Bloom did yesterday. Bloom went nuts yesterday.
Yeah, someone asked about that one.
That was what? That was in the middle of the day too, at 1 o'clock. I got to check to see what happened here with
the
Bloom.
story. Someone super chatted about that.
That went Bloom. Let's put that.
Yeah, it bloomed up.
That kid was like 20 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, man.
You had to be like, that was like probably one of the first.
My house is on fire.
That was like early in like meme videos. That kid's probably in like, he's a grown man probably right now.
Oh yeah, it's probably at least 20 years old. There was like remixes of that kid.
Then I opened the door.
Yeah, and
it said Bloom.
My house is on fire. Yeah, that's a funny one. Maybe we can find that and show it to you guys because everyone's like, what the hell are these guys talking about? All right, let's go back over the desk. We're going to talk about our watch list, which has a lot on it today. I'm struggling to find key stories to trade with, so we're going to listen very carefully to the watch list and see if we can come up with something.
67.39, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. So we close above 6,700 again, but we're fighting with that level as a result of the overnight drop because of the U.S. government shutdown. So we did defend 66.80. So it's right around that 66.75 area of support that we were speaking about yesterday. We're going to look to yesterday's resistance area or the overnight high, which is 67.33. We're looking at that 33-point area as resistance, Brendo.
All right, let's go. Lots to understand here this morning. If you haven't done so yet, grab the watch list. It's free. Link is in the description. All you need is your email address. Comes right to your inbox every single morning. Has all you need to know on it in the pre-market every single day. Nike, top of that list this morning. We're trying to test 73 right now, once again, for the second or third time here since the announcement after the close yesterday. I mean, this is one of many to deal with this morning, the Skims announcements with Kim K. But nice beat here for Nike.
It is. It's a beat on the top and bottom line. Brendo, EPS coming in at 49 pennies, well ahead of the 27 expected on revenue of 11.72 billion. Again, well ahead of the 11 expected by the street. Net income, though, a bit of a negative point here. Net income fell 31% year over year, down to 727 million, as profits were pressured by higher costs and clearance sales. Gross margins contracted 3.2%, and sales did rise about 1% year over year. Let's talk about the guidance now. Q2 sales to fall low single digits, says Nike. That's bad. The good here is there's a good FX tailwind, adding about 1 percentage point to sales. Tariffs do remain a major headwind, with Nike now projecting about $1.5 billion in costs for the full year as a result of tariffs, or about 1.2% for gross margins. Let's talk about how they did geographically. North American sales were up 4%, but Chinese sales continue to struggle, down 9%. Now, with respect to their different segments, as we spoke about at the top of the show, wholesale continues to rise. That's basically selling to resellers like Dick's Sporting Goods and Foot Locker, 7% year over year, while their direct-to-consumer segment took a hit, down 4%. And as Brendo mentioned, partnerships here with Nike are key. They launched Nike Skims with Kim Kardashian, seen as a strong early consumer response to this product line, Brendo.
This might be the challenge, though. If you zoom out on Nike's chart, we're right back into some significant levels here. A bit of chop, guys, middle of the range for Nike. What do we do?
You know what, though? Chop is better than breaking down. So, like, I think that's what I'm taking from this. Like, you have a year over year, most of the numbers aren't looking pretty good, especially profitability, but they did surprise with sales not declining. They expected sales to decline. They expected the guidance would be poor. They've talked about the tariff issues, and those end up being a little bit bigger than expected. But all in all, they were still able to raise revenue, which was a surprise. So, seems like a bit of a bottom is in. Just unfortunately, there hasn't been enough juice to get it through. Like, it needs to break 76. Like, I was kind of eyeballing like here to there. Like if you could break 76, there'd be room to 80, and that would be good enough. It can't even get there. They're actually failing off 73 as we speak. I don't know if I'm going to find a trade in this today. Maybe this could be a 3-day rule thing. Maybe we're looking at this tomorrow or at the end of the week, and then it'll be like a breakout after earnings. But for today, diddling in the middle. So unless we get a chance at that 76, I think I'll be sitting Nike out. Give it a few days. If it can hold on to the 200 period for a couple of days here, even on an inside, that would be a very positive sign. Especially with, obviously we have the government shutdown, could be weighing on the markets as well. But you just want this thing to settle. If it can hold 70, that's good, but needed to break 76 to get me excited.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't like to trade earnings really the day of, but, what's been doing pretty well. And, again, we bought some before. It's the same as Marvell. Like, we buy some before, and then we buy some after. And now Lululemon is, well on its way back higher here. So we'll wait to see if it can take out. I mean, again, just because it's Nike, it's athletic apparel, it's clothing. What about this 181 or so here on Lululemon? Like, if we can break right above there somewhere, maybe it's just 180 actually on Lulu. So we can see if that's going to be a break level or not. Here's a 30-minute chart. Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be 180 flat. So what about that? I mean, Lululemon breaking 180 there could be a trade for today, and then maybe hold it for a little bit of a swing opportunity there as we extend through on this play. So I think I like Lululemon better than Nike today on that 180 break. I mean, we were sort of cruising yesterday, and then we stopped. Like that's why I was wondering. So it is. Okay, so yesterday morning it was about 180, 80 there. Came back in, tried to get going again, stopped, back in, back down. And now we'll just wait to see, like, if Nike's going to be up a couple percentage points, we'll see what winds up happening with Lululemon. So, plus we have jobs. Like, yeah, some of these jobs numbers aren't going to, this has nothing to do with Lululemon, but we'll have to wait to Friday, because if this government shutdown looms, we might not get some of this data, which will then hinder the opportunity to lower rates a little bit. So we'll wait to see. But yeah, Nike, I'm not huge in the retail space right now. I don't love it, but now up 5%. Sorry, I thought it was only up 3%. So, yeah, it's working out. I'd give it a couple seconds, but I like the Lululemon trade of 180 better. So if it breaks that, then I think we'll try that long.
Oh, man. All right. LAC, back to highs here. I zoomed out to a daily chart. We're way up here this morning. And once again, on this note, the U.S. government has, in fact, indeed, if you missed it yet, so far this morning, taken a 5% stake in the, as Sharif and I were just discussing, majority Canadian-owned company.
It is, yes, and that's causing a little stir over here, Brendo. I'll leave that part out. No, but U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright announced that U.S. government will take an equity stake in the company, as Brendo mentioned. The Department of Energy plans to acquire a 5% stake in Lithium Americas and a 5% stake in its Thacker Pass project, which is in Nevada. More on that in a second. The Thacker Pass project is set to become one of the largest lithium sources in North America, with operations targeted to begin in late 27. General Motors, for their part, they own part of that as well. They have a minority stake in the project, but they also have a requirement to buy lithium from LAC, even if they don't need it. So that helps guarantee the source of revenue for LAC. Wright emphasized the government will own the mine itself and the corporate entity. This is the first time, the first direct U.S. government stake in a Canadian company tied to critical mineral, was really highlighting the importance of the supply chain. And Wright noted as well, Brendo, the Department of Energy is also providing large amounts of debt capital to LAC to keep them afloat.
Through the highs right now, if you zoom out to a daily chart, but we still have a little ways to go here to 807, 810-ish, I guess, guys, would be a breakout for LAC once again.
Like, so far, so good with LAC here, because the last time it gapped up on, well, it was this news. We just didn't know the specifics of the specifics of what the stake would be, and now we do, right? It's going to be 5%, and then 5% directly in that Thacker mining project. So it's good to know this, but it rejected, and we know, like, this was really, really clean on the 25th. Like, it dipped into the prior high, and it topped out right around that 740 area. And then the next day, 740 was again a problem. So resistance turning into support. If you lose that support, I got 630 to 650 as the dip buy zone. But as long as we hold on to this 740, I'm looking longs off of the open. It's underneath VWAP, so usually I want to see it test that low and hold, or wait for it to hold on the volume weighted average price in LAC. But I'm favoring the long side today. Got to hold on to that big 740 level for sure to get some continuation. And don't be surprised, like on that day where it gapped up, it pulled into the prior high. Like that was the whole move. You got 640 to 740, and it never did anything more than that. And the next day it was 740 to 640. So it was like a $1 range for 2 days in a row. The stock doesn't have to do like open door, moving $5 at a time. And as a matter of fact, I've noticed it's kind of the opposite. Like you get good range trading, but you don't necessarily get that double up in a day kind of thing.
Yeah, so I actually have LAC written down on here, and I have it for $8.20 break. So I was just looking here sort of at the pre-market that just a little bit longer charts there. We do have some wicked up there into 820s or so. We did make 820 in and around there 4 o'clock yesterday. So just looking to see if we can break that. It is going to be idea number 2 on here for today. Maybe $8 is a better spot, but I was going to put on there that if it breaks 820, then you can use $8 as your stop. So that for me is a little bit more interesting. Like you take a big amount of shares there, maybe at a break of, like I just said, as a break of 820, and then if it comes back in and breaks $8, then it's 20 cents worth of risk for potentially a large upside move, right? I mean, we saw on day 1, day 2 extension there on the first tranche of buying from the U.S. government. Now you get the Department of Energy coming in there and unlocking some of that project, the JWN or whatever that project is called there. So we have to watch out for LAC. I think it's a big one today, and I think it continues to run here with tons of volume, 19 million shares. This is definitely going out for me here. So I'm going to be looking at this. And as I said, it's on here, just trying to figure out some more plays. But I like LAC today, breaking those highs of $8 and getting through that 820. So I'm going to wait for 820 to break, put my order in to buy like 821s, hopefully get like 825s or something, and then we can use a 25-cent risk. So again, if you're using 1,000 shares, it's $200 worth of risk. I think it's worth it minus slippage. Let's give it 250. I like the trade on LAC today, breaking 820 and using 8 as some kind of support. VWAP is right here right now. So 770, worst case scenario, breaks up and you hold it back to 770. So I think this is a trade that we need to look at. Again, in USAR, is that the other one there? US Rare Metals is another place to look here, because as I keep on making these investments, what's next, right? I mean, nice dip buy opportunities. We had talked about this with Steve Tileman on Friday. Looked like a good opportunity. It's come back in since those days, but it's only 1750, so we can wait to see what happens with USAR, another play in the space that I think could wind up working out.
All right, let's go on to crypto. I was just reading a note on some of the ETF inflows for Ethereum, actually higher this week once again than the Bitcoin side of things. But let's focus on this. Here's the daily chart on the left. BTC, 3 out of 4 days straight to the upside once again. 117.5, bit of a sticking point over the past couple of months here. IBIT on the right. Looking pretty good here so far today.
Not too bad at all, Brendo. Instead of a correction with the crypto market, we get a nice rally here with the crypto market rallying nicely. Total digital asset values for the crypto market rose 3.2%, just shy of $4.1 trillion just in 24 hours. Bitcoin, as you know, surged 3.2%, but altcoins also gained. Doge, Solana, Ethereum, all leading the daily movers. But Bitcoin's dominance should be noted here, increasing from 57 to 59%, signaling that this latest rally is really led by Bitcoin. Analysts highlighted that 3 of the past 5 U.S. shutdowns coincided with Bitcoin rallies, suggesting a recurring pattern. I don't personally know that to be accurate myself, just the article that wrote that. And 2 liquidity clusters, Brendo, specifically with Bitcoin, are being flagged. One as a support level, they're saying between 107 to 108,000. There's $8 billion in long liquidations possible at that level. To the same, by the same token, I should say, there's about $7 billion in short positions between 118 to 119,000 that could be liquidated if a breakout triggers there. So 2 zones to be aware of.
Yeah, holding on to 66.20, 66.25 right now for IBIT, mirroring the one on the left there, guys. What do we do here today with Bitcoin?
Yeah, I like ETH today a little bit, but you can pick your poison, I think, in this case. I mean, they do both look strong. it's just what I like about ETH is just the kind of liquidity grab under 4,000, and then now you're breaking away from a couple of days of consolidation on ETH. So, with it trying to hit this 43,000 move here, next stop 44 was a prior support. I'm going to look for ETHA as a play. And then the other reason, which I talked about earlier, was on ETHA, specifically the ETF, like when the last time you gapped away from this consolidative area, you gapped under and then had follow through to the downside. So I'm looking for the follow through to the upside this time. So 32 was your prior resistance. As long as we're over that, we're good to go on ETHA. That said, the pre-market low goes, then I wait for it to kind of hold on 32. As long as we hold the pre-market lows, then I'm looking for that VWAP after the open continuation play. So I'm looking long, specifically ETH, but I like crypto today.
All right, I'm oppo of that. I'm looking long specifically on IBIT, but we're both looking long, so we like that. And yeah, I was just gonna say, like, moving this back into 65, yesterday's closing price, I think it's a little heated up right now, up to 16.5. But if the market does pull down, and this is what I'm writing down on my sticky note right now, it's gonna be out in a second, and this is the top play and one of only a few plays. I don't have a good feel on what the market's gonna do right now. Like, I'm not sure if the market wants to sell off today or not. So I'm just going to play what is definitely strong, using Bitcoin as an index, basically. I mean, this is leading the way here. Obviously, Ethereum's up more. But Bitcoin, you can trade it out like an ETF. Gold is also blasting higher here today. So I just like the fact that the equity market, to me, is uncertain right now on what it wants to do. I mean, only down 0.4. We were up 0.4 yesterday. Like, it's not kind of a give or take here. So, gold has actually faded a little bit here this morning, down $2. When I looked at it earlier, it was up here. So nice little move now for gold back in. So maybe there's something there. I don't trade it enough. But I like IBIT. I think Bitcoin continues to work, especially if the shutdown goes a little bit longer. There might be some more devaluation of the US dollar, I don't know, potentially IBIT going higher on things like that. If gold continues to pull back, maybe money flows back into Bitcoin. Look, Bitcoin is still a depressed asset. I mean, everything else is at all-time highs. Bitcoin's still down 10%. It's back up now, but it was hovering down that 10% off of all-time highs, right? You made an all-time high of 125 and pull back to 108. So, you did make that move back in, and now you're just playing catch up a little bit, taking out that 50-period moving average. So, yeah, I want to go long. So long Bitcoin at the 50 period, which is also $65. Yesterday's close. Let's see if it keeps on coming to the downside right now. Yeah, I mean, it's not, I know Bitcoin's not an asset, but more of an asset class of crypto maybe. It's just a matter of who you talk to. I mean, there's a lot of traders that will just hold Bitcoin instead of cash or instead of physical gold. And anyways, I just think as a trading vehicle for today, this is a strong one, and I'm going to be trying to go long on IBIT. We may take this 200 period depending on if it hovers around it for a minute, but 65.85 right now could be one of my first plays, leading into 65. So let's wait to see what happens with IBIT, but it's a pretty good opportunity here, I think. So let's figure this out.
Let's go to Tesla. It's the beginning of the month, so we're expecting deliveries should be any second over the next couple of days, kind of thing. Tesla's known for monthly deliveries to just kind of drop out of nowhere and surprise everyone. Yes, so either today or tomorrow, we'll see when they actually come through. But here's how things shaped up yesterday. I mean, really, really strong buying into the close yesterday for Tesla shares. We're right back to those aftermarket levels right now. A couple of individual notes this morning, some analysts saying positive things. I mean, it's good to see European numbers as well stabilizing a little bit.
Yeah, that's really what I took from this, Brendo. The Europe issue, I don't know, you never really want to call it. It feels like it is bottoming though. So here's the deal. Tesla's September sales rose 2.7% in France and 20.5% in Denmark, really helped by strong demand for the revamped Model Y finally taking shape there. Registrations continued to climb in both Norway and Spain, with Norway seeing a 14.7% increase in sales, boosted by 60% growth in the Model Y. Yeah, it is really the Model Y here. Pardon me. There is still weakness, though. Sales did fall in Sweden for the 9th straight month. Tesla has been struggling in Europe, obviously, with an aging model lineup, as well as, pressure from a Chinese EV, specifically BYD, who outsold Tesla in the EU for the second time this year. Some European consumers obviously are pushing back against Tesla due to Elon Musk's political affiliations, But the broader sales trend on the continent, not bad. January to August 2025, we had bottomed there, Brendo, 42.9% decline year over year for the 8 months, January to August. And then the last but not least, Model Y, as I mentioned, is really what's pushing this. Tesla expects a revamped Model Y, which began delivering in June on the continent, to lead the recovery for Europe.
Tough day, just real quick, tough day on for Amazon yesterday. We had a tight consolidation after the significant move down here. Just seeing a note, actually moving down further on this, but just seeing a note on Amazon Web Services specifically teaming up with the NBA, just announcing a new multi-year partnership to power the league's next generation of innovation as AWS will become official cloud and cloud AI partner for the NBA. But stock doesn't care.
Yeah, not necessarily moving the needle there, but deliveries can move the needle for Tesla. There's no question about that. And if you like Sharif's note, by the way, anybody can grab that new note. And I think it's a fantastic one. And you saw something in there, if you're looking very closely, at a couple of levels, 37 and 48. Now, 48 simply represents like the lower, like we broke 450 on Monday, and that was it was a false breakout. Like if you had it, look, if you took the breakout of that high at the open, you could have scalped something out, no question about it. But it was a false breakout through 450, but really when you look at these closes, that's about 448 resistance. And then the 444 level has been a big one in terms of every other day. It's stalled out at 444. So I'm thinking if we break out here and fail 448 again, I want the backside of that trade. So I'm looking for a false break on Tesla. If it false breaks, I want to short it on the way back through, and that support at 437 makes a heck of a lot of sense to look for, whether it's a target or try to get a reversion long on Tesla. Once we get the delivery numbers, I think all bets are off. I'm more interested in the continuation of the long trade, but for now, that false break that we saw already once in this area, if it does it again, I'm willing to kind of take it on the way back through for the short trade on Tesla, at least for today.
Amazon being down here, I heard that story a little bit right there. Look, I'm going to wait to see Amazon, see what it does at 215. I still think it breaks and gets into this like 200 area right here, and this is definitely something that I want to buy. Like if Amazon's going to be down, again, if you get into 200, it has to be down another $20 from where we are right now, so another 10%. I don't know if that happens, but like if it does, this is going to be hopefully a decent level. Like if you can buy Amazon all the way back to where it was last year, this is the thing about these stocks, man. I mean, they're not hugely outperforming anything right now. Like if this does get to $200, or even where it is right now, this just goes back to November 15th of last year. Nobody's selling at the top and buying at the bottoms. It's like hopefully you can buy at the bottoms of April. I mean, I know that was a good look for many stocks, but like Amazon right here, it's not the greatest look. I mean, you're all the way back, giving everything back of all of last year. Doesn't pay a dividend or anything like that. And I'm not picking on, I own a lot of Amazon. I just think that this is an area where it looks to potentially break and get into some more support. So we're going to wait to see if Amazon can get back into this $2 area right now. And this kind of talk makes me think obviously a little bit more negative about Amazon. So I was thinking today, if 219 is too close right now to make a call, and I just put that out on my note. It's like right now, I'm not really sure what this market wants to do. I mean, I don't think it knows what it wants to do right now. So this could be a great short right into here for AMZN. So let's continue to look at this 219 area or so for a push down. It's just I wish I had more conviction like we did yesterday on the market. We absolutely had some fantastic, Obi put on some amazing trades yesterday. He had UiPath there for $2. I think he only took 2 trades maybe, and then he had an Amazon trade where he lost and then wound up getting back in and I think took some out. So it was the UiPath, and then we had yesterday the TQs, and we had CoreWeave, and we had NVIDIA. So we were 3 for 3, and we reloaded NVIDIA multiple times there yesterday to absolutely just nail this one. And I don't have anything as much confidence as we did yesterday for today. So, this was, NVIDIA yesterday, we bought it early on the 185 break, then we bought it again on that dip, then we bought it again on that dip. Multiple trades yesterday on NVIDIA, and then CoreWeave, $4 or $5 was absolutely monstrous. So I'm not trying to throw back anything that we had done yesterday. So I'm going to probably just wait and make sure that we do have a directional play here in the market, which right now it's trying to break lower. So, the TQs or something like that would be where I'm looking. Yesterday we marked down 103 as a short. This looks like 102.20 is where the 200 period moving average is, and it looks like we're trying to break back down below VWAP right now. So, again, market reacts decently to these government shutdowns. It's not the be all end all of anything right now. And today we get a little bit of a pullback. Let's just see if it lasts. But yeah, that's exactly what I want to do, Bonkzilla. Let's shuffle up and deal these cards, man, and see what winds up floating in for us. But yeah, Tesla not on my radar today.
All right, real quick, Ford popping up here. I mean, it's 10 cents, but it's Ford, so we'll take it. Electrified vehicle sales in Q3, 85,789 units. That's up 30% quarter over quarter. So not a bad number there, but again, 10-cent move for Ford, which is typical for Ford. Let's talk Peloton to wrap things up. Had a nice pop early on this morning. We're coming back in a little bit, 920 at least, trying to hold here. They're going to revamp everything?
Yeah, that's what they're saying, Brendo. And they're changing all the prices, of course, because now they want to make more money. So let's talk about this. So they're refreshing its entire product lineup for the first time since they launched, adding stronger audio, faster processors, upgrading the Wi-Fi, and yes, including new AI-powered features. The new cross-training series and a line they're releasing here emphasizes a mix of cardio and strength, yoga and meditation, aligning with the broader wellness push within society. All machines in the Plus line now include a 360 swivel screen, hands-free voice control, built-in tracking cameras for seamless transitions between workouts. And the CEO said the redesign aims to deliver more value and attract new members during the holiday season. Yes, of course, that's when they make over 60% of their revenue. Surprise, surprise there, Brendo. But they're raising, as I mentioned, both hardware and software or subscription prices to reflect the enhanced features. Just by way of example, the regular bike would have cost you $1,695, or is going to cost you that now. That's up from $1,145. So that's a big move there. And the subscription hikes, they're bumping that up to $49.99, up from $44. Last but not least, Brendo, they're really pushing the Pro Series, which is a commercial series. It's one of their best performing segments, and it's a high margin product. We're talking about hotels, condos, etc. More rigorous build, I guess, and costs a lot more.
Makes a lot of sense. I don't know. It might not be anything, guys, today specifically, but Peloton coming back in a hurry here. Volume a little higher than usual.
A little extra vol, there's no question about that. That's not bad. It's breaking out on the daily chart, but look, I'm not a Peloton person, but those I know that have used it tend to love it. I think a revamp is a good idea for them. Maybe drum up some interest, and maybe someone sees them as a takeout candidate if they can keep trying to get things on the right track. So if it closes above $9 today, then you might have another extension higher, but it hasn't been that exciting of a stock recently. With only 90 seconds to go here, just quickly, LAC, 1.1 million buying balance. Pfizer, second day in a row, looking pretty good. 800,000 buying balance. Nike, 600,000 buying balance. Archer, with a sell of 550,000 shares. UiPath down here, 250. So none of the big names on here, but certainly LAC, despite the fact that it's pulling back into some support, has a big buying balance of 1.2 million shares. We're going to look for a long off the open there.
I don't know what I did to upset Amazon here, but yeah, there it goes, man. Now making moves lower. Obviously, the futures continue to go low. Get it, Neil. Obviously, as these continue to go lower, we'll have to wait to see, because Amazon right now getting a little bit of volume. It's not even that much volume, but decent move right here downside for AMZN. So we're going to have to watch out for that one. Just a quick look here on the imbalance locator to see if there's anything that's causing this. Maybe Amazon is a sell on here right now. So we'll sort this by size. LAC with the buy. That's had a dip as well. So we still have it as $8, waiting to see if that happens there. Nike as a buy, heading into the open with only 15 seconds left. And then we're looking at that Lululemon as well, maybe there, but make sure that you do scan that QR code to support VinFast right now, the Global Intelligent Mobility Company, ticker VFS. We want to thank them for continuously sponsoring our show. We are now open, so let's go. All right, let's get this figured out. Nike upside. All right, I did want to look to see what IBIT was doing, and the NASDAQ, there it goes. NASDAQ making a move lower right now, and then stopping completely, so have to watch out for that one. LAC LAC not doing too much. CoreWeave, NVIDIA. Just like I said, today's a day for me to sit on my hands. I'm super happy if NVIDIA goes up, that is for sure. My most recent, Mag 7 buy, but we'll wait to see what that's doing right now. Peloton with a dump as well, making lows right now, down to $9. Just broke, yeah, 885. So there it goes, all the way down here right now. I don't know why that chart is not filling that up, but it will after the first minute. So there goes Peloton. So far, me do nothing.
And LAC breaks that support right away, so it does not hold on to 740. So I guess I'm waiting for 630 to 650 as the next level down. So there's that support break. You needed to hold that at the open. It did not. Tesla made the break of 444, got up to 446. I'm looking for a failed break reversion. So if it can close underneath this prior day high, which is right in here, 445. Going to look for a continuation of the sell side. So LAC dropping pretty heavily.
Yeah, Peloton dropping.
Wow, ETH is doing nothing. This happens sometimes at the open, where you don't see crypto do much of anything, because they don't care. It's a 24-hour market, so the open doesn't mean that much. But yeah, no action yet on ETH, so we'll have to be very patient with this. It's literally moved 2 cents in the first minute at the open. That's absolutely nothing. It's weird.
Yeah, no, weird one there. I'm going to take advantage of LAC
Very
here.
weird.
Amazon made a move down to 216. That was a low tick there. Would have liked to have looked at that and tried to pick that one up. But LAC is bouncing right now off the 200 periods. I'm going to wait to see, does it break 200? $7.20. If it does, then we're going to try to go long on LAC, just because it's bouncing here. I just want to see, we did retrace back up into 720 and then fell off again. So we'll wait to see if that can hold this 200 period moving average. I don't necessarily want to buy sevens. Like, it could just break through it. I'd much rather see this name go the other way and get back to the high side. So we'll take that long, breaking above 720 with an out at 7. So that'll be the quick trade if we're able to do it. Hopefully we are. This is what I was saying about me not having that initial read. Like, sure, it goes down to view up and bounces, that's fine. But the market, did not expect this. Still pretty flat, right? I mean, we were looking at this when it was down 0.5. Now it's down 0.4. So not a big deal right now. We could look at Target here. So there's the move down. Maybe that was a false report there yesterday. And again, the market's rigged, so someone probably had to get out of one of their longs. So they do that right there. The name for me is just going to still be Amazon.
Someone poke ETH here.
Yeah, the crypto.
What a move in Amazon.
Yeah, well, that first flush. That's what I was saying. I don't know what was up with that. They're all the same. I mean, all these stocks right now, the market's at highs. So we do expect these names to start running. So maybe it's NVIDIA that we just keep on going long. Like, if this one can hold support, maybe we start busting out on NVIDIA. I don't know. But right now, not into anything. And we're going to have to wait to see if something develops, because the futures...
I'm seeing in the chat some mentions about Carvana.
Okay.
Carvana was... we had that on the upgrade downgrade list. I know that might have been a catalyst, up 4%. That's moving. And I'm just going to give you guys what's moving, because I'm staring at paint dry over on Ethereum, which is
yet?
no.
Been in anything.
Look,
Okay.
there's no chance ETH just sits here all day. It's just flat out bizarre. We had dip and rip all over the place, and I thought crypto would be hot today, at least active. I mean, one way or another. Someone just popped 200,000 on the bid of ETH at 48. Maybe that'll get it going. But the longer it consolidates, sometimes that makes a breakout really good. So if it breaks out the local high after the first 5 minutes or so, I might as well just take that. As far as LAC goes, it just feels like a mean reversion is going to be in play, but it's just still dropping. So that 63.5 zone, I'm going to have to work out at some point. And I see Robinhood in the chat, people talking about the 140 level for Robinhood as a dip. This wasn't on my radar, Robinhood, and support was down to like 138 or so. So slight move down with the market looking strong. I'm just surprised crypto's not going up with it.
I'm going to, I don't want to try it that hard here, but I was going to try to go NVIDIA long if it breaks above this 185.75, but then it just kind of fell back in again. So yeah, if anything, maybe the market's short right now. I'm not, again, I wish I had, well, it's coming up to that 103. So that's a level that we talked about yesterday. So there could be something involved with that. We just got a wick high there of 102.60. I don't actually mind fading maybe the TQQs here just a little bit. So let's try that maybe. We'll go short now at 40s or whatever price I had. So at 38s. First trade in right now. Just trying to go short the NASDAQ against that high, 102.60. So let's put that out right now. 102.66 or so, high break. If that happens, we'll get stopped out of this trade. But so far, flat right now. So waiting to see if something can wind up happening. We'll get a little shorter if it comes back up into like this 55 area. But for now, just testing out this. I don't know. Let's just wait to see. I didn't think the market would be up today. So that little bit of a move, let's just wait to see what it winds up doing. So 24,800 right now. Make sure you do hit that like and subscribe and give us some ideas there in the chat. Yeah, Carvana's only up 11,000% in the last 2 years, says Conrad. So shout out to Carvana shareholders who have been printing right there. I wonder if Nvidia is eventually going to go, but here goes the TQ's upside. There we go. We average into our short. We're in our very last position right now. I'm not going to be taking any more on this trade. We're in one right now on the TQs. If it breaks the high, it breaks the high. This is my first position. Let's wait to see what it winds up doing. We're short right now at 50s.
Yeah, I finally got into that Tesla. Like it rejected that breakout of 445, didn't get through 448. Came and retested 44, so I'm short that and giving it to 45 even on Tesla. But I want to remind everybody in the chat, if you're here for the first time, when you put a symbol in the chat for us to look at, make sure that you put $sign. Oh, there goes that 445. Yeah, we should have had that the first time through because it went like $4. Second time through, Tesla looks like it's absolutely charging higher. But make sure you put a $sign in front, everybody. So $sign. Then the symbol. Thank you very much, everyone that's doing it. LAC just broke $7, continues to go to the downside.
Oh, damn.
If this is going to be a failed breakout, it has to maintain a lower high. So already broke down once. If it does it a second time, it's going to have to put in a topping tail wick on 446 on Tesla. Otherwise, it's just a blowout long. LAC is still falling. Lithium Americas, of course, getting a 5% stake. Oh, sorry. The U.S. government taking a 5% stake. They're not getting a stake. Taking a 5% stake. It's now making its first consolidation off 7. It's still above that $6.50 level, which is some prior support to resistance play. But until this breaks trend, going to have to let this one continue to fall. And ETH, still absolutely nothing happening on Ethereum. So I'm just hold VWAP and actually break out. I want to be long ETH, but until it moves more than 2 or 3 cents, I have to sit and wait. Adara?
Eli Lilly here, LLY. This one really strong today. It was strong yesterday as well. The reason for this is likely because yesterday, President Donald Trump and his team suggested that the company is in talks with the administration with regards to their drug pricing. We know Pfizer announced a deal with the Trump administration with regards to drug pricing. They indicated that Eli Lilly could be the next up. So LLY, second straight day of upside here. And again, 9:45, just so you guys know, S&P manufacturing PMI we're expecting. 10 a.m. ISM manufacturing PMI. Back to you.
Thing we did was our initial TQ position got stopped out and we went back into it and we've taken a little bit of profit on the low side here, but it's still, I'm going to give it to 102.75 just to see if that one wants to wind up breaking. It's kind of that marker right into here. I mean, if you go upside, we can get into these levels, but it's too early and not confident enough for me to blow anything realistically on this. So we're going to start to just keep on. I mean, look, we're getting out. I mean, we just took another 52 there. So it's been okay. We're doing good on this stock right now, but we'll be flat on it with position pending. So we take a hit early, and then I was just like, you know what? I didn't give it enough room. So here it comes right back in for me now. We'll see if we can get some more low bids. There it is. We got a 42. Now I'm waiting for a 38 for some reason. And if we get that, then all good on the downside. There it is, man. We now turn green on the futures trade. But it's just one of those things, man. We have to wait to see what it wants to do. LAC right now, we just looked at that again. This is still dropping, yeah. I still have that 720 break long if that winds up happening. I'm not, obviously at this point, very uncertain, so that's going to be something that we're looking at right here. Who do you trade more like? I trade more like Neil. So I'm going to select Neil right there. And then we'll figure out what's going on. But nice pull there. Go get in there right now. All right, so here we go, man. TQQs. We're going to figure this out, but just got out a little bit more there. We're going to be patient, man, just like we were yesterday. And yesterday was a monster day. We'll see if we can replicate it today, but nothing happening. I bit like 16.5. Like, come on, nothing moving. And Neil was just saying, also in the crypto space, not much going on at all. So there we go, man. We'll get it all figured out. But IBIT, if it drops into 66, maybe.
Well, ETH is holding, and I said if it held VWAP, I was going to go long. So it's like how many times does it have to hold at the open? This is going to be a ridiculously tight stop because of the nature of the trade, but it's holding the volume weighted average price at least every 3-minute candle so far. So I took 58s here, which was just a local breakout, and I'll give it underneath VWAP. It's going to be like 10 cents worth of risk, and if it plays into the high, great. We'll try to be long all day long. But LAC is taking it on the chin. I mean, absolutely getting smoked here. So now 680, it's headed right back into potentially this 650 area. So this is the area I'm looking for. Last time I failed around here, 740. You had some resistance at 650. I'm looking for resistance to turn some support here on LAC down around that level. So you have to be patient with it. I said if it lost 740, I'd look for the reversion at that 650 level, and that's exactly what I want to see. Tesla got up to the next level. So got to 448. Remember on Sharif's note, 448? We'll try it at 44. If it closes underneath 448, it could still be a technical fail breakout. But that's going to be key. Can it hold above that prior resistance level on Tesla? Delivery number's not out yet, but that's what we are waiting for at some point, beginning of the year, or sorry, beginning of this new month. But LAC now 675, so it's in the range. It's 650 that I'm looking for a curl here on this stock. So now that it's getting close, I'm going to wait for the reversion, put in I'll use a 1-minute chart for this usually when it's starting to crater down like this, just so I can catch a bit of a turn. Want a volume bottoming tail candle or a break of the trend? More likely the former than the latter.
All right, what's up, Adam DeLuce? I'm glad you're with me on this one. We'll see if this market continues to go lower here. So we'll be able to see. But again, looking to get a little bit more if we're able to up and around that 102.60 area, just because I like the trade for now. So what else are you guys looking at over here? Eli Lilly, some people talking about. I'm not bidding anything right now until 27s. So down a little bit more here. We'll put some profit in our pocket right there, and there it goes. So hopefully if you're trading my style today, that you have some greens in your account. We got stopped out there at the high end of it, but now we've got this back in as it comes right back in. I'm still trying to get in this 102.20 area. That's where the 200 period moving average is. So just trying to get out a little bit in front of that, and then maybe we can crack and then get back into the lows, but also making sure that we're already out of half. So that was the other thing there. I just wanted to get into the green on this, and then try to hold to see if there was future moves coming back into the downside there. So NVDA is fading. Okay, thank you, David, for that note, which is great for me, because if the market fades out here, obviously we're short the NASDAQ. So any sort of a NVIDIA hate on this market would be good for my position. But, we're still waiting to get that bigger move. Thank you so much right there. What's up, Ryan Nola? What? Apple broke all-time highs. Are you kidding me right now? That is a amazing thing to have happen. I love this Apple trade. There it is. Yeah, 258. I'm not sure. Okay, here come the futures. Let's go. Give us that print. Yes, sir. That's what we're talking about right there. So hopefully that starts to hit again. But yeah, there's Apple. Nice call there, Ryan. Did not notice that one. This is another one that we had just recently bought. So we're really happy with the performance right there. But yeah, good little out there. We get that 27 fill. So that was a pretty good one for sure. So yeah, out of that. And good, you're now into LAC, so let's see what happens over there.
The Clippers over there.
Yeah.
Oh, I am still, I saw what happened yesterday on, I wasn't obviously here yesterday to be able to trade EA, but I'm still favoring a short. I just nibbled in to remind myself that I want to build a short in that position, but I'll get there in a quick little second. But LAC, I just called them the Clippers. I don't know why, because you did the other day.
Yeah.
But LAC finally making a bit of a trend break here. So there's a couple of lower highs. I threw a 1-minute chart up instead of my 3. Next out's going to be 7, and then the volume weighted average price. As long as this is holding underneath 740, like that prior support, then any bounce play to me is to that 740. So I got a prior bar low on this one, which is the actual low of the day. That makes it really easy. Low of the day, 670. We'll be out if it breaks 670. And yeah, just sort of move on to the next, which hopefully is this can continue a little bit higher. We had some economic numbers, so let's go to Adara. It's 945.
Yeah, we've got the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI here. 52 is the forecast. 52 is also the previous print. The more closely watched ISM Manufacturing PMI, that'll come out at 10 a.m. And let's see what number we end up getting here. Looks like we came in at 52, so exactly in line with estimates here. Market not reacting too much. Again, 10 a.m., I will give you guys the ISM manufacturing PMI, a little bit more closely watched. Back to you.
Reddit.
All right. Yeah, we're short more futures, man. That just gave us that little bump to go to the upside. So now we're bidding some 102.40s here. We'll see if we can get that coming through right now. That'd be pretty nice. We're actually bidding 41s, so a little bit of a drop down further than where we are right now. I'd hate to not get this, though. Give me those 41s. Yes, sir. All right. There it is. Let's see what we can do now. We got a full boat reloaded back up right now. There it is, man. Daily goal almost hit already right now, which is 945. And I'm pretty happy with it because we didn't necessarily think we had a trade today, and then we found this short on the market. So really glad with how patient we were on this one and gave it to you again. So yeah, man, a big time over here. Nice positive day so far for us on this short. I mean, it could still get blown out, but we take the advantage of that bump up into the high of the day again. Let's see if we can fade it off and again we just had back-to-back great months. So let's see if we can continue that right now. I'd hate for the market to flush on my long-term account, but for right here, it's okay. We just got another fill, by the way, down there at 25. So yeah, man, we're really starting to realize some profits here. And again, just in a choppy market, like I hope it gets a direction. And if it goes upside, it's why we're starting to get out. So now I'm out of a third of this position. Let me put a little bit more down here in the low 30s, and then we'll try to hold on and see if we can get a much bigger move now in this market back down in a little bit there. So yeah, man, I mean, good trading, and let's just wait to see what's going on. Hopefully the market continues its lower move. Shout out Adam DeLuz, man. Us traders unite, guys.
Yeah, I just had to jump out. We only got 10 cents on LAC, and it just broke the low of the day. So we had 1-to-1, and then we get 1-to-1 on the outside of that trade. I don't mind jumping back over to it at some point, but you break the low, then I'm not holding past that and breaking the rule. That is right now number one on the list in the visualizer. I see SoFi's up there as well. Thank you guys for putting these symbols in here. Yeah. We forgot about Reddit. There was a negative news story on Reddit this morning that was circulating with regards to OpenAI data search. So Reddit was down heavily on that news. Apple, we've already talked about. It's SoFi and TEM that are standing out. Tempest, the Nancy Pelosi name that we should always be interested in. But I'll get there in a quick little second. I wanted to look at SoFi for you guys, but we just had a bit of a wick bottom. If we close with a wick out, then I'm gonna jump right back in the trade off the same level. Otherwise, it's 650 there on LAC that I'm gonna be concerned with. So I wanna see this close above 670 before I jump in there again. Weak market, stock might be up 19%, but it's trend down. If you're going against the grain, have rules as far as getting in. And as I said, look, I'll just probably be doing a lot of shorting pops in LAC. Shorting it into prior day high is the name of the game. And I'll scalp some in front of VWAP, but looking for the low of the day there.
Yeah, good one. Tough one there on LAC. Hopefully that can get going, and we'll see. I'm hoping that the TQs can also get going right now. I'm trying to bid some 102.20s here and see if we can get that. There, we're at 21 right now. There it goes. Yes, sir. So good trade. All right, here it is, man. Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated trader. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs, offering 3 times bull, 3 times bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60 semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a fee rebate right now of just 65 points. All right, I got to get to this trade right now. Thank you to Beta Pro and Global X for doing that one. Hey, look, man, I hope you guys selected whatever style fits you. But there it is right now. Now we are 2 times our daily goal. And again, just talking about different styles. 1 stock I've traded so far today. And there it goes, Adam DeLuz, man. We did it, buddy. We did it right there. Let's see how much of these hands we can have. But we're doing it again one more time. Like I was saying, yesterday we had an amazing start to the day. And we're actually kicking it off right now again. So far, so good here as this market gives us everything we need. And we weren't even sure what that was. But there it is, man. Big time trading over here today. So yeah, let's just wait. Boom! There's $1 on these futures, Mr. Roberts. There it goes, man. This is our neighborhood right now. This is going to the downside of here. 101.40, 101.50. Oh, man, regardless of who is to my right, we are still putting this out, man, every single day. What a move down to that downside right there. This is what it's all about, guys. And again, like we say, follow your style. But if you're following the yellow brick road, the futures are downside, and there it goes with the TQQs. So boom, right there on this future short. So yeah, everything making sense right now as we finally get the move that we're looking for. So we're just starting to now try to get out of these trades.
Yeah, absolutely. Great short, and this is why you've got to stick to it. At the end of the day, so glad that we got out of the long, and LAC that continues down. ETH is heading to the downside. I did see some people mentioning a halt. I'm not seeing that name, everybody, so just throw in the chat. If you've got the name that's halted, I'm not really seeing it. And we'll talk about the Fermi IPO. It's not going to open for a while. There's no data yet on Fermi. That is the big IPO today. It is, shoot, I forget his name, Rick Perry? Rick Perry is the former governor. I think he was the governor. Yeah, Rick Perry backed, and it is an energy play. It's a nuclear play. I like the space. I'm not 100% sold that I'm taking the opening print on Fermi, but there is no data on it yet that I've been able to see. So when we get some imbalance data for you, we'll let you know. It's not up in our system. I think yet it's going to get there at some point, but it's what I'm likely to take. AKAN was the symbol you guys were talking about. Thank you very much. Less than 1 million shares of volume and halted twice. Yuck. That's very, very low vol. We'll see if we can find out what the story is, up 40% on this stock. But if it's done less than 1 million volume on the opening range, this is a multi-halt situation where it could just continue to halt all day. Very, very light volume. And I'd be very careful with that one if I could. As I said, glad we got out of LAC as it broke that low. Did not end up closing on strength for a re-entry, so now I wait for that 630 to 650 area to grab something. And Turner Music, yeah, it's Rick Perry was a great free throw shooter. Ha ha ha. I might have said Rick Berry accidentally, but no, Rick Perry backed IPO. I think it's in the right space because nuclear energy and energy in general for backing data centers is going to be huge, but I want to see size. If there's no open interest in it, then I'm not that interested myself either.
All right. All right, so Amazon back into 218 again right now. Good trade, Juan Padilla, man. Bagging that much money on that short. Good trade. Okay. So I know you're into Ethereum. I'm not into IBIT yet, but it's not doing anything. So not much going on there at all. So we can wait to see what's going on. Basically just with the market. I mean, so just, you know, we covered, like when this came into this level again, we had said, let's wait to see if this drop could happen. You know, and, you know, when it did, these are areas to get out. So we had a banger day yesterday. We're actually up more today than we were up all day yesterday. So we talk about that. We had 4 red days last month. And we're really starting to kick it off here. Again, just trying to make plays, trying to, you know, give you calls that make sense, into them, not in and out fast. You can see we have different styles already, right? Like Neil's traded 3 names, I've traded 1. We saw yesterday with Obi traded 1, I traded 3. So it just goes back and forth, and it's just about finding the opportunities. And then, like we keep saying, you can always look back and say like, hey, is my process making any sense? I mean, we reloaded this up here at 102.50. You know, like that was a trade that I liked. It made sense to me to play the short a little bit. And so we took the shot and rewarded with that, right? Now, whether or not it continues to work out, which is why I'm hesitant to always hold things for the huge moves, take your profit where your profit lies, especially if there is a little bit of uncertainty in the market and in your trading strategies. So we're very certain with the strategy, but we're uncertain of the market. So I'm going to take another piece out right here at 94.95, and now we only have 20 to 25% left of this position as we start to make moves a little bit lower here. So again, man, this was the trade for me. Yesterday we had CoreWeave and NVIDIA, and we went the long there. We also been shorting the TQs for like the past week and a half. So that's why we are much more comfortable doing this than anything else. And so far, so good. So yeah, just to think about where to get out. Maybe if we break above this 102.10 or so area, would be a decent spot to get out. So let's just do that. Remember where our stop was on this? Our stop was 75, so it was 10 cents worth of a stop to gain $1. So, I mean, a 10-to-1 banger there, I think it's worth taking something out. So, you know, that's what we were doing there. And so far, so good. This market could rally back. I think there's a lot of uncertainty here. So I'm going to put a stop at 102.10s is where we'll stop out of probably half of what we have left. And then we'll wait to see if we can get a lower move right now. I don't know if there's any more numbers coming out.
There's a little bit more. There's nothing.
What is it? Do you know what it is?
Yeah, 10:15, I believe.
Yeah, we'll look it up. No, it's 10. It's
10
ISM
o'clock?
manufacturing at 10, and then construction. So yeah, nothing at 10:15, but 10 o'clock, two numbers. ISM PMI manufacturing and construction spending, both not really market moving, I wouldn't say. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. Let me get that stop order out. Thank you, Randy.
Yeah, thank you, Randy, for sure. So we're going to take second shot here at LAC as it's breaking the trend for the second time. It's still above 650. It just bounced. First time bounced 670. Second time it bounces 660 in front of that 650 level that I'm eyeballing. So looking for that trend break. Same entry as the first, and then I'm going to look for the volume weighted average price as well on that bad boy. I saw a lot of people in the chat, and it's still number 2 on the list. It's SoFi. And SoFi only up 1.5%, unfortunately, after another failed breakout here on SoFi at the open. It did this like a few days ago. It was pretty nasty. Well, like it did it yesterday too. So there you go. Like it did it a couple of days ago on Monday, and then it absolutely dropped. Today, it's trying to get through one of these prior levels. If it can break 27.6, I like the liquidity grab that yesterday would turn into. 27.6 really needs to go there for SoFi. And yeah, I'm probably going to reload EA in a second, but ETHA, maybe it's breaking out finally. So I grabbed it off VWAP, but it's still not moving. 10-cent range all morning long. Finally giving some kind of an edge like it wants to go. Let's get a break of the high and buy VWAP instead of the break. So let it break out this top and then pull back into the volume weighted average price will be the play for me. But I still like the structure of Ethereum. It's gapped above. We've seen it do this before. Like the day that it flushed and continued down, you had a long consolidation for a while before it ended up breaking down. So I could see the same thing happening today. And we're patient enough that we can wait on it a little bit here for ETH. Up 3% is meaningless, obviously, because of the 24-hour market on Ethereum, on crypto.
Position board is working now. Okay, here we go, man. We didn't reload it, but we did get stopped out. We only actually wound up taking out a quarter of what we had left, so we have now about 15% of our initial trade. I do have a bid. Actually, I'm going to put a bid out right now just to capture some profit here as we make a little bit lower of a move back in. We're still taking this profit out. Let me see what you guys want to do. Look at the insanity on Regeneron. We could definitely look at Regeneron. That is what, REGN? Is that what Regeneron is? REGN. Yeah, Regeneron. Yeah, wow, that was a good call by me. The healthcare sector right now is at highs, 5-month highs right now in healthcare. So, yeah, there goes Regeneron. Wow, nice moving up there. Pharmaceutical company, huge play to the upside. Let's check out what Eli Lilly is doing as well. Wow, holy crap, man, we going on multiple vacations this year, boys. Nice move up to 800. Wow. We bought it down here, by the way. We bought some Eli Lilly at 750. When we got out of Google, we put some money into there. And it wasn't before, it was into here, it was into this area there. And then it went up and we were like, oh, that's nice. And then they had an earnings miss. And then we were able to average into Eli Lilly down here. So right now, this is probably doing better than if we left our money in Google. I'll have to double check that, but there it goes. Now, right now, taking out those levels, Eli Lilly just continues to, continue to make that move right now. And nice hold for us right there. It's a good thing we decided to do the 25% out there instead. So really happy with that play. Now I'm going to put a little bit of a lower bid in case these numbers that are coming out in 35 seconds, 45 seconds are a little worse. We'll put some bids a little lower, 101.70, 101. Let's go back into the 50s again, see if we can get something down there as well on the TQQs. But yeah, healthcare really blasting today. The ES, though, downside right now. And in just the health sector, I mean, we had Pfizer, we had that Trump RX
XLV's crushed
news yesterday. Yeah, XLV is monstrous. I'm sure my XBI is also doing well. And those were ETFs that we got in. I got in, I should say. There it is, a nice move down again with the face slapper on the TQQs, man. It's all happening right now with the Dara.
take a look at what is happening right now. At 10 a.m., we will get the ISM manufacturing PMI in just 5 seconds now. 49 was the forecast, 48.7 was the previous print. Let's see what ends up coming in here. ISM, 45.3, so that is above, that was a different part of this print. So 49.1 is the headline number, slightly above estimates of 49. Then we did get ISM manufacturing prices below estimates, ISM manufacturing employment above estimates. We also here, did we get any construction data? I'm not seeing that coming through right now, but ISM here, that was slightly above estimates, 49.1 versus 49 expected. As Sean indicated, not too much of an impact on the market because this number was more or less in line. Here is Lululemon. Lululemon actually faring better than NKE, but on watch, of course, with sympathy with Nike. Nike did post a double earnings beat. Then we have Tesla, TSLA. This was going to be really on watch tomorrow with their deliveries, which we are expecting to be released tomorrow morning. But ahead of those deliveries, we did get some registration numbers in a couple of European countries, specifically 64% decline for new registrations for Sweden in September. But Norway continues to be strong for Tesla. Again, those deliveries are certainly going to be on watch. The company also raising their lease prices for certain models as we do have the EV tax credit that's now come to an end. Be aware there is a press conference starting at 10 a.m. or it's set to start at 10 a.m. with House Speaker Mike Johnson about the shutdown. Likely not going to be market moving, but in case there is anything, I'll be listening and I'll keep you all apprised. Before we send you back to the guys, take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics, OGEN, because each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. So learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
All right.
Knock on wood, Eli's going to close over the 200 period moving average.
Yeah, we like that.
It's done. It did it last time though, but it failed it like a couple of days after. So I'm going to use this. I think it's a 3-day rule actually makes sense here. Let it close above for a couple of times, and if it can do that, then that's a great looking hold. But if it loses it immediately, there might be a chance to just trim and then buy more on the next available dip. I love Eli Lilly, but certainly, like lately, it's been a pretty rangeable stock if you're looking for a swing opportunity there. So just quickly over to, I know a lot of people have been mentioning some names that we haven't got to. I want to remind everybody that Reddit move, half of it already back. So it got bought up only 6% and just trending to the upside for most of the morning here on Reddit. So worth keeping an eye on. I'm back into LAC. Told you guys about the trend break. So broke trend again. There it is. I'm giving it to 666. A weird stop level, but that's the level for sure. And that AKAN is halted another time. Said this might be a halt fest for liquidity reasons. This time, 787, and that's the tap that I also see. So AKN with another halt. I'll show you what the chart looks like on ETH, and it is very, very sideways still. It's gliding a little bit higher, so it does make sense to buy some dips and take another shot at it, but it's certainly looking a little bit stronger than it was before. But no big breakout, no big candles or anything. I'm going to sit at VWAP. It finally broke out that high. I said once it broke that high, I'll sit on the dip looking for the volume weighted average price here on ETH. And Tony, I do not recall. You call, where is it? You call that toy gun to your head question you asked 2 weeks ago, as in what stock would you buy? I don't remember exactly what that was. So let me know exactly what that question might have been. Sometimes we'll be talking about a subject. I'll be, gun to your head, one stock or another. And I don't remember specifically what you were mentioning, but if you know the symbol we were talking about, let me know.
All right, so yeah, we're still doing the same old stuff over here. Yeah, LAC, Neil's in that, so that's been what it is. Lulu, oh yeah, so this is what I want to talk about. You mentioned Lulu there, Darren. We talked about that 180 break. So that 180 break worked great up to 180, 150. I don't know if anybody had that, but the volume was really tough on the open. It looks like there wasn't much going on. So I just don't know if anybody actually had that trade. Looks like it would have been definitely a tough one over there with sort of the movement there, because like the spread even right now is 20 cents. So not sure where that one came from or not. But, you know, if you guys had that good little move up there to 180, 150, Lululemon still up on the day. So that's obviously nice to see. So we'll wait to see, you know, if that one can get going more. Lululemon right there, and following on the tracks, of course, of Nike. So we'll wait to see if Nike can get going again or not. Again, like the stock here of Nike, but I don't think it's the right space right now. We are still very, very uncertain, obviously, of the different tariffs out there, and then too much inventory. Their margins were shrinking as well. So, yeah, not an overall great look, I don't think, for Nike these days now either. All right, so we did reload just a little bit up here. I don't want to be, like I said, I don't necessarily want to be like layered into committing too much. Okay, well, we'll take some out at 42, but don't want to be too committed to this short with House Speaker Johnson is speaking right now. And, you know, anything could happen, speaking about the government shutdown, you know, so it's just a little bit of a risky position, I feel like anyways, to be in. So we'll start to just scalp it out, and we are really just stacking it up right now. It's I mean, you can clearly see it's tough enough to find winners. So we're going to put the winners in and then see what winds up happening, and just make sure that we're not like too caught up in, you know, missing trades, right? I mean, you could always miss trades, but we want to make sure that the ones that we're in, we have them, and we have them solid, right? And so far so good here on that kind of a talk, but hey, anything can turn around. So we're going to make sure to get out as there's more government speak about anything right now, right? It's a very risky, in my opinion anyways, ideal right now to be involved with anything related to the shutdown. And I feel like the futures obviously is a big part of that one. So let's just take some more out here into the 30s, and then we'll wait and see where we get going on this one. But here it is, man, into the 30s, a good trade so far. Let's just see if it can continue to work out for us. Positive, you know, expectation on the trade still, but we're still getting out on that same stop. I have not changed it at all. So that still stop remains up here at 75. So reloaded right there again. This is what we did yesterday, man. 3 reloads right there on the same stock. So I see your LAC's not moving, and EA Sports, I don't think there's much going on there either. So we'll have to wait to see, but here goes TQQ's nice move to the upside.
Yeah, ETH broke out, by the way. So ETH, like I said, first available dip, if it breaks out. It just broke out the high of the day. I haven't checked Bitcoin. I'll do that in a quick little second. Ethereum is over 43,000. ETHA broke 3260. So whether or not it's kind of like adjacent to the same thing. So about that 43,000 level, and then that overnight or pre-market high break. It tried to break early and then failed. Didn't really go anywhere, but I'm buying the dip back into the volume weighted average price on this. IBIT, Bitcoin, trending up as well. So they both broke out the high of the day and are continuing to rally just a little bit higher. And with that, these miners, there goes Mara again. So looking across the board, you're seeing Mara break out along with Bitcoin looking very, very strong. And that AKN continues to, we'll keep monitoring. Whoops. AKAN. Of course, AKAM is also a stock.
Yeah.
Okay,
never win, man.
That opened up and actually to the downside a little bit here. So a little bit of pressure here for AKN, failing that $8 level, but it's probably going to halt. Literally going to halt again. This stock can't stay open. It's going to halt in 2 seconds off this 819 level. So another halt band here met by AKN. Congratulations if you have it. Good luck if you happen to be trying to short that name, as it's going absolutely ham. So ETH, buying the dip into the volume weighted average price and looking for this to trend. I think there's a lot of room here on ETH. Just gap-wise, 33.5 is a long ways away. You know, whether we get to that 44,000 resistance, that's a big one. First step needs to hold 43, which will be VWAP on ETHA.
All right, so I was still looking at, I know you're on LAC, but it is starting to make a move down right now. So I was trying to think about what to do on this play, but again, until it gets into that 660 area, I think it's just a no-go for me right now. And we're just going to continue to honestly just milk the exact same trade that we've had all day long. Let's go find out right now who made a lot of money yesterday here at Real Trading. So this is yesterday's traders. So let's go have a quick little look and see what's up with that right now. So here we go. Compare your profits from yesterday. Wow. Okay. Canada TSX again. We've seen some big numbers in Canada lately. So 22,000 in those markets. NASDAQ yesterday, 17,000. Look at this. All the Canadian markets coming through again. Amex showing up there. Maybe someone trading SPY or GLD. Maybe FXI, something there as well. Amex again, NASDAQ, New York. So a lot of Canada there littered right now. But yeah, it must be something going on over there in the Canadian markets, whether or not it be imbalances or rebate. Well, it won't be rebate trading with that much money, but nice move right there in Canada. So congratulations to anybody looking over there. And join Real Trading, right? Over 60 plus markets, and you can get involved, today. So join them and go to realtrading.com and find out more. I'm getting a little bit more out here.
Just as a note on Canada for a second. Like
Sure.
the Toronto markets are uniquely trendy for the first couple of minutes. Like if you ever look at charts in Toronto, like for the first 5 to 10 minutes of the day, if you have the right direction, it can be absolutely gorgeous. My guess is it could be something along those lines when you figure something out. But shout out to anybody looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers and does so without hidden costs. Because with plus 500 futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo so you can practice until you're ready to trade live. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100. With plus 500's powerful platform, you access a wide range of futures markets, the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metals, crypto, and more all in one place. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan the QR code on screen to apply for your account today and join over 300 million users worldwide who have already chosen plus 500. Shout out to them. We appreciate you. Thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show.
All right. All right. Yeah. I mean, I was just kind of looking at the chat, trying to figure out what's going on. We had talked about the other day about Meta and trying to think about that. And I was like, I don't want this stock. And I'm glad that we said that. Now Meta's down another 3%.
It's got more to go down.
Yeah, this is what I've been saying from time. So I think this and Amazon do have more lows to come. I mean, I don't, like 660 would be crazy. But again, like this is just brought right back into February.
Think that's crazy.
660?
I don't think that's crazy.
I don't think it's crazy, but could be. I mean, I don't think today it happens, but it's more the 666. It's yesterday's high level was 6666666 on the SPY, so that number seems pretty ominous, and that's what's right there on Meta. So yeah, man, a pretty nice pullback, and you'd have to be smarter than Neil and I to know to flatten out of your positions. I mean, anybody getting out up there was a great trade to do that. That's what's making me think about NVIDIA. Like I want to still be in these names, but at the end of the day, if we do have this negative move in the market, which we're not actually getting, the market's actually up now since open. Oh, by the way, I am not reloading this. So we've only had one trade today, and it'll be all that we need, right? That's obviously, as we'll just wait now to see if this takes out 102.75. We only have like 10% left. And that is even after our reload. So after all of these shares, we've traded thousands of TQQ shares today, and we have less than 100 left. So whatever that kind of math is, it's mathing. So I'm not even looking at that anymore. If the stop out happens, it happens. I'm trying to get some more out down here and then even lower than that. So we've already ran this there. No, the only one at LAC, and I know it's been a little bit of a rough one because it's not moving around. Neil's in that right now. Neil traded Ethereum, and you traded something else, and EA and something else. What was it?
Probably an EL. It took one trade in Tesla.
Oh, Tesla.
I don't know if I'll take a second. It's now trending to the upside. Yeah, I'll go to LAC first, and I'll talk about ETH after. Like LAC, I've gotten back in, and it's now holding the higher low, but it's not really making that bounce into VWAP or anything too crazy, which is 710. So it still needs to get itself going. The way I see it, the structure of the trade's holding up. Like it broke 740 and just waited for it to bounce off that low, which it has, which is like the prior resistance 650. So we got in the first time, gave us a quick bounce, and then out. That was more of a flat trade than anything else. And this one in here, looking for it to hold the low and play back into 7. I don't have offers out yet, but I'm getting pretty close to throwing them in there. ETH continues its like slow grind to the upside. On a 15-minute chart, it's going to look like nothing has happened on Ethereum, which is true, I think, but it's been holding on to the volume weighted average price. So there's a dip into VWAP. I'll take one more out in front of the high and then just start looking to buy some dips if this can continue. It's very, very slow and chilling grind to the upside. Lily did get to 800.
Ooh. This
brought me to, I was going to ask this question.
Likey.
We were just talking about Meta. I don't remember who I had this discussion with. I think it was maybe my dad. and we were talking about like stocks that you buy and you hold forever because they're quality companies, and he was like, well, what would you actually need to, like, what would cause you to sell everything in one of those core stocks? Like what would Meta have to do to make you want to sell it all? And I didn't, and you know what the funny thing was? I didn't have an immediate answer for him, and it made me think about it. Because obviously, like, there's some obvious answers that you, like, something.
But it'd be too late.
Something black swanish, but as I'm saying, like, it would be too late at that point.
You'd be Mr. Too Late.
Yeah, exactly. So I was thinking about, like, what sign would I need to see? And I need to give it some thought, because I've never thought about that question. And my pops was like, well, not that to scare you or anything, but it's not a horrible thing to consider. Like, what would scare you fundamentally out of a core holding?
But how much of a percentage is a core holding for you?
Oh, a big one?
Well, core. You said the word core.
I try to keep underneath 5 to 7 is a little bit much.
Okay.
But then they're all over 2%. If it's,
yeah.
So like if it's under 2%,
I was just thinking like.
But if it gets over 5, then I start thinking trim anyways. That's what I was doing with Lily.
Because the problem is if Meta crashes, then so does all your other.
Well,
core holdings.
that's my whole thing.
So that's why you have to get it in front of it somehow.
And that's why I was like, well, usually by that point, I've probably trimmed for some other reasons. But yeah, it's an interesting question. I've never really given it too much thought there.
A good one.
But you should always have some. I don't know. I feel like it's the kind of question I should have an answer to, but I really don't.
Yeah, no. My answer is I just keep trimming on the way up. I mean, I don't, and then I just reassess. Like that's why I was asking about the percentages. I don't really even look at percentages really. I just kind of look and see what kind of a move has that name had, right? Like when we look down, and I forget the name the other day, we said, oh, it was Intel. We were up 74% on that trade. Like, I think that's a good trade to be up 74% in half of a year. So that's like part of the logic for me is has it run a little bit more than we thought? And then if it has, then we get out, right? And if we can find levels like we did on Intel right here, and it's coming back up. So if any of you missed that level or you like it or you don't, whatever, it's coming right back to this area again. And that's how you sort of just raise the capital, that if there is a dump down, that's why when I'm saying like I like to buy Amazon, I'm buying it with money, not new money, it's money that we've raised from selling positions, right? And so I think like that might be another call there about Eli Lilly, like, again, trying to look at the portfolio and just reassessing it every once in a while and say like, how much has this thing grown, regardless of how much I have in, right? Like I think Marvell, I have too much in Marvell, I know that, but I actually, we did trim some in this stock, but we're still gonna wait to see if it can break even higher. But if this can break below $80 again, then I really should be rethinking how many shares I have in this position to get out, because if there is that, it's not going to be a black swan event, but if there is something with China or something like that that really starts to affect the chip space, then yeah, Marvell could be right back down into here. And then all of a sudden, all those paper profits, I mean, check Donkey Kong out, if you want to get like a little nervous about something, what could possibly happen when fundamentals change on a stock, right? So DraftKings got more competition with Kalshi putting up with the predictive markets and putting in parlays and whatnot. That started to give Donkey Kong a little bit of a nightmare, and you can see it's a nightmare for shareholders when that stuff starts to happen. So you can never really see those things other than, did I just get more? No, I didn't. Okay. So the TQs, I was wondering like how many shares I have, but nothing's really. So we are losing a little bit. Just to give you guys an idea, I'm giving back about 5%. So I could see, maybe even less. I can see how much we've made on this. Once this breaks 75, then we almost rate now. Why did that not trigger out? Okay, it should have. So I'm just going to punch out right now. I don't know why that didn't trigger. So I'm just going to bid 70. Bidding 76s. I don't want to miss it. Doesn't matter. It's such a small amount. But there it is. Gimme. There it is. Okay. So that closes that trade. So, for me, 1 for 1 day. We hit the goal for the day, and that's trading. So there it goes, man. Just one solid trade, and that's really all that it takes. And we're glad to do that today. So there's one. Now we'll start to look somewhere else. I mean, there goes the market. And I think it just kind of makes sense with what we wrote down here. Only these two ideas early. We had LAC and IBIT. LAC never broke the high, so we didn't trade that. And then IBIT never got down, so we didn't trade that. And then we just said, the shutdown, I want to see the NASDAQ's reaction early. And then, I mean, it's hard to see it, so I'll just put it back over here. And then we say, and then fade any pops. So there it is, should be here. Did I not attach it? Okay, there it is right there. So, only these two ideas are there. Possible failed pops early. So if we hit that fade on the pops, then that's what we wanted to do. So we did exactly that on the TQs. We weren't sure what the market was going to do. This is a pop goes the weasel, and that's a drop it down low. So that was a great opportunity there. Filled out exactly what we wanted to do. And Neil, when your trades hit, you should be making your levels, right? And so that's a good one.
Yeah, that's the thing. If your trades work, then that's how it should be. And just make sure everybody, like when you, the way I always look at it is you're always paying for, like there's no such thing as a free lunch. Like you're always paying for something. So the amount that you risk on the trade, let's say I'll give you I'll just make an example of the stock that I'm in right now because it's the best way to do it. So I'll simply tell you, like EA, that's going to be hard to see, but like the next level, 202.5, like at no point have I got in what I had on Monday, which is fair because it didn't get up as high as on Monday. But if it gets up to 202.5, I've put a full position on, I want to risk about 25 cents. So that amount, that's your cost for the trade. And then when I look at it, if I lose on that trade, I want to lose a fraction of what I made when it worked all day on Friday. Or sorry, on Monday, I should say. So that's the way I look at it. So that a good day should be bigger than when you have a loss. But you can always work at it. There's other ways to do it too. Like I've seen traders make it work, where they just have a ridiculously high winning percentage on a given strategy, let's just say.
Yeah.
So when it does blow up, and when it does blow up, they can lose more and it can work for them. But it's just not something I've seen on a consistent basis. That being said, ETH just hit the high and is pulling back. So again, take some out in front of the high, pull some on the dip. For now, it's holding the volume weighted average price. I think we should be able to continue trend up. It likes to follow the market, so let's just see if it can go as well. And good thing that we got away from Tesla, because Tesla is now 454. Tesla is, now it's almost blue skies on Tesla, because all you're looking at is the December, I think it was on my birthday when it hit that 470 last time. When we got there on Boxing Day. So I think blue sky is available here on Tesla ahead of those deliveries. Pretty intense move. It's only 2%, but you're still breaking this consolidation that it's been in for a while. So the sellers have been dumped. Bye-bye. Tesla off to the races. Adara?
We're going to start with BDAI. Never mind. I think my mic's having an issue.
All right, Neil, man, the no gloating wants, you got a super chat right into there, so let's discuss that.
What do we got here? Thanks, Joe. Great number of gloating. I mean,
it's not gloating. I've already discussed
your personality is your personality.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you this.
And sleeping on this
was something that Brendan told me really early. I'm just going to get to super chat, and we'll get right back to Adara in a quick little second. No, and he was like, because Brendan used to do radio, right? So he was the only person with any broadcast experience. Yeah. And so when we were going on, all he simply said is, if you try to be something that you are not, it'll be very obvious that you're being fake.
Right.
So then, like I'm more of a Tim Duncan kind of guy. I kind of always have been that way, but so it is what it is. But here's what's more important. We said bull might test 16 on Tuesday. What indication helped you see that? We like Webull. I'll get that out of the way. And the other thing, too, is I own shares of Webull at $10.69. It would be 42, but I didn't get filled at 42.
Right.
I got 16.
There we go.
I got 16. No, but Webull, if it'll load up here in a quick little second, thank you, charts. I just want to make sure we got to the super chat. The reason we said, come on, there you go. The reason I said 16 was just simple technical. Like if you looked at the last time it bounced off this area here, look at the resistance at $16, topping tail wicks, culminating with a fail of the 16 level, but all these fails around the same price level. So when it held here at 13 again, I'm just thinking it goes to 16. Like as simple as possible. That being said, I didn't get this trade. Like I didn't end up going long at $13. So it didn't really matter. I was just looking at the technical levels, but thank you, HXC6.
Yeah, and I just want to thank everybody in the chat as well. Obviously, that guy's just joking. You could see here, man, people, we've been dealing with this the whole time in the chat. We both see this all the time, right? I mean, when you're winning on a trade, it's like yesterday, we're winning and it's just like we're congratulating and we're happy for each other. And at the end of the day, that's all you can do is look at your own account. And hey, if you're winning, we're going to talk about it. And the good thing that I do is if I'm losing, we're also talking about it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we'll take. I mean, I like. We had this discussion before too. I'll take the Kobe and MJ attitude of the killer, and the Tim Duncan. I love the Tim Duncan. I think Kawhi's a good one for you as well. Someone.
I don't like Kawhi Leonard.
Someone in the chat just put that in there. Right
I met a dude.
Well, so
I told you about this.
yeah, well, Kawhi's
no, but I ran into this a really cool gentleman at a Jays game at an event. And he knew everybody on the team. Like, he knew all the players, he knew all the coaches, he had great relationships with them. He's the one that actually got Barrios to come out and sign for my daughter. And we were sort of talking, and he does like personal training, so I guess he knows athletes from there. And all he had, like, the stories he was telling about Kawhi, just made me think a little bit differently of the guy. But how Kawhi treated everyday people, how he treated like the wait staff somewhere, how he treated the guy that opened the door for him, how he treated people that worked in the organization. And when you hear that about a star, you think, he brought us a championship, congratulations, thank you, Kawhi, you'll always be a legend for that. But that's the kind of thing that rubs me the wrong way, because I'll tell you right now, whether you're Kobe or Duncan, both those dudes, people speak very well of them. You never hear people say bad words about them in the organization. I mean, like, no, there's no ball boy that's going to be talking trash about Kobe, or a fan that's like, "Oh, Kobe blew me off." You don't hear that kind of stuff out of those two guys, even though they're quite different people. Anyways, yeah. So I'm not a huge
negative things. I mean,
I'm not a huge Kawhi fan.
Rest in peace, Kobe Bryant.
I love Kobe. Let's go to.
Get carried away.
No, he's a good guy.
He's,
legend. Top 10 all time.
Not top 10. Yeah, top 3.
I don't know if he's in.
Kobe Bryant?
That's a different discussion. But
MJ, LeBron.
I don't put him. I'm not putting him over Kareem.
You're not?
No, I'm not putting Kobe over Kareem. Or Wilt.
Okay.
I don't know if I could do that.
Any Laker fans in the chat? Let us know what you guys are thinking.
Look, Kobe's great. I don't know if I could do that. It's the captain, man.
Yeah, yeah. I did hear that he was not the greatest teammate, Kobe, for sure. So, yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's go. Yeah, Magic Johnson, maybe.
Oh, Magic?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay, yeah, Kobe top 3. Okay, Kobe top 10, Kobe top 3, easy. All right, Kobe greater than LeBron. Okay, well, this is what makes it all exciting around here. So, all right, let's go back over. Yesterday I asked Obi to name 2 players on the Blue Jays. He could not name 1. So very interesting call right there. Sports is not for everybody.
No, not everybody. You don't have to.
But trading is for this guy, and news is for that girl. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, keep an eye here. We'll do small caps. Big bear to the upside. Not really a small cap. About 3.5 billion market cap and a 21% short float, but nice push to the upside today. Then we have CJET, CJET Motors. This one is another one of those crypto treasury type plays. Today, though, trading higher after they've expanded their private placement offering to up to $1 billion through a memorandum of understanding. Last but not least, RZLV, Resolve AI. This one removed from its pre-market highs, but on watch after raising its 2025 revenue target to $150 million in annual recurring revenue with a $500 million goal for 2026. Before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool, because Trade the Pool Beat Ackman live trading competition is here. October 8th to 10th. Every day, Ackman makes his move, and your mission is to outperform him. Beat his return, prove you've got what it takes. Then the grand finale on October 13th, broadcast live on Trader TV with Trade the Pool team live in the studio. Over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs, $25,000, $50,000, and even $100,000 valuation accounts, and surprise giveaways during the live show. So don't just watch, compete. Beat Ackman and win big. Scan that QR code to start trading. Back to you.
Train the same either. We're just saying, like, Michael Jordan didn't even really train that hard. No. I'm sure he did, but on the golf course and all that drinking.
Dude was going out and playing how many holes?
He was,
Speaking of golf, I have some questions for you. I have some questions about the Ryder Cup I have to ask.
I didn't even watch the Ryder Cup, so I have no idea.
Oh, you know what happened?
No, I didn't even watch it.
Dude, apparently they were heckling like crazy.
Rory, I saw that. Yeah. Well, it's in New York.
Beers at his wife, like.
Yeah, well, that
doesn't seem.
They'll never have it there.
Why do you have a box of Swiffer?
Dusty.
Okay.
Dusty.
It is very dusty.
Okay. It is a little dusty in here.
All right, so yeah, good hold there on LAC. Neil's got that one. The futures really started to blast up. So that was, again. Diamond hands when it wins, not when it loses. And there it goes, what Neil was saying about finding, big trades consistently. I mean, that's, and I thank Neil for mentioning that, because he had mentioned that these traders are few and far between, and that's what we're trying to do. And that's what I was saying about the consistency factor about last month, 4 red days. And we had upped sort of our risk. So it was a good month. So we want to still try to play in the same world, right? And that is that to use more shares, look for specific trades, not get blown out, and take good winners for everybody out there, right? And so hopefully, if we can continue to do that, we'll continue to mention those trades, and hopefully, if you guys like them and you can develop the way I trade and your own style and put it all together, that's the magic, is to figure something out where you are consistent and you're able to make enough money to pay the bills, right? So I think that's what you're trying to do, or at least trade for vacation money or something like that until you really get it going, right? All right, so that was Marvell, waiting to see if that was going to break, still down 2%, not super excited about that. We are getting oil coming through right now with inventories, expected draw, I don't know, I'll have to, it's not hitting on my Benzinga right now, but we can see what's going on with CL. These are the oil futures. So I was looking yesterday, I clicked on yesterday the October contract, but that was showing me nothing. Yeah, so I don't know what the contract is right now. September, that would be over. July, June, May, April.
Whatever X is.
X? Yes, we don't have X even on here. So X 25. So now it's November. Okay, so that makes sense. So let's just see what's going on now with crude oil. Not much. So there's a little bit of a bump up there into the number, then the fade out just a little bit. So I still don't have it, but whatever it's doing right now, nice move down there as well.
You know what I don't have?
Solana Treasury. What's that Vision System AI?
There's still no tap on Fermi.
What is that stock? Oh, on VSA. Oh, hold on a second. VSA took a Solana Treasury. Is that right? A symbol. What is it? It's not VSA. Is it VSA? No. Down 58%, maybe? I don't know. I'm just getting a story here. It just says right here, VSA, I guess. Plummeted. Okay, that's right. On Wednesday, after unveiling a pre-market partnership with Marinade, so it's marinating, financial right here to launch Solana-based treasury, valued at $2 billion. Okay, so that's why when I called up the stock, I was like, what's up with that? Normally, so this is backfired on these guys right now. Usually, exactly. What's up with that?
It's a new era if it's not even getting the pump.
Well, I don't know.
If it's only doing the dump, that's bad.
Yeah, like it looks like, and I stopped the charts, but it doesn't look like it was doing anything. If yesterday it's 340 down to 140 right now. So yeah, yikes. Not great news here for VSA. I wonder if you guys know of any stories with this one, because down there on a Solana announcement for that treasury. Let me just go over quickly the market caps here. So 117, I mean, wow, Bitcoin, Ethereum, I mean, good 24-hour move, right? So I'm going to assume that move is extended everywhere else. Yes, so I didn't buy anything on this dip. Like, we could have got more Ripple at 280, we didn't do that. We could have got more Solana at 200, we didn't do that. I'm already loaded up in Cardano, I'm not doing anything there. And I didn't buy more Bitcoin, and I'm not buying more Ethereum. So I don't, nice movement back up to the upside right now in the space. But yeah, that's strange. I thought maybe Solana was getting rocked. I didn't actually think that, but I was thinking that may be what was causing that move. But I guess not, right there on that Solana BSA there. So there it goes down to the downside. But anyways,
I don't trust those plays anyways.
Going the wrong way, it looks like.
Yeah, I don't trust those. If you're doing a treasury, then I'm sitting you out. It's just not my cup of tea. And congrats to anybody that pulls it off. I'd just rather be in the actual tokens themselves and take your shots that way. It doesn't mean you can't trade. Like, to me, if there's a day trade there's a day trade there, but I never really want to invest in them. I'm still, here, just to show you first, LAC, since making the higher low, is threatening to break trend. I wanted one last fill in front of VWAP. If I don't get it, then I'm getting out on a trend break. But I'm still not seeing any imbalance data on Fermi. So it's not even up here yet. I'm going to double check. It's supposed to be today. FRMI is supposed to be an IPO today. And Rick Perry backed energy name. and I'm not seeing it. So hopefully it is actually today. We'll keep our ear to the ground. Again, no update on it. So if you're asking about the IPO today, then we'll keep looking for you there. Thank you, Nimrod, for this. 50 memberships.
Boom.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much. Over at the banks, that's got to be Sharif or Joe over there because I didn't get a chance to get to it. But thank you so much, Nimrod. And if you're wondering, how do you get that advantage of getting those memberships? Well, you got to enable them in the chat. So you got to jump in the chat. To be in the chat, you have to be a subscriber. And I think right when you jump in, you have to enable gifts. So grab them up. Thank you, everybody. But thank you specifically, Nimrod. Always been just a great member of the community. All right, so it's breaking trend. I'm just going to punch out. I was about to move my stop, and I'm like, I don't need to move the stop. I can just punch out of the trade. And ETH must have just, ETH just tagged the high. So it just made another breakout. We're going to buy the next dip into the volume weighted average price as ETH just continues its relatively slow grind up. It was up 3%. Now it's up 4%. We'll buy the next dip on ETH as long as this continues to trend higher. NEO to the moon, someone just said. NIO to the moon? Not today. Not today. So I hope it goes for you if you're long this one. This has been maybe the best trending Chinese EV name the last little bit. I'll give it that much. Whether or not that holds up, doesn't matter. Momentum's been fine, just not today on NEO. Whatever reason. So if you're buying pullbacks on this, good luck. It's been a good trend, but it's certainly not to the moon today. What is going is NVIDIA along with this market. More all-time highs. Look at that V-shaped reversal on NVIDIA. This has got to be a long at some point. Prior high was what, 187 in here? Let me go to my 15-minute. That'll be way better on a 15-minute chart. There we go. Oops, I zoomed in too many times. Yeah, you'll know you haven't broken out. Nope, check that. You have not broken out a new all-time high yet on NVIDIA. It's about 15 cents away from an all-time high break. Let's look for a false break, dip into VWAP or 186.5. Like right in here, like this consolidative high. So another day, another all-time high. Next stop, probably 5 trillion for NVIDIA the way it's going.
All right. All right, so because Nimrod had mentioned that over there to us, let me just go over one quick little thing, and we want to thank Nimrod for giving us those 50 memberships and giving everybody there in the chat the same way. We are doing something different right now with our membership. So, okay, all right, well, we can wait. Brendan's just updating this right now as we speak, but if you go to join, what we're actually doing for $5 a month right now, sure, you get these cool emojis, you get all these fun little things that you can put in, our faces, Bitcoin, some different things that we've been updating, but brand new, starting now, today, Brendan's just telling us it's updating. We're going to change all this right now. You are going to actually begin to get, and it's Sharif's morning note. So you are actually going to get, here, if I bring this down a little bit, you're going to get this note live in your inbox for just $5 a month. It has all the interesting levels for support. It has much more in-depth look at all of the stories that we talk about, including new stories as well. So this is something that I have open and we discuss it. Obviously, Sharif goes over that in the midday with Joe and Adara, but you just got to click join right there. So for $5 a month, it's going to get delivered. It's replacing our, I don't know if we're going to get rid of the current watch list. We may still send that out, but for now, it's a much more in-depth. For $5 a month, like that's just covering whatever this YouTube cost is to put that out. So it's a completely awesome opportunity. For $5 a month is like 30 cents a day, or not even that, to get a fully curated list. So I want everybody right now, if you did not grab one of Nimrod's 50 memberships right there, we want to obviously thank him for putting that out, but go in right now and grab a membership because then you'll get the best watch list delivered to you immediately for free. I don't know about immediately, but every single morning.
Before we go to Adara, quickly, Nimrod again with a super chat. Whoever hasn't received a membership, stay in the chat and subscribe. He says he will gift additional subs every 2 hours today. So every 2 hours, you need to be a subscriber to be in the chat. Make sure you do so, and let's jump over to Adara. Thank you so much, Nimrod.
Okay, keep an eye here on Google, GOOGL. Business Insider reporting that Google has cut employees in its cloud division this week. Apparently, these cuts mostly affected staff working in user experience roles like design and UX research, and they've been making rolling cuts over the past 2 years. So just keep an eye here at Google with some cuts in the cloud division. Back to you.
I'm going ham. I turned to Sean. I just go, is there a story on Palantir today? And he goes,
I don't know.
We don't know.
Well, it's zero. I mean, the market's at zero. Palantir up 1%. I mean, I feel like if there was a story, this thing would be up like.
It's 185. Yeah, that's true. But this 185 level has been trying to break this stock out for a while.
It's nice the market came back.
Go Palantir, just a little bit more. I think it's 186. I think that's a real wick, and it's not quite 186. It's like 185.80 or something like that for Palantir. So that's the next story or step or level that has to break. I just drew this trend line to see if it could hold on to the trend. I was like, oh, well, if it held the trend line, you could take like a 185 break or re-break and give it to the trend. And then the next thing it does is promptly lose the trend line. So, well, there's no long there. Maybe the volume weighted average price here for Palantir. No story in particular, but this going, market going, NVIDIA going. Let us know what other names you're looking at for sure in the chat. I still see all the same things on when I look up at the visualizer. Tesla, LAC, SoFi, Tempest AI. We're not looking at Tempest AI. There was no story specifically that I knew on Tempest AI, but all the same names up there, actually Meta popping in. SoFi wasn't doing a heck of a lot either, unfortunately. Tempest is powering up 6%. That'll play.
Yeah, it's a good level there.
Nancy just continues to win with this one.
Yep.
I can tell you, just the steady buy the dip on this stock just continues to work over and over again. So you follow with Nance, and you will win. Congratulations.
Yeah. Or yesterday we talked about attention gloating again. We talked about buying. We got super chats yesterday. We talked about BBAI at 650. I didn't buy any. So I'm glad that if any of you guys did there. BBAI, a nice move off. We said like it's time, if you're not in it, it's time to sort of start maybe getting in it if you believe in the name. Again, we're still a month away from earnings, but bouncing off that 50-period moving average, no matter what the stock, if you like it, I think it's a buy at that area, 50 period. So, there goes BBAI. I have targets of 10 and change. We just got to wait for earnings, and they better be good. And if they're not, then you're going to get a move back in again. So it's to sit here and try to predict what Big Bear AI is going to do with earnings. Fortunately, I wish I had that kind of power, and if I did, I wouldn't be sitting here, but that's what we're trying to do. We are in a new position right now, so we hit the sirens up again for this as we're back into the TQs. And I was just going to give this, we just had a wick high there in and around 103.50s, so it's not like it's the greatest trade. We just did have a nice move back into the 20s there. I don't know why I didn't have any bids out. I was looking at that Big Bear AI for you guys, but that would be a good little level there. I mean, that drop has to happen through here, 103.15. If that does happen, then giddy up on that one. But I am bidding some 24s right now. What are we short at? 35s or 36s? Let's put a bid at 26, just because we always seem to take 10 cents, and I don't even really know why. But we'll get that, and then if it breaks below, we're sitting right here right now at 21s. So we'll see if we can get that fill. It actually should be maybe 22s. We'll see if we can get that, and then this is the break that we're really waiting for, 15s or so. If that can happen, then I think we get a downside surprise and maybe back into the 50-period moving average. But our stop is just going to be this local high of 65, so 30 cents worth of risk. We'd like to take 30 cents worth of a winner. So first area out, obviously low 20s, we just said that. That'll be 15 cents halfway to the promised land. And then, hey, if we get stopped out on this one, we get stopped out. But I'm not averaging in until 103.55 right now. So we have we've made our bet on this one a little bit. The TQs continues to be a big trade, and we'll see if we can just sort of add a little bit to that. There is something, you have to go into YouTube and somehow select that you want to accept memberships. I don't know how to do it, but if you just click on join right here, now you get all of these emojis, like we said, and then there it is right now, plus our members only morning research note brought to you by Sharif. So we want to thank him for doing all that hard work. And now for just that $5 a month, you're going to get that, and then you can follow along in the midday with that note, and also use it to curate your own lists. Like, the sticky note comes off of that. So that's what I'm doing. And I think it's great that Nimrod's going to be doing that. And Nimrod also said that he's going to be dropping them every 2 hours. So stay on the
Don't
channel.
go anywhere.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. And let's get that. So, all right. Okay, your bill's $6.99 a month, and we have to figure out. Yeah, put that in the chat. $9.74 Canadian. Well, right now Canadian is like one. So if it's 5, how much does it say? $4.99 times 1.42 or so.
Like double.
Yeah, it should be 7 or so. Like so we'll find out why it's $6.99. But Brendan's on that, so we'll.
Yeah. Thanks for letting us know.
He'll look at that, and thanks, Westermeyer. But it should be $4.99, I think. But maybe it's $6.99. Hey, at $6.99. It's the best value period out there. Wait till you guys see
cup of coffee a day and get that note.
Wait till you see that note.
Yeah.
So
exactly. That's what it is.
That's that. So we've been sort of touting it for a long time, and we're glad to bring it to you again. So yeah.
Day trader cut $3.99. Well, the show is free $99. Actually, no, the show's not free $99 because there's no 99. It's just.
Yeah. You got to listen to us.
It's just free
with those ads. But just quickly, I don't know. Are we going to Adara? Okay, what is it for? Sector Watch. Okay, I was just going to go over some sectors. So let's go over then to Adara and get the read on Sector Watch.
I think it's pretty apparent what sector has a lot of outside strength today. That's going to be health technology over here in the corner. Now, there are a couple names sharply to the downside here as well. Intuitive Surgical, Abbott Labs, Boston Scientific, but generally you have Eli Lilly leading the group with AbbVie, Thermo Fisher, and Amgen also really strong. And the reason Eli Lilly is leading here is because we know yesterday this one rallied as well after U.S. President Donald Trump and some people in his administration indicated that beyond their Pfizer deal, which they announced with lower drug pricing, they're going to be trying to strike deals with Eli Lilly as well. So LLY certainly on watch there. They indicated other companies down the line too. Producer manufacturing here, a little bit of strength with Caterpillar, Lam Research, and AMAT to the upside. Utilities holding up relatively well too. Next Era and Constellation, two of the largest constituents in the group, are trading higher. But there's a lot of weakness here in finance and technology services. Also retail trade a little bit here as well. Let's start here with tech services. Meta sharply to the downside. No clear catalyst that I could find. Adobe down about 3% here as well. Microsoft, Google, and Netflix relatively red too. Now, if you go to electronic technology, this is going to be a little bit flatter, but Micron is actually up about 5%. So there is some outside strength. Intel up 1%, Dell up about 3%. AMD, which did have a catalyst with IBM this morning, only slightly green today, guys. So mixed look across the board. Market's relatively flat. I would say this board pretty much reflects that. But if you're looking for strength, check out health tech. Back to you.
Yeah, healthcare 100% and NVIDIA. Healthcare, NVIDIA. But I was just sort of noting, like of the non-tech stocks, it's retail that's weak. Like Walmart down 2.25 into a flat market. That's not nothing for Walmart. So I was just let me quickly just mention this about AMD. AMD 164. Here's the 15-minute chart. There's 164. There's a fail at 164. It's just triple topped on a 15-minute chart at 164. The same resistance it's had for the last couple of weeks now on AMD. There's no good trends unless it literally breaks down under 163 here. It's kind of looking at the all-day trend line and then the VWAP holds trend line, and they're basically saying the same thing. It needs to break underneath 63, but I like 64 as resistance first. If it gets back up there, look for the short. If it breaks trend, try that one as a short trade. But yeah, Walmart, with retail looking relatively weak. I know Amazon was able to bounce there, but Costco weak, Walmart weak. It's right back to the 50 period in that $100 level. So it's at some pretty hefty support for potential bounce play. So Walmart at 100 could be a bit of a thing today for lunch as we're going right back to Adara for more news.
Oh, yeah, I'll do money talks while I'm here, too, because this story is actually kind of related to both. We'll start here by looking at the NASDAQ. Now, again, pretty strong on the day. I do want to mention those Supreme Court refusing to let Trump immediately oust Fed's cook. So Supreme Court actually ruling that no, Fed's cook could not be immediately removed. The general consensus here is that if there is an investigation that reveals some type of mortgage fraud, then their removal would be allowed. But as of right now, Supreme Court denying Trump's request to immediately remove the Federal Reserve's Lisa Cook, but they will be considering the case over in January. So January 2026, we might get more clarity. Let's take a look here at the U.S. dollar on the daily chart. Now, the non-farm payrolls are not going to be coming out on Friday if the government is still shut down. I just watched the little, I guess, talk there with Mike Johnson and other Republican leaders. They're making it very clear that they want a resolution as soon as possible. We have a press conference with Democratic leaders. That's going to be coming through, Democrat leaders. That'll be at 11 a.m., so in about 10 minutes. That might give us more clarity in how things go. But with regards to the shutdown, that is, even if we argue it's not going to really impact the market, it will impact economic data, and that could impact rate cuts. Now, why is that the case? Because we know that we had two Feds yesterday alone, Goolsbee and Collins, both saying that if we miss data, especially CPI and the non-farm payrolls data, which we were expecting on Friday, that could really impact the rate decisions that are made because they don't have the full picture of data, right? So this could be really significant. 4-day losing streak right now for the DXY, but still making some higher lows after basing out on Fed Day, September 17th. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And that's one thing to keep in mind. Like, we're not going to, the last government shutdown, you had some reports, economic data, that was a couple of weeks delayed. I think there were at least one or two reports that were like a month delayed. You still get them, but it also means that the Fed's not going to get that data.
Right.
And to the extent that it might matter, we'll find out. Look, the shutdown literally just started. The betting odds, oh no, I just minimized it. Shoot. The betting odds this morning were saying at Kalshi, oh no, I lost it. Kalshi was about 11 days is what they were saying. I'll just double check here. Yeah, 11 days. No, it's not going to change. But more than 5 days, 84%, that was 70 something. And all of a sudden now there's some odds here, more than 15 days up to 38%. So if you trust the betting markets to be somewhat of a decent indicator, I tend to think they are. Like, here's the truth about.
The smartest people are in Vegas.
That's what I'm saying. Like, these have been a better predictor for elections. These have been a really good predictor for who's going to go next in the S&P 500. Just name it. And where the money goes tends to be pretty true. And these are only getting bigger, these better betting markets. So, the markets are kind of betting that this is not going to be a 1 or 2 day event here. And that will mean that we'll get some delays on data. No questions asked. Like, if this is more than a couple of weeks, then you better believe we're going to have more than a couple of weeks delay on some key economic data. And the Fed's going to have to sit on that, unfortunately. But we're already a little bit pensive about getting any further cuts anyways. So, we'll see. That doesn't help things, I don't think.
Yeah, we are excited for the potential of, Sharif likes the word pensive, so.
Is it?
He hit it.
Yeah?
He's the professor, so.
I don't think that's that big of a word.
No, nor do I, but he liked it. Nothing wrong with liking that word, man. I mean, word of the day right there. So I don't know. We're just going to wait to see what winds up happening here again with these TQs. I mean, we're in this trade. We've only been in one trade today, and like I said, well, one idea, and this was this short, and it's lighting the candle for me. So that's it. We don't need to do. I mean, we like to make as many trades as possible if we see the opportunities, but the opportunities have to be there. So I'm not going to try to make a mistake here and get into anything else. Where we only have 8 minutes left before we throw it over to the midday. And remember, if you guys aren't joined up, make sure you do that immediately, because you want, first of all, hit the like and the subscribe. We have a huge breaking news story coming in just 1 second, but make sure you do hit this like and subscribe right now. 1.1K so far. Do that, and then we'll talk about this join button in 1 second when we get back from Madeira.
Keep an eye here on Open Door. U.S. Representative Cleo Fields apparently filed for purchase of Open Door shares. So Open Door shares being purchased by an American politician here, guys. Back to you.
I think she's old, Miss Cleo.
Oh,
I was going to say I thought maybe she had passed.
If she's dead, then I don't want to make
she had passed away. 1.1K there. There's Open Door right now. So moving up 10 cents. We'll wait to see if there is any more action on there. But now, if you just hit this join, and Nimrod in the chat is dropping out different memberships. So make sure you do grab one. If you haven't, do it right now. She did pass away.
Yeah.
Oh, boom. There you go.
Like 8 years ago.
All right. Maybe I should be predicting things. Right there. Now you get the members only morning research note with it as well, delivered right to your inbox. So nothing else to do. Make sure you subscribe, get this funky Randy picture if you subscribe as well. So make sure you do that and have some fun with us, right? So that's what we're doing. Support the channel by hitting the like, and if you can't grab a Nimrod membership, $5 a month, we'll get you that delivered right to your inbox. And we're just trying that, something different. We put a lot of work into it. It's just $5. That's covering basically the transmission of it. Plus Google takes a percentage, you know, we got to deal with that. So as you go, thank you so much for continuing, and that's one way to support us. Yesterday, I was wearing today we've got this hoodie on. Yesterday, of course, we were wearing the Trader TV Live hoodie, and we got a lot of questions about that. How could you guys support us through Trader TV Live merch? We don't sell those anymore, so this is a way to do it right there for just $5 a month.
And to get some value out of it.
Well, that's the whole point, and that's why we're doing it, is to get the value, right? Make sure you grab that, get the value, and be part of our community, right? Read the same notes we read every day, basically.
Pfizer going to 30, says James back, and then Mike Peter Ryder, is it cold in Canada? Relatively speaking, I mean, I'd say yes today. It was like 11 degrees when I left my house in the morning, whatever that works out to. I don't know, what is that, like?
What?
52?
What?
11 degrees? Yeah, whatever.
Oh, 11 degrees?
Yeah, it wasn't very, it's not very nice.
No, but it's supposed to be 25 degrees.
It's supposed to warm
Friday, yeah.
Friday warms back up. We won't get to room temperature today in Canada. Let's put it that way. I think we're supposed to be high of 18. So AMD did break that trend. Jumped in. I kind of missed flats, like 163 evens, I should say, not flats. I tried to get 163 even, and then just nibbled in here at 86. I left my order in on the off chance we get there. 162 is the open range high. Like, that would be the obvious target. I'm already sitting there. See if we can get it. Bovin just said DXYZ is moving up. That's the Destiny Tech. When was the last time we talked about this? You get a little bit of everything with Destiny Tech. This is your only way to be invested in some of those, like SpaceX.
Right.
They got OpenAI, SpaceX. I know we're in this. But the one thing I remember, and this is not me speaking, this is months back, I remember reading a report that suggested if you actually look at the last funding raises for the companies that they hold, and do a bit of an evaluation there, the Destiny Tech was trading at too high of a premium. I don't know if that's still true to what it was holding, because it's fallen back a lot. So maybe this is a more reasonable look. But you got to keep that in mind. Just because it holds OpenAI and SpaceX and you want to own them doesn't necessarily mean that this is valued well. Like, you might be sitting there thinking that, yeah, I'm holding those stocks, but this thing is trading at like a 5x of the value of the things that it's holding. And you can look at those private funding raises or levels to be able to do that work. But I've never done it with Destiny, so I've never bought it. But this does look very good here today. We've seen it squeeze before. So yeah, keep an eye on that one. That's a good one, Bovin. Worth tracking, because I know a lot of people are always looking for exposure to some of the names that it does hold.
All right, yeah. I mean, I never really liked that. I mean, my biggest one, I've only ever bought ARKB. ARKQ is the robotics. I keep saying B. ARKQ, isn't that what it is? Oh, Blue Ocean. Amex? Yeah, so this is a robotics exposure. I really like, it still says Blue Ocean. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to something else. Let me go over to NVIDIA. Anyways, I really like that one, the robotics play. 187. Now my chart is froze. There it is. Wow, NVIDIA, man, new all-time highs, I believe, there for NVDA, man. Buy the king and forever be rewarded, it seems like, as NVIDIA right there goes up to 187.95. Yeah, that is brand new. Before today, it was 187.35 highs, and there it goes today. Wow. What a move right there on NVIDIA. What a move on Apple today. It's just... This is where we get, again, I'm starting to get that feeling where we've bought a lot of these names. Like, we bought Apple at 212 not even that long ago. We bought, Eli Lilly was about a month ago or so. We bought Marvell not too long ago. We bought the other name we just talked about. My most recent buy was NVIDIA, 175. Now all of a sudden it's 188. Like, there's a lot of movement right here. I don't know. We had celebrated Apple breaking all-time highs before, but on our charts we don't necessarily have that. We have it about 259. Let me just see what.
Maybe on a closing.
Yeah, let me just see what the chart is on this. This is E-signal, tends to be just a little bit more accurate on that. No, so they have the same high as we do. 260.10. So we did celebrate Apple because we got a note from one of our viewers there that Apple had broken. But now that I'm looking at this, I have to throw a little bit of cold water on that. It does not look like Apple broke all-time highs, but came close enough to doing that. So great comment there. And whether or not Apple is up $1 or $2 from where we are right now, still Apple remains a great level there. And I want to buy more Apple on dips, not less. So we'll wait to see if that comes in again. Don't ever want to really get out of this position. I really like what Apple's doing right now, and let's just wait till they, get someone to pay them to use their AI and not the other way around. So we really like Apple up at these levels. So Apple continues to work here a little bit as well. And then the name that we hadn't looked at all today, Robinhood. Robinhood down 2%. That continues to go a little bit lower right now, near the lows of the day, and SoFi as well, trying to get to those lows of the day as well as that gets a little bit lower. So yeah, not great love here for some of these names today. And then Webull had a nice bearish move 2 days ago, bullish move a little bit yesterday, or was it the other way around? Let's load this up and see. Yeah, so actually just back-to-back down days for Webull. So Webull got as high as $16 there, now fading back into the 50-period moving average. So just 10 seconds left. I'm only in this future short, which really isn't moving. We had gotten some out there, but we're waiting for a little bit lower here on this name.
Just one thing before we throw you guys over to the midday, just so I can get you the actual numbers. Destiny, which is DXYZ, they hold 52% is SpaceX. And then 7% is OpenAI. There's a bunch of other stuff, Epic Games, Revolut's in there, Chime, like Stripe. But it's just, what you're getting into. It's like over half of it is SpaceX.
Yeah.
So, and then keep in mind, you have to then, to do the work, you'd have to then look at what the latest valuation is of all of these things and then do the math and then see whether that holds up and what kind of a premium you're paying for it overall. Oh, we didn't do what's for lunch. What did you guys eat yesterday?
Shitty. It was bolognese yesterday. It was really bad.
Oh.
Okay,
really?
So, yeah, putting spaghetti sauce on top of a pasta is and especially...
But what did we get?
Same thing. We got spaghetti sauce on top of the pasta. It was ridiculous. Anyways, is what it is. Very, very weird meals around this place these days, that's for sure. Today, let's see if it is true again here today. Thanks for reminding us, everybody in the chat, and Neil, with this one as well. Today should be okay. We've had this a couple times here. It's grilled Greek chicken. So I think that should be okay. They always put some good spice on that for the chicken. So I would say this is going to be a good one. Grilled Greek chicken with rice, seasoned vegetables, and of course, if you could guess what kind of salad, Greek salad. So right there, so we say hot dog gun. That should be a good one there if you're liking it. Okay, so here we go. We're almost stopped out of the TQQs as it does run to the top again. We're not doing anything too crazy with this trade. There it goes. If it takes the top, we're getting out. So we will end it there. We averaged it in. We took some fills there, but we're not doing anything crazy at 11 o'clock. Not today. So there it is. Good day overall today, man. One trade for me. Couple trades for this guy. We wound up green. I wound up green on the day, so I think that's very positive right there. And we'll just look to make more when we get back at 2 o'clock. So, all right, man. Good to have you back. Hopefully, you're feeling better.
Yeah, I'll give it the meh. We're good enough to be in. That's all.
Yeah, that's good enough. All right. All right. Thank you for everybody. We're going off to the midday show. Make sure to hit that join.
And don't forget, every 2 hours. Nimrod says he's going to drop the membership, so hit that join, make sure you're in the chat, and take part, because you get that free, well, it'll be free for you if you get the memberships through Nimrod, that note from Sharif. So good luck to everybody in your trading. Market's going higher, Tesla going higher, NVIDIA going higher, and Joey Options and Sharif about to give the goods.
Oh, whoa, hey, well, I didn't get the,
Hey, boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Dang Options, and I'm Sharif. And yeah, we'll wait for everyone to come into the chat before start getting all excited over here, Joey Options. It looks like YouTube. What's going on over there, YouTube? Where are the people? Show yourselves, people.
Where the money at?
All right, so we're gonna have to do it live on this one again here, Joey. What do we got? Where are all the people at? All right. Hey, okay. It looks like my chat wasn't working there. All right. Looking good, looking good. Let's say hi to everybody. All right. There we go. Now we're flooding in. Shout out to Strango Mango. That's a new one. John P. in Hell's Gate. Jake, Roberts, Snake, A Day in the Life. We got John Ishrad, TX Badger, and we got Vern, Jody Mills, Tammy, KB, and Cometeer, Andrew Chow, and Big 40 Nephew. Shout out to CTFIO, G-Top 5150. Oh boy, it's time for Plan B. What? We got Miami Dragon, Byron Hill, 69, Judge Shack. You got 69 in the name, you're gonna get a healthy round of applause for me. We got Buffalo Soldier Son, Sirac G, and Moonshaw Ahmed. We got SM as well. Who else, man? Ali Hu, Dexter Smith. One more Joey options. Marta Lenga. Good morning to everybody. Joey, just before we get say hello to everybody, the big kahunas, they've been talking about this all morning. If you are not part of the YouTube All Access, I think it's like $6 a month. Every single morning, this is going to get sent out to you guys. A morning note. You're going to get your technical areas of support and resistance right at the top. If it's an earnings play, you're going to get all the, the earnings report, the guidance, the segments, how things did, and you're going to get a trader takeaway telling you what to look for, both from an intraday perspective as well as a swing perspective. It's all free to members, and it comes into your inbox. Well, actually, you just click a link every single morning. So make sure you're subscribed and ready to go. Good morning, Joe.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I like that. I like that the trader takeaway. I mean, listen, guys, what is it? Your iPhone bill,
something like that.
Your Apple Music bill, that's $12. Cell phone bill is a little bit. It's going to be your cheapest subscription, and especially if you're sitting here day in and day out. You want to find and get in some of that fundamental news as well as the technicals. So make sure you guys check that out, see what Sharif's got going on. It's going to be your cheapest sub without any question. All right, guys, without further ado, I bring to you... Let's see what we got going on IBIT. Man, oh man, what a missed opportunity. 0 for 2 on that one. And it kept going. So you know what? AC Slater to that. Let's go on to some things that we are rocking and rolling in. And that was goggles this morning. A nice little long. We added to that position. We scalp it out up until just a little bit under 142. And then we get that break even stop out. Bang. That's our other trade throughout the day. But I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities in crypto. I mentioned it yesterday, and Sharif mentioned it this morning as well, too. Is that, hey, government shutdown, I think you're going to see a little bit of a rotation into the crypto space. And sure enough, we had Bitcoin tapping into some new numbers there, which was really, really nice. And then also, we are short the TQ, surprisingly. Attempt number 2. Let's see if we can get this rolling. There are some topping tail signals. And yeah, so that's what we're going to go off of. I still have my eyes on goggles to see if it's either going to break down or break up. It's starting to form that wedge, and we want to keep our eyes on that. Don't want to continuously keep trying to short the NAS if it doesn't want to go, right? So like attempt 1, get out and puts in a new high. We get in at a little bit better price, and it's just continuing to grind, right? So do we want to be standing in front of this? No, not necessarily, but we are also looking for that move back down towards the volume weighted average price. Now, as for the likes of NVDA, super, super strong like bull today. And you don't, yeah, exactly, strong like bull, brother. And you don't want to be standing in front of this. But as for the goggles themselves, what do we got going on here? We got this price compression. We have that flat bottom, and we have that wedge that's being formed. I love this volume print. This is essentially what I was long off of earlier in the morning, and we take a move up to there. So we have an inverted hammer on the other side of that, but the volume not necessarily supporting it like we have on this one. So patience. If we can get in at the lower end of the range, I like my risk to reward on that one. So that's what we got. We're short the NAS, but we won't be for very long, especially if Google has other plans to break out. And I like our chances on it. Let's zoom out before we send it back to Sharif and see what we got going on from a daily. Are we in breakout territory? No, but can we be in potential bounce territory? I think so. So keep an eye out on what we got. Down 7% off of those highs. Watch out for Google. Even though it's been on a monster run, I think we can get a slight recovery here on the day.
All right, guys, shout out to Blue Pirates, yes, you're going to get the morning note every day. Shout out to Freddie, who just joined again. You're also going to get the morning note. Shout out to Scott R. Henderson, all new members. You're going to get this every single morning. It's going to get sent to you. Make sure to get it live every day. It is a PDF. You can view it on mobile. You can view it on desktop. All formats, easy peasy. So thank you guys for signing up. And yeah, shout out to you guys. All right, let's talk about the trades we've got on. Yes, it is free print sassy. You just got to be a member. So hit that join button on the bottom of the video. Will I also get it? Ozan, you get everything for free, okay? Free. You get to stay at Joey's house for free when you're here. You're going to let me stay for free at your Dallas.
You up for free? He's
all right,
you up
guys.
For free, man.
Just living, just hit that subscribe button on or that join button on the bottom, brother, and it's going to get you're going to get access to it. All right, let's go. I'm in 3 trades right now. Let's start with the first one. PALI. This is holding on to VWAP, but the lower high and lower low sort of trend is intact. I'm giving this to 120. If it loses 120, we're gonzino. We've only got one beak wetter on this one. I got to tell you, it's up 50 some odd percent, 47.75%, but it's not looking good at these levels. We'll have to wait and see. LRMR. Waiting for this one to add a little bit more. I have my dollar cost average.
Okay, Jody.
You want to go?
No, I was just
I have my dollar cost average at 375, where the 10 EMA is. Looking for continuation. Only one profit taker. Shout out to Shanlu Trading. He's going to get, or they're going to get, the morning note as well. Shout out to you guys. SLNH, the other one I'm involved in right now, just got in my entry position near the high. I'm looking at obviously adding a little bit more. You know, when you punch into the high, you're not really sure whether it's going to retrace or continue. So I try to put the odds in my favor by picking it up off key areas of support. That level there is 262, where I'm looking to add more. Shout out to Dion Braxton. He's getting the morning note as well. All right, this is what I like to see. Let's go. Let's get some good participation. Let's all get that edumacation in the morning to know exactly what's running. Shout out to you guys. So those are the 3 I'm in right now. I've seen better trades, Joey, not going to lie. I'm obviously, goes without saying, I'm keeping my eye on DXYZ. I happen to like this company, obviously, as a vehicle to invest in privately held companies that are not listed on the public exchanges. Case in point, OpenAI, SpaceX, et cetera, et cetera. So those are the ones I'm looking at. Let's bring in the side chart too, because we're keeping an eye on NUKK. This one wants to get nuked. It's got a nice little bull flag going here with an 848 high, showing me 829 at the moment. Great support off the volume weighted average price, right around 795.8. I'm going to probably work my way into this one if it is warranted. All right, I'm liking this, man. YouTube uni students getting the morning note. Bear Slayers getting the morning note. This is what I like to see, guys. All right, we're going to keep
Sushi getting the morning note.
Oh no! Get it, Mark.
This is what we need, guys. Sign up. Sign up.
Love it, man. We love it.
Sign up.
Every single morning, guys, by 8:05 a.m., it's going to be live. You're going to be able to obviously view it, get your day ready. And the good thing about it is, Joey, I put one story per page. So you like a story, you want to do a bit more of a deeper dive, you go ahead and read it. You don't want it, it's not your modus operandi, it's not down your wheelhouse, you move on to the next one.
Dang. It's really that easy, right? Money wasn't right, but it wasn't tight. It's really that easy.
So good.
But no, in all seriousness, yeah, guys, go and check that out. I know a lot of you guys are having some good times with that. Yeah, let's see what we got going on, man. We're rocking and rolling here today. Still waiting for this wedge. I mean, yeah, it's good vibes around here, so we like that. Let's see if this short can continue. That's starting to slowly cook up for us. So bang, bang, bang. Attempt number 2 coming into play. So yeah, let's see. Now, as for what everyone else is looking at, open to the moon, crypto space is starting to rock and roll. I really, really love that. You guys know that goes without saying. What am I going to look for here? 103.20 on this potential short. So once we get to there, we'll slowly start to piece it out. And yeah, that's what we got cooking up. What did see? Gaurav, I like how we are both short today normally. Oh, okay, you took it off that quick. Come on, brother. Let me read that one. Yeah, I mean, usually it's one way or the other, but I think in the grand scheme of things, Jaybird, you're getting one. Wow, Steven, you're getting one. Yogesh, you're getting one. Man, it's starting to really
guys,
flow in.
I'm loving this.
No,
man.
but in all reality there, Gaurav, just to finish my thought, I feel like that we're constantly looking for the same things. So, yeah, I mean, we're not always we're not sitting beside each other or anything along those lines. So we'll always be in different positions, slightly see different things. And that's the beauty of trading, right? We're all displayed the exact same information, but the way we interpret it is completely different amongst each other, right? And when we correlate together, I like the probability, because if multiple people are seeing the same things, then the chances are the odds may be in your favor, because that's what we would like. May the odds forever be in your favor. Long time we're about to pay the due. Let's go. Yeah, there you go. So, oh my God, Wicked Chunky getting joining the Trader TV Live. So everyone really loving that new note that you're going to be getting in the morning. Make sure to turn on those notifications, because every morning I get it, bang, I'm like, all right, nice. Let's see what I'm getting there from Sharif, and so on and so on. So it's a really good look. Starting to get a little bit of a bounce here in the TQs. Right back to 103.20. We're going to piece that out. And then maybe if we're lucky on today's session, we'll have the ability to get to the volume weighted average price, or it might just be a strong market continuing to grind higher, my friend.
All right, so Joey, I'm just trying to find where we can show everybody where it is. It's supposed to be under posts. I'll have to get to this in a second. All right, Fred, Rob, all of you guys. All right, Joey, take over for a second.
Yeah,
I have to talk to
absolutely. Yeah, so he's going to get that sorted out. What's going on there? So what's everyone else looking at this morning? Put some names in the chat. We're still short the TQs. We're having a good time. It's Wednesday. So I'm just trying to think, like, what do we got going on? But no, in all seriousness, all right, we'll take a look at Plug Power, see what's going on over there. Dude, yeah, I mean, it's moving with the overall market. This is what we want to say. Okay, this is my green light to go here in the goggles. Again, I don't love what I've got going on. I'm short the NAS and I'm long gogs. A little bit of a hedge and a push and pull. So we'll see if we can get this breakout on Google. And if that's the case, I would rather size into Google and hop out of the TQ short and take that for that wedge breakout potentially, all right? So that's still cooking up. Let's see if that goggles is going to work out. We're going to give it to 240, so that's going to give us 60 cents. That's quite a bit, but we start relatively small just in case we do get that breakout that we're looking out for here. And all right, so Ozan says, Joseph, okay, wow, we're going way out there in date there, Ozan. We're going to do that before we send it back to my guy and see if he got everything sorted out there.
Yeah, we're good to go.
Good stuff. Yeah. Give me a couple minutes here, my friend, and we're going to go over all the way to, let's see, where did Ozan go? Ozan, where'd you go? Okay, January 15th, 2027. Okay, so we're talking leaps, baby. Leaps and bounds. All right, now what am I looking at? 940s? What in the helly? Okay.
Everything good?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my days. Never mind the 940s, O's. Look at the 960s.
Crazy.
What do they got going on over here? Did you run a scan on that? I'm curious to know. So yeah, that's a really good look, guys. This is January 15th, 471 days from now, right? You can see those 960 strikes starting to run some volume, which is very, very interesting. And then we also have the 940s putting in that volume as well too. But the open interest definitely lays at that higher strike price. So keep an eye out on that. Very, very interesting stuff. And thank you for pointing that out, our good friend Ozan. Oh, by the way, you got to pay a measly $3,700 for that contract, Sharif.
All right, I don't know if that's measly, but yeah, so just putting in a stop over here, and then we're going to I'll show exactly for all the new people who signed up to date, exactly where to get it. So it is super simple. So once you were signed up and you were a member and you've joined, so this is our homepage. Sorry for the black theme. So that's our homepage right now. All you do is you go right there to posts. Okay, you click that bad boy post, you scroll down. This was posted an hour ago. You hit read more, and then it's right there. It's going to be on a Google Drive every single morning. You will not see this post right here. Even if you go to posts, if you are not a members only subscriber, you'll see other things that we post, but this one will only be visible to those members who subscribe. So get your subscription in, guys, while it's still at this price. Shout out to Brendo, who helped me set this up, always doing the absolute most in a great way. All right, we're in a few trades right now, guys, so I'm just gonna basically cover them for you. AIHS, this is what we call above and special. Yes, this is Bhavin Patel's right here. So I'm in, where am I in at? I'm in at 87s, there's 93s, we're looking for more. We're looking for a $3 break and take. Now, it's been above 3 a bunch of times. However, it's had a whole lot of trouble clearing and staying above 3. I'm alive to that. I'm also alive to the fact that it's finding support at the 10 EMA. How long for? We'll have to wait and see. Okay, so LAIHS up 41 and change. We're also doing it freaking absolutely live here on LRMR. What a nice breakout. We're long 80. We just went the peak there at 92s. We are at the high of the day right now on LRMR. We're going to have to post as well at 95s, and then we're going to post at 98s. Right before we go to Adara, I want to let you know that we're also holding SLNH. This one's not up big. It's up 13.4, but it's holding generally the 10 EMA, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. And I'm trying to wet my beak with some more shares over here down at 62s. Alas, that is an old and outdated level, as the 10 EMA has now moved away from that level. So I've got to have to move up my dollar cost average resting order. With that, we're going to send you Adara. She's got news.
I do, and keep an eye here on BP. Excuse me. This one has a new chairman, Albert Manifold. An internal memo revealed by Reuters says that Manifold is apparently saying that the company has an overly complex portfolio of assets. We know that BP was reportedly in some type of buyout talks. Those were denied, and we know what that means for some reason in Britain. If you deny explicitly a buyout, then you're not allowed to enter that deal for like the next 6 months. It's a really odd setup. So either way, at least as of right now, they're not, it's at least 6 months, I believe. So either way, right now, they're not planning on any kind of sale. But either way, Albert Manifold, again, the new chairman, indicating that they do have an overly complex portfolio of assets. What they do with that asset or do with those assets is not yet clear. Back to you.
Yeah, well said, Adara. Great call out there. Very nuanced information there, specific, obviously, to the Competition Markets Authority out in England. Good look. They have some unique rules over there, baby. So we got to be alive to them if we're going to trade some of these names or be invested in them. So good call by Adara, Joey. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. The only one I'm kind of concerned about, Joey, is AIHS. I like what it's doing, but the instability or the volatility of this name and the indecisiveness, especially at this key psychological $3, has me a little worried. So we'll see if this one can continue to trend. But it looks like the longs and the shorts are engaged in one hell of a battle here in and around 280 to 3.
Good look there. Maybe I'll get the answer on the side. One Shot asks, how do you activate a gifted membership? We'll get that sorted out for you here momentarily without any question. One thing that I want to know, guys, 6,200 of you watching, only 300 likes?
That's crazy talk. That's crazy talk, Joey.
What kind of nonsense is that? Come on, just do us a solid. Hit the like. It's not that difficult. I mean, it's just a little click of a button, right? And that's all we're really asking for here.
The little flick of the wrist.
Come
on.
This trade has unlimited upside.
Damn. Yeah, there we go. All right, guys. Bang. Starting to cook up. 300 is wild. I know O-Dog. Shout out to O-Dog.
O-Dog.
Where's O-Dog from? Oh, yes. For all my Torontonians, that is going to be the radio station. Jeff O'Neill, a former Carolina Hurricane and Toronto Maple Leaf. So shout out to the O-Dog over there. Now, as for the TQs, guys, you can see that we're slowly starting to trim some as we're breaking through some key support levels. And then we got Google starting to grind back towards the top end of that range. We can't complain, right? So we get out of our initial trade, let things cool off, an additional fake out, we hop right back in because we said, we're not going to allow this to happen to us again. Yesterday we were looking for the short, we got stopped out once, and then I'm like, you know what, AC Slater to that. We're gonna come back, but this time we hammered. Of course I wish that I took the third swing on the Bitcoin trade, but that's okay. We're not too worried about it. We're in the TQs. We're waiting for Google to break out if it potentially does. Because look at this sideways price action, Shreve. This is insane. It's going to pick a direction. Which one? We have no idea. But if it's going to be to the top side, best believe your boy's going to want to participate on that one because we love Google. And there it goes, starting to climb a little bit higher. One more here for the folks. Oh, and sorry, give me a couple minutes there. Mr. Westermeyer, we're going to do this here momentarily. So I bit bull flag being formed. Is it going to break out? I think so. Let's go into those all-time highs, folks. Hit that 125, 130, because I'm holding Tom Lee accountable for his words. That's what we do over here. You say 200K, I'm going to take your word for it. And if it doesn't, there's going to be a little bit of a problem.
Oh, no. Don't get Joey Options upset.
I guess there's going to be a little bit of a problem then. That's my take on that. I'm sorry.
Shut the door, Adara. Boom.
That's crazy. That's crazy. All right.
Adara's choosing violence today.
Chose violence today.
I like it.
That's all right. We like,
okay,
we like it a lot. I like it a lot. There goes Bitcoin breaking through the high. I don't think it's hitting 200,000 either. There, I'm obviously being said. There goes Google starting to break out. But Mr. Westermeyer, so let's pull up the chart here as well too. So I got a lot going on with this Google breaking out, starting to work with us. But I'm going to multitask here because I think that's what we're pretty good at. So let's get Let's get to this daily. You want to set up an options contract. One thing to note is I think that we're okay, right? You can see here at the money IB is slowly starting to cool off because after this big gap down, you don't want to be buying contracts, right? So again, after earnings, it is a bad time to buy contracts. Why? Because implied volatility has increased. So, but now we're starting to fill up this gap here from that potential play. For me personally, I would wait for a pullback. And then if you're looking to set up an options play, it's this simplistic. Right? We're not going to do anything a month, 2 months, 3 months, never mind all that. We're going to put our money where our mouth is, and then we're going to go a little bit farther out, whether it be March, April, or May. Why? Because we want to give our thesis a little time to play out. And then if you're going to go and buy a contract, for me, it's always at the money or slightly in the money. Why? Because when you're in the money, you get to take advantage of that delta. You're going to get more appreciation within that contract point for point. Now, if you go at the money, it's like kind of think of it as buying common shares. And then sure enough, once it starts to appreciate in price, that's when your delta is going to start to accelerate. So for me personally, 180 at the money, you're going to pay $28 for that. So it's going to be $2,800.25, right? Or $2,800.25. And then, sure enough, you just want it to let it continue to work. If it doesn't, you have further dated expiration. You can do some shorter duration covered, a poor man's covered call essentially, and write a couple of options against it. And then when it starts to work, you just buy back those short options and allow that one long call option to appreciate freely, I should say, Sharif.
All right, guys. We're doing it live on one and didn't do it live on the other. Look, I narrowed my loss on AIHS. This one's losing the bid. So we wet the beak here into the pop into 90s. So I had about 35% of the position left. So we'll give back 35% on that. Are we positive on AIHS? The answer is no, we are not. We're negative on that one. But we're doing well on LRMR as it one trades near 4. It's a 399 high. That's my best out. I've got a couple of profit takers north of 4. And we're doing it absolutely live here on SLNH as it comes into the high of the day. That is my best print, 77s, 277s. It's up 16.5%, give or take. It's got a topping tail that's forming now. I'd like to see the topping tail or the price action get defended at 70. Why do I say that? What's this 70 area that I have a random obsession with? Area, rejection, rejection. Finally, you clear it. What I was pointing out there, if you couldn't see it on the chart, was the 270 price action rejections that the price had multiple times. So if that's the case, I'm looking now to see if that general 70 area will act as an area of support. You know, I'm talking about 69, 68, in and around that area. We've got a good position here at 66s, having DCA'd into 65. Let's see if we can kind of continue up in that same fashion. Oh, baby. There we go, above 4 on LRMR. Now we have the high of the day. That's a 403 print. My next print on LRMR, 411. We're long. Where are we long? We're 80s. Okay, so decent move here on LRMR. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on, these two. But I really have to stress that nuke, NUKK, is looking awfully, awfully good right now. As I mentioned at the top of the show, when we first started, it respectfully held the volume weighted average price in and around that $8 area. I love when two key areas of support conflate, right? You're getting that VWAP area where we know traders are looking. We got the psychological area of support at $8. They happen to be in and around the same. I like that kind of setup. Now it's an 858 high. It is a bit spready. I'm talking about NUKK. At times, I've seen it tighten up at other times, but it's an 858 high. We're showing 44s, and since reclaiming the 10 EMA on the 5 at around 1045, we've strictly held it, not even wicking into it or below it. So I'd like to set up somehow, some way here on NUKK. Just really undecided about how I'm going to do that at the moment, given that it is trading a lot closer to the highs. So we'll see if 850 is any level of importance over here. We know that it is, at least intraday. And why do I say that? That 10 a.m. spike rejects off 1050, drops to basically 790, and then we have a second attempt at 850. And sure, we clear it, but only on a wick basis. Look at that closing print on this green candle right here, closes south of 50. So we know the profit takers and or the short sellers are clearly looking at that half dollar level as an area of interest to them. Here we go. We're clearing 50. We're showing 53s now. Let's see how high we can get on this monster. I'd definitely like to get in. It seems like it's going to be a 10 EMA retracement for me. Currently, the 10 EMA is at 830. That could be different. That could be a different price by the time the price action works down into it. So we're going to take off DXYZ for a moment here. We're going to put on the nuke. And we're going to look to execute. So currently, the 10 EMA on the 5 is 829. I have a bias that by the time the price action drops down, it might be a little bit higher than that. So I'm going to go ahead and wait at 8 1/3. So we're going to go ahead with a buy order over here at 833. And come what may, I can't get in. Oh, it's not letting me in. This one's blocked. Yeah. Let me double check. Am I getting error on that? I'm not seeing it. Hold on. Let's try this again. So this is DXY's. That's why, Joey. Okay, it didn't update the chart. All right. Good. Okay, just hadn't updated the chart. We're good there, so we'll cancel one order and we'll leave us with one. Joseph Options, okay. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, good luck there. All right, so we got a good question from our boy Jag here. This is fantastic stuff. So, Jag, I don't know, you got to go deep into the archives. When I did a lesson on volume price analysis, this is essentially what we're looking for, right? It's the correlation between the candle prints and the volume, but sometimes the volume always isn't supporting. So, Jag, you hear Los Polios, Gorev, and I were always looking for these specific signals. And it's like, okay, do they work 100% of the time? No, but we put probability in our favor, right? So you say, hey, what did we see in particular for us to go long? Here, I'm going to display it to you here really quick. Is that when you are at an extreme high or an extreme low, you see these hammer candles being formed. This is what we're looking for. Los Polios is getting really, really good at pointing them out, and Gorev has been absolutely phenomenal at pointing them out as well, too. They use different time frames. I'm a 1 minute and a 5 minute individual, but within these prints, there's signals that say, hey, we're ready to turn price around. Whether it's going to work or not is a totally different story, but if you listen to what each individual candle has to say, it's telling their own individual story, and that's what we're looking for, is either at an extreme high, you get that selling pressure, so a topping tail candle on both of these. This says, hey, I think we're ready to go long. And then if you catch it at the low and you see the buying pressure step in, or sorry, to go short up here, and if you see the buying pressure step in, you're ready to go long, all right? Adara, what do you got for us?
What I have here, guys, I have a note on Coinbase. BTIG bullish on Coinbase. You can find a little bit more on this note on our Twitter TV Live watch list. In the corner there is Brian Armstrong, CEO. So this infographic is an older infographic, but just a little food for thought as I give you guys this note. BTIG initiating coverage, $410 price target, and a buy rating. For the record, Coinbase trading around $350 right now, so this price target is a premium. But why do they feel so bullish on Coinbase? Well, they said the company's diversifying their revenue in a way they really like, and they said is actually quote-unquote underappreciated. Specifically, the subscription and services revenue now accounts for roughly 40% of the company's overall revenue. That is up from more than 70% reliance on trading fees 2 years ago. So they're going from relying almost solely on trading fees to having a much more balanced portfolio in terms of revenue attribution there, contribution. So good look there for COIN, especially in the eyes of BTIG. Let's talk about Bitcoin, because Bitcoin here coming into a really key level of resistance. This was the resistance that we got here on September 18th, the day after Fed Day, around 118,000 today. We're just ratcheting to the upside to start the month of October for BTC. Let's see if we can clear that 118,000 level right now, around 117 halves. Let's take a look here at ETH USD, also pushing higher and back above that previous level of support and resistance there at that 4,200, currently trading around 43.3. Nice start to the month so far for Ethereum and Bitcoin, but let's see if they can continue this momentum, because we're literally only 1 day in, 31 days to go. Back to you.
It's October.
Oh, October.
I think I still have it, Adair. I can probably go back and find it in the notes. But yeah, don't worry, we'll get that. Oh, hold on.
Whoa, ho.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It's October.
It's October.
It better be October, bro. It better be
telling
October.
me, brother, there's going to be a problem. I mean, all right, guys, screen, Assassino,
Yes,
please, and thank you. All right, guys, there it is. And this is what we were talking about earlier in the day. Google. We're waiting for that wedge. The price was really starting to compress. We're correlating the daily with an intraday pattern. And there it is. Bang. You're starting to get that move to the top side. We love what Google's been doing. That price was really, really starting to compress, as I just mentioned. And sure enough, we got the breakout. So a nice little look there. So not too bad. Now, as for the crypto space here, guys, we want to keep an eye out on what's happening right now. So you have this you have this consolidation, right, after a strong opening drive. But now we have this inverted hammer. This is what we would look for here, Jeg. But one thing to note. The devil is in the details, and you can see a little bit of buying pressure step right back in here. So that is positive. It pushes price down, recovers, and even though that's essentially an inverted hammer, we want that to close completely in order for us to look for a short. And I'm not standing in front of this crypto space going short, that is for sure.
Yeah, I'm not going to stand in front of crypto anytime.
No, at any time.
I don't really short all that much, Joey. Like in general, I'm more of a long only in both the swing and intraday generally.
Eliminate 50% of all problems right there by going short.
Yeah, well, I mean, some people can print. We know that. There's no question about that, right?
Big smile.
Big smile. Freaking.
Yeah, for sure. But hey. You got 250 DOP. Is that the Dominican peso? Jedi. I'm pretty sure it's from Jedi. Can we go over BMNR? Absolutely. Give us 1 second here, Adara. We're going to go over BMNR. Actually, no, we'll go to Adara first, and then we'll go over BMNR.
Bang.
Yeah, just keep an eye here on some of these legacy automakers. GM just posted their deliveries for Q3. They're up 7.7% year over year to 710,347 units. EV deliveries actually here up 107%. So strong EV deliveries for GM for Q3. Toyota posted their deliveries as well. Not seeing how those compare, though, on a year-over-year basis. Back to you.
Thank you for that. And now back to Jedi Super Chat. Same thing kind of going on that we've seen in Google, right? So you have these consistent higher lows. That's positive with that flat top up here. So you're starting to form that wedge. Now, which way is it going to break?
Which way?
Guess what? If Ethereum decides to go on a venture to the top side, who's going to follow it? That's going to be BMNR. So it's not too bad of a look. If you can get in at the lower end of the range or when that volume steps in for the breakout, then I think you'll be okay. Just be careful, because even though I was front running Google, I'm like, all right, I like my chances lower end of the range, and if we get that breakup, then I'm going to be positioned relatively well. Don't have to wait for the volume to set in, but also if it breaks down, I have a good opportunity to get out. Now, when you're buying in the middle of this range, well, guess what? It's going to chop and churn within that specific area, so you want to get in at the lower. It's going to increase your risk to reward, or if you're patient enough and that volume steps in aggressively, you can get in quick. But sure enough, be careful, because if that volume isn't supporting, it might be a fake out and it might come back into the middle of the range.
All right, man, I got to shout out Tesla, Nvidia, and Apple, the member, not the stock. Welcome to Trader TV Live Premium Membership. Yes, get the morning note every day, and shout out to Chet GPT, also a new, I love that, a new premium member with our YouTube. Make sure to hit that join button below the video to get the morning note every day. Super easy to find. Just go to posts on our YouTube homepage if you are a member, and you should see that set up. So thank you very much for joining, and we do appreciate you guys. All right, here's the deal. Let's talk about these trades that we're involved in. SLNH has been good to me over here, but the spread is kind of starting to bother me in front of 80. It's not printing, even though it's crossing my profit taker as a result of the spread, so I'm packing my patience. We got 66s on. It's showing me 77s. High of the day is 80 on that bad boy. But it's LRMR that's actually coming down a little bit over here. Where is that one? So it's losing 4. So the 10 EMA on the 5 on LRMR is like 391, 392. I'd like to see if it comes down and holds that level. I'm long 80, so it gives me a bit of a buffer between the 10 EMA and my price, so I can make my decision, resting easy. I don't mind adding there if it is warranted to do so. Shout out to Kenny Wright, man. Kenny Wright doing it live as well. Shout out to my guy, entitled to the morning note as well. Get that morning note every day in the posts area of our homepage.
Be Free said he posted a super chat.
Oh, my bad.
We didn't see that one.
I apologize. Corey Ewing's got one as well, and he's talking about you as well. I didn't see that Be Free.
I don't see anything with Be Free.
Be Free, yes, got $2 QuantumScape Friday, $14 calls at the open, up $120. Charts, please. That's all you right there, my boy.
Anytime, brother. You don't even pick them up. For all those who know what I'm referring to, pick them up. All right, so we got a couple options, super chats here as well too. Corey, we're gonna go over yours momentarily. There goes Google still cooking up an absolute storm, so we like that one there. All right, open door. Let's see what we got cooking up. I got those $2. Oh, QuantumScape. Never mind. What am I talking about? Open door. We want QuantumScape. $2. Got two QuantumScape Friday $14 calls at open, $120. Boom. All right, we like that one. We like that one.
I like that.
Where the money at?
Where the money
at?
All
right, so yeah, I mean, hey, my friend, if you're in the money on those, let's pull up the chart on the QS. QuantumScape. Wow, who is Google think they are today? Yeah, this is a really, really good look there so far. I mean, lock in some things. Friday they expire. Tomorrow's Thursday. Watch out for theta start to increase as well too. So lock some of that in. 50% today, 50% tomorrow. Bang, money in the bank. We really, really like that. Now, as for the daily on QuantumScape, intraday, perfect, and it's still currently forming that bull flag that a lot of names currently seem to be doing the exact same thing, so that's positive as well too. And then look at this thing of beauty. You can't go wrong. I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the week if you go and test that $15 level to a T. That's where it rejected aggressively, right? So me personally, even though the price action is strong, you want to lock a little bit of that in before you run into that specific level. And guess what? If it breaks, you have your other contract, and then now you're rocking and rolling. You're heading into Friday with just high vibes and everything along those lines. All right. So again, obviously manage your own positions. Not financial advice, but you can never go wrong. As Neil says, no one's gone broke taking profit, and you can't go wrong taking money out of the markets. It's one of the toughest skills, and if you have the ability to do that, go on, my friend. Go on. Now, go.
This guy's so British now. I love it. Go on.
Yeah.
That's like very, very English expression.
Crack on.
I like it. I like it.
Crack on, my friend. Crack on. Grafting. Did you ever say like grafting?
No.
Yeah. Anyway, I love it. I love the English thing. Shout out ADL. Okay. Joe, my guy. Did EA close the sale? Can Adara confirm? Juicy options play for March 20th, 2010.
So it's not going to be closed until, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. It's not going to be closed till like the first part of 2027, but they did confirm the deal is happening. It's valued at $55 billion, which is actually higher than we were expecting, and $210 is going to be the price of said deal. So that's my confirmation.
Bang. It's just like that. Corey, do you even want my opinion after this? Adara just gave you the golden news. So what I say after that is essentially, no, I'm obviously joking, but call for 85, look to trap or a good buy. See, that's the thing here, right? We're going to pull up EA. I don't know when you bought them, but after events like this, bad time to buy options, right? Because the volatility is increased. You're going to be paying a little bit more for it just in IV alone, and then day after day, it's going to slowly start to decay. Before I send it back to Sharif, we're going to pull up the actual chain and see what we're looking at from an eye. Oh, wow, okay, that's really surprising. It's at 10.2%. That's nothing. So you're not even paying for that stuff. Let it ride. I mean, 210 calls for 85 cents is going to cost you. But they're not even worth anything right now. Okay, yeah, so maybe not too good of a look there. Yeah, you've lost the majority of the value of those. Oh, no, I mean, you mean the wrong contract here. March 20th, let's pull that up. And, okay, so you're still flat right now. Let it ride, right? It's hopefully that's not going to break the bank or anything. Let it ride, see what happens. But if it is going in that buyout territory, then it's not going to appreciate in price. So if you feel that, like, hey, what I'm looking for isn't going to work out, considering the big-time move that we've seen on it yesterday, watch out, because continuation on that is going to be a little bit more difficult, Sharif.
All right, Bhavin, I'm covering it right now. We have a new IPO today. It is on the NASDAQ, and it goes by that ticker right there, FRMI. And here are the details. As you can see, Assassino, if you can do your magic over there, the top, the theoretical auction price, the price we are slated to open at least according to this data point right here, is $25. But I need to give you more information because this IPO was priced at $21. I guess it was indicated at one point here at $26.50. That is not the case right now. I don't have more information about it. Let me look over here. Fermi shares indicated to open at $38.50. Okay, so that was at 10.49, so that's obviously changed. It was also up to $42 a share. That was the top. So that's a point that is constantly changing. Rick Perry's data center REIT, Fermi, priced at $21 per share. So let's talk a little bit about this IPO since we've said very little about it on the day. Here it is. The data center REIT, co-founded by former U.S. Energy Secretary Rick Perry, offered 32.5 million shares through an IPO offered price at 21 apiece toward the upper end of the expected range. The range was, 18 to 22, so it's not oversubscribed. It was at the higher end of the range. We've seen way more aggressive. We've seen like 18 to 20, and then it ends up getting priced at 25 and then opens at 35. That doesn't seem to be the case today. The data center REIT shares are expected to start trading Wednesday on the NASDAQ. Thursday, as it's on the LSE as well, under ticker FRMI. The pricing values the company, which hasn't generated any revenue yet, at over $10 billion. The company's aiming to profit from the surge in demand for data centers driven by the rush into AI. Fermi plans to deliver 11 gigawatts of low carbon on-demand power with a target of 1.1 gigawatts of power projected to be online by the end of next year. The company's focus is what it calls Project Matador, a multi-gigawatt energy and data center development campus designed to support the needs of to-be-built AI infrastructure, it said in the registration statement. UBS, Evercore, Cantor, Mizuho, all acting as book running managers for the offering. So there's your information on that. Now let's take a gander at the top, the theoretical auction price, and that is still at $25. Joey, I was looking at it very, quickly, and it was $24.99 last time I looked. So we don't know, Poonam, when the IPO is going to be open. That's part of the allure, the fun of this whole thing. We typically know it's going to be open during the midday show, but here's a little trick. Shown to be my Neil and the Katina man. I have to load up my imbalance locator over here. Show yourself, imbalance locator. History log. Just looking. There it is, imbalance locator. So we're going to do this live. So now we're going to go to the NASDAQ, and we're going to go apply OK, and then we're going to sort by size. Fermi, right there. It's a sell side imbalance right there of around 238,000 shares. So typically, we get to know we're closer to opening once that size starts dropping down. Currently, it's around 247,000. Once it drops into that 10,000, 15,000. It's basically the exchange doing its job. It's trying to pair buy orders with sell orders ahead of the open. Once it gets that number low and it's, completed what it perceives to be its job, then we can open. And you can look at this column over here under PV where it says paired volume. So the exchange has already paired 3.22 million buy and sell orders together, with the remaining outstanding amount still on show yourself, right there at 32,000, with a buy side imbalance now of 32,000. So that's really dropping. Neil, how do I get this one to stay at the top? Paired volume, right? Because it's probably going to have a lot more paired volume than others. Yeah, there we go. It's at the top now. Thank you, Neil. So yeah, we have a new IPO, guys. So I wanted to let you know about that. It's a good looker. We're going to keep covering it for you when it opens. But I got to tell you, LRMR was a good one for me today. We wet the beak there at the high of the day at 412. Sorry, 413 is the high. That's the end of that trade. We're going to keep an eye out on it. Good look right now for LRMR Joey options. Let's see what else we got. Casey. All right, Casey. 1 day apart. Shout out to Casey. We trade the same. We're born around the same time. Good morning, Sharif. Just logging in. Would you take a look at Pally, please, and thank you. Casey, so polite. Let's have a look at PALI for the OG case. Oh, whoa, I like this. Okay, so right away, that's a daily chart. I can already gauge it's a former runner. That pleases me, okay, because now I know it can have outsized days. Now, I'm not investing in the long term, so I don't really care where it ends up closing on the day as long as it makes a move. All right, Casey, it doesn't look too bad. I see a nice bull flag breakout right at 920 before the bell rung, right? So we started getting some exuberance right before the bell rung there. We top out at around $1.30, where it looks like we held $1.30 for a hot minute there as an area of support. Then we dropped and lost VWAP at $1.25. And now it looks like we're using that 130-ish area as resistance. So ideally, for me, this clears 140, Casey. I think it's a good setup if it can clear 140 on a closing basis. Take a gander over here at all the prints in and around that 140 area. None of these candles, Casey, actually close above $1.40. There's obviously price action above $1.40, but only on a wick basis. If you want to get in here, I would punch in at $1.30, Casey, and I put my stop below this area low, this candle here at 11.15, which has a low of 118. So I would risk around 12 pennies or so into that area. You could be a little bit tighter with your stop. You can go 120, but you're at risk of getting wicked out. The idea here is to front run the move into 140 while also balancing the risk and reward by placing your stop below area low. That area low to me is around 118. PALI is a ticker I'm talking about, and it's up 51.25%, and it's already earned its way onto the side chart, Joey. We're taking off VUZI. But look at Nuclear go. I mean, come on, you're setting me up here, Nuclear. This one is nuking to the upside, and there we go. Joseph options. We didn't even take anything out yet, man. We haven't even wet the beak. We got 50s on. We just took out 62s. Give me a little bit more, man.
Give him a little bit more, man. Come on, man. I think this is, man.
When like the craziness piles in, bro. I love it. I love it.
Accumulates.
Shout out to Joey options, man.
Snowball effect.
So we're taking out VUZI on the side chart, and we're putting in the KC special over here, PALI, because that looks a lot better. Joey options. Tell them what you're looking at, man.
My days, Google. Days, mate. Like. What was it?
Give my boy 69.
Give him it. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy.
So good.
All right, guys, we're all out of the goggles trade here. A pretty good look on the good old goggles. So boom, we hop in there, pop, and then we take some off there. So a pretty good trade. We won't complain about that. And now we're in this BMNR right now.
Okay.
Let's see if we can get that breakout. Like it's kind of the same thing. And what I'm looking at, wow, Google's more shares, just more shares. It's not that complicated. Just put on more shares. So there it is. Yeah, again, hindsight 2020, obviously, but there it is, guys. So just the kind of the similarities within these price actions. One thing to note is that you have these higher lows opposed to these lower highs over there. So yeah, interesting what goggles has got
Joey,
going on.
I got to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
There's a new IPO. It's not Fairme. There's another one breaking out right now. It goes by the ticker N as in Nancy Pelosi. NP. I was making a joke. Nancy Pelosi, Neil, the ticker is NP. All right, well. All right, well, here, this is the Nancy Pelosi IPO. I'm kidding, it's not Nancy Pelosi, okay? It opened up at 22.50 Adara, 23 high, 23.24 high. We got to pause and go to Adara.
I can just give you guys some more info on Neptune. So this was priced at 20. It looks like it actually did open above that IPO price. Neptune Insurance Holdings, 18.4 million shares, and offer amount here 368.42 million. So that's the detail there for Neptune Insurance, not Nancy Pelosi, but its ticker is NP. Back to you.
Dara, come on. Of course it's not Nancy Pelosi, but we can pretend. Would you trade NP over here if it was Nancy Pelosi?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
I'm YOLO.
Then you want to YOLO NANC.
Yeah.
Because that's the Nancy Pelosi ETF.
Does it still exist?
It does. Well, look.
Because I know they took down the old Jimmy Cramer one.
Unusual subversive ETF still there, Joey.
No way.
It's down 0.09, but it's at 44.75.
What's it year to date, though?
A good question. I got to put it in here. Let's find out.
Let's find out.
Let's find out how Nancy's doing on the year, my man.
It's crazy.
NANC. Joey.
Yeah.
She's up 16%. Is that what you said, Adara? Yeah. 15, yeah. So I got 15.99, same crap. So she's up. Is she outperforming the
Nas?
Nas?
No, not quite.
Come on,
but
Nancy,
come on,
together,
but hey, you can't do it all the time. Otherwise, it's suspicious, right?
I was gonna say something, but
don't be suspicious. Suspicious? You never heard it?
She has no. Julian L.
Suspicious.
I wanted to say it, but I'm just gonna say what you said, Julian. She has no excuse to be down. Why would that be, Joey?
Well, I mean, hey,
why?
Well, I mean, you got to buy some NVDA call options. And you know what I mean? You just rock and roll with that.
Nah. She's just that good, right?
She's that good.
She's that good.
Who does Google think it is here today? Just absolutely skyrocketing. And this is what we're talking about from a daily as well, too. Bang. Potential bounce territory down 7%. There it is. Let's stock and roll right there, guys. Google with that big time move. We like that. And then now as for BMNR, let's see if we can get that bounce here. But we're going to need Ethereum to start rocking and rolling as well, too, there, guys. So keep an eye out on that one specifically. All right, AMD. Los Polios, again, crushing it on advanced money duplication over here. Boom, hammer candle off of those lows. Primary trend still fully intact. A little bit of buying pressure still left within this candle, so keep an eye out on that. If BMNR doesn't break out, then we're just going to get out at those lows. We're going to give it 50 cents, right? 53.40s. And then if it heads back towards the top of the range, we'll just hop in at a better price. But potential good short signal there on AMD. How deep is it going to be? Just be cautious. Piece it out on the way down. There, my friend. You got anything?
Joey, you know what day it is today, right?
Yeah.
It's the first day of October, which means the first day of Q4, right?
Q4.
Adara Weasel in.
Dang, Google.
Where are the Jimmy Carter things at, Adara?
Oh, I'm working on it right now.
Figured.
They're like all the calculations are done. I just haven't posted it yet because I kind of want to prioritize this thing I'm working on right now, which I'm about to post, which are the best and worst performers in the NASDAQ and the SPY year to date. So that's going to come out first. Jimmy Carter's almost ready, and I'll be posting that soon. But I want to post this first.
Adara, ASML's almost at $1,000.
Yeah, you're killing it on
just
ASML.
saying.
I honestly did not, when I saw what ASML was doing compared to last time, I literally,
just saying.
you were red on ASML last month. As of last month, you were red on ASML.
Was I actually?
Yeah, you were barely. You were flat on ASML, but crazy.
Not in real life though, because I wasn't IRL. I know from the date that we all did it. Yeah,
January 10th. Yeah.
Yes, Kanye. I love it. Fuck yeah. Yeah. No, yeah, that's hilarious. Joe and Sharif, which one of you is Lloyd and Harry? Pick them up. Mock,
what's
yeah,
that?
Bird, yeah, that's the best part. Yeah,
Lloyd and Harry.
Yeah.
I don't even know who this is. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know which one is Who's
they're actually they're not.
I've never watched.
They're both equally as dumb, man. It's crazy. I love the best part is when they're on the moped and they're just freezing, and I think it's Harry's to Lloyd. He's like, oh, I'm freezing. He's like, hey, yeah, do you want a pair of my gloves? I have two. And he's like, the whole ride all the way up into Aspen.
You want a pair of my gloves?
Yeah. He's like, I have two. Joe is more Lloyd. All right, we'll take that. BMNR, you suck, man. We're gonna hop out of that one here momentarily because it doesn't want to break out. Not participating with the Ethereum and the Bitcoin rally, so we're gonna just avoid that. and see what else we can potentially find here for another opportunity, because I was looking, it's the same setup potentially as what we were experiencing with the Google breakout, but BM&R has different plans, and we don't want, if you're not on my side, if you're not going to do what I want you to do.
Fermi's open, Joey, it's open.
Ahead.
Fermi, FRMI open, opened at 25 on the dot, 25.78. There's a monster seller at 78. We couldn't print anything above that. Here we go, we're rejecting 78 again. There's a seller at 70s, and the 70s is moving down now. Use the smaller time frame to spot areas of support and resistance. There it goes. It is a new high of day on Fermi. The high of the day, $25.99, basically $26. FRMI on the NQ. This is a Rick Perry data center REIT. About I think it was $8 billion last time I looked. I keep forgetting. So the what's it called? The IPO is open now. It was, yes, I'm just trying to get you guys all the information so that I'm not inaccurate on this. Where the hell is it? It is, how many billions? Where is it? I don't know where the hell happened to that, Joey. 8 billion, no, 21 apiece. Okay, I'll have to look at this after. We have to look at the price action now. It's breaking out. Here we go. 20. This is going. This is not giving it up, man. This is going here, Joey. FRMI. It's taking out levels. It's into 26.47. Here we go. Let's get involved, man. This is a breakout. This $27 now. This is going. This is basically not what we've been seeing the last few IPOs. They've been popping up and then selling off aggressively. Oh my God here, Joey. Let's see if we can get above 27. I don't mind holding this into the $0.50, but the volatility is crazy right now. Here it comes, dropping down against me into that $0.50. We're gonna have to flatten out there, but we'll get back in if it's warranted. So we'll give back a little bit on that one. FRMI breaking out into 27, losing 26 quick as you like, and here it comes back down. The short sellers are in control now, Joey. $25.79, $25 is the open price, and here comes 25. Does it lose 25? It's going to lose 25. No, defends 25 for now. So good buying in and around the IPO, popping up back into that $0.50. Joey, what do you got on your side, my man?
Yeah, I'm just watching BM&R not doing what we would like BM&R to do as it's heading in towards that lower end of the range. We said 53.40s. We're at a dodge on this one, so continue to do that. See you later. If you're in it, yeah, exactly. So if you want to sell off, Sharif, that's fine. And then we don't participate in what you want to do. So no hard feelings there. Obviously being a little bit sarcastic. But yeah, as for some of the other names, guys, what else is everyone looking at? SPY finna break all-time highs. All right. Killa Goob, okay. I think so. Yeah. Let's take a look at it from a daily standpoint. Yeah. Probably on today's session, even in the aftermarket, post-market, you're going to see something along those lines. You're not too far off it whatsoever. So yeah, there it is, SPY, Now, as for NVDA starting to curl back over, that's a positive sign there. Bitcoin heading back towards those highs. Let's see if Ethereum can grind up to those specific levels. There's the GOAT right here, 187.40. Let's take a look at it from a daily. And yes, it did. It put in a new one. Look at this here. Would you look?
21.
Hold on now.
21.
Look at this, 21. So there we go. Bang. And then boom, multiple hammer candles along those lines. And I'm like, you know what? I don't know if I want to get involved in this. Again, I have it in the long term, but I was like, nah, not today. But boom, there it is, new all-time high. I want to take a look at Broadcom as well, too. Okay. Because I wanted to open up a potential swing on this one here. And I want to see how it's doing. How you doing? All right, there it is. AVG, okay, so it's getting that bounce. I think it's a good opportunity. On my off time, I'm going to grab a couple shares here of Broadcom just to see if we can rock and roll there, Chief.
All right, guys, nucleared up. LRMR, really went into 431. I didn't have any shares left on this one. That makes me feel awfully stupid. But Nuke is continuing to go into 64s. But I want to go back to FRMI. I had a nice little scalp on this one as it popped in to 25 2/3. It's still defending 25. There's still a buyer here at 25, 25.01, but it feels like we're about to lose that $25 level, Assassino, because there's a lot of buyers stepping in here. A lot of buying at 25. Joey, I don't know if we should get in here. because it feels like it's going to give way with just a lot of price action in and around this $25 area, and most of the prints that are coming in on the time and sales are yellow or red. It feels like it's just a matter of time, and here we go, dropping back down, and we lost it by 50 pennies. You could just feel the accumulation of selling into that $25 area, and what tipped me off was the level 2, but up above 25 again we go, zigging and zagging. The spread is really opening up here. Very unusual given the amount of volume. We've already printed 10.2 million shares, and the spread is as wide as 14, 15 pennies. That's a little bewildering, but that is the nature of IPO trading. Trade it carefully. We're going to a dare for happening now. Then Neil's going to drop his Neilage with his lesson of the day.
Yeah, it's been quite the day here, guys. Lots of catalysts to talk about. Let's mention Lithium Americas, which is giving up some of its gap, but is pushing higher. You know, we did have, of course, that 100% data the upside last week on reports that the Trump administration would be investing in Lithium Americas. Then we get confirmation that the Department of Energy is going to be taking a 5% stake in LAC and then a 5% stake in their Thacker Pass project. Excuse me. Nice attempt to battle back to the upside here in LAC. Tesla going to be on watch today as well, and it's going to be even more on watch tomorrow because TSLA, today we're seeing a lot of registration numbers from different countries and regions, but tomorrow we get their Q3 deliveries. A lot of analysts have raised their delivery expectations. Let's see if Tesla can pull out a big shock here and give us the numbers that we're looking for. It is worth noting, I just saw apparently Italy registrations, 25.6% decrease here year over year. From January to September, so from Q1 to Q3 2025, these new car registrations in Italy are down 32.3% year over year. So declines across the board for Italy for Tesla. Now, before we send you over to Neil and his lesson, I do want to mention I'm posting this series here on X at TTV Research. This is going to be the best performers in the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, as well as the worst performers in the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 from Q1 to Q3. As you can see, two names on this list were actually just added to the index. That'd be Robinhood and AppLovin. That's a trend you see a little bit in the NASDAQ version of this as well. So again, stay tuned. Keep looking for that on X. That thread is still ongoing. We will send you to Neil, I promise. But first, we have to thank our friends at Plus 500. Are you looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers without hidden costs? And Plus 500 Futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo. So you can practice until you're ready to trade live. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100. With Plus 500's powerful platform, you gain access, or you can access a wide range of futures markets like the S&P 500, NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metals, crypto, and even more, all in one place. Plus, you can enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. So just scan that QR code on screen to apply for your account today and join over 30 million users worldwide who've already chosen Plus 500. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to get your ears ready for Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adair. I'm going to keep it short and sweet here with the lesson of the day because I want to make this one about if you have a directional bias on a stock, letting a trade work for you instead of, giving up too early on the trade. So first thing I want to say is, okay, well, have a directional bias, have an idea of what you want to do. I didn't get to trade this yesterday, but ever since the deal was announced on EA, I said the stock to me was a short based on, well, it's just how far it was trading above what the fair value was of the stock when you do any kind of an analysis of the expected close price and current interest rates. It's trading well above the risk-free rate. So to me, this was a short the pops and try to catch every single opportunity you can. But the thing about a bias like that is, okay, so as long as it's around key levels, and for me, underneath this 202.5, as I said this morning from a couple of days ago, I'm looking to short pop. But that's not an exact zone. It never gets to that price. So if I'm bias short, I'm shorting literally every single curl as long as the stock is underneath 202.5. Like, that's pretty ambiguous. But there's a topping tail wick, there's an entry. There's a topping tail wick, there's an entry. Got in a little bit early off the lower high, but the same thing. I'm shorting every single pop. But I want you to notice something about each one of these trades. I am never covering, and I think I covered at the open a little bit early, but that's the open. There's crazy reaction at the open. But when we reload this, I'm waiting for VWAP. When I reload it, I'm waiting for VWAP. Like, you're not seeing me shotgun out of the trade here. I don't care how many shares I have or how many times I can get out. That stuff doesn't matter to me. Like, the way I see it, if I believe it's an all-day short, which I'm holding a core position and I'm going to reload at every single pop that I get, I don't want to be covering the trade as it's working. I want to be covering the trade when I should make a decision, which is where I interpret buyers to be. Otherwise, I'm just giving up profit on the trade, right? So allow it to work. I find buyers down there covering. Get a reload. I think I got psyched out here when it held at 202, just in front of the 202 even dollar in VWAP. I got psyched out and took some out, but then I let it drop to the next level, and then it consolidated, got a little more aggressive getting out, and that's where it popped. That comes down to observing the tape at those key price areas. If the sellers are in control, why would I be covering here? Is that good risk to ward off the high? Absolutely, it's good risk to ward off the high. Like, that's 1-to-1. Like, I could be covering here. That's 1-to-1. That's 2-to-1. All that kind of good stuff. But if you're looking, we get asked this all the time, like, how do you let your winners ride? To me, the first part of how do you let your winners ride is not to be covering a bunch of it just as it's starting to work. Like, as people are joining the short that you've managed to peg, that's, I want to get out when the buyers are in control of a short, not when the sellers are in control. That doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. And it's not an easy thing to do, but you have to ask yourself, what do I need to see? What's the level that I'm concerned about? What do I need to see out in front of it to get out of the trade? It could just be you notice a change in the tape when it gets to VWAP. Sometimes, like I said, you'll get psyched out there. But allow the trade to work. When it's clear sellers are in control in those heavy candles, you don't always want to be shotgunning out of the trade. That's when you want to be holding on for some kind of a sign of a turn. That's where you watch that tape. Watch that level 2, watch that time in sales, get an idea if velocity slows down or you sort of see maybe they're not swiping the book as much. Like, those types of things can be a huge advantage. But the most important thing about a trade like this is do not be scared when you're in a winner. Because oftentimes that's what will happen. It's like, ooh, you don't want the profit to go away, so you start take it. You don't want to have that happen right at the moment where things are going exactly how you want. When they're going exactly how you want, that's where you want to hold. And the interesting thing is it's so much easier to do on a breakout trade sometimes because like that crazy candle goes, you're like, ooh, I can't do anything but hold because it went so fast. It's a little different when you're taking it against the grain, like you're shorting a pop or you're buying off support. But you got to try to do it to the best of your abilities. That's why I like VWAP sometimes, because it gives me something to shoot for, where I'm looking to try to hold at least a good portion of it till that level, and I know I want to make a decision there so I can then watch for a trend break or I can watch for something on the tape that gives me a reason. So, that's the lesson of the day. Do your best to try to hang on. Just as the trade is working for you is not necessarily the time that you want to be jumping out of it. If it's your best idea, certainly not when you want to be shotgunning out just as it's starting to work. Let it work for you, then it's going to be easier for you to hold. So that is your lesson of the day, and good luck, everybody. Congrats on that Fermi. I guess I should have taken the open and print after all.
Speaking of that Fermi, I've been getting cut up on that while that was going on. So I'm still watching over here. That $0.50, 26.5 has been an interesting area of resistance, but so is that 25.75. 25.75, a buy area, at least locally here on FRMI. Getting dip bought in that area, zigging and zagging with 26. Let's see if FRMI, I'm not in it at the moment. Let's see if it can clear that 26.5. 26.5, been a staunchy level. I saw an area rejection at 12.08 and then again at 12.10. It is losing 25.75 though, at least momentarily zigging right back up into that $26 area. FRMI, new IPO. Zigging and zagging, opened up at $25. The IPO price was at the higher end of the range, 21. The initial range was 18 to 22. Keep your eye out on this one. It still hasn't given up the ghost just quite yet. It's still above the opening price, which is $25, right in around $26. But I see PALI breaking out, DXYZ breaking out as well. So keep your eye on those, Joey. What are you keeping your eye on, my man?
BMNR, as you're starting to get a little bit of a bounce, you can see that Bitcoin put in a new high of the day. Ethereum still struggling, 3280. That's why I'm significantly heavier, and I'm happy to be. So my issue with Ethereum is that is it going to become a repeat offender? And what do I mean by this? Obviously, I could be wrong. The fundamentals and structurally everything has changed from that aspect. But you got to take into consideration that this thing took multiple years to construct a new all-time high. You have this here. This wick, I don't know if that's a genuine move in December of 25, but it took a long time from that previous peak of March 24. All right, so just keep that in mind, and then I believe we even punched in a little bit higher. So December of 21, right? So you get in that 4,900 level. So yeah, that's what I got my eyes on right now. Bitcoin putting in a new one, but it's lagging. And then that's why I let go of all of my Ethereum shares. ETHA, shares are gone, donk, bye, see you later. And then I only have one contract left that's a little bit underwater right now, but these Bitcoin contracts are starting to really cook up a storm, and that's what we like. We want to stick with the stronger asset. Government shutdown, I mentioned it yesterday, that I like the rotation into the crypto space. So now as for BMNR, we'll head back into these 5-minute candles. Ethereum, okay, it's a little bit different than what we're seeing on ETHA. All right, relatively the same. So let's see if we can get that breakout. My issue is that BMNR is moving sideways while these assets are continuously appreciating, and then now we just take a big-time nosedive in BMNR, all right? So at 53.44, I told you I'm going to hop out of that trade, so we're out of that.
You want me to take over?
Yeah, please.
Okay, PALI breaking out into the high day, 167. Insane strength. Oh, sector watch. Okay, we're going to Adair. No, I'm playing. I'm kidding, Adair, don't worry. 167 high. We've got that on right now. Let's see if we can continue a little bit higher. Let's wet the beak here. 67 is now showing up. Let's take some profits here as well. We're going to set up, obviously, you know, my fave area. Let's see if we can get that continuation. PALI has an interesting area of resistance or support, I want to say, around 150. It's really breaking out, so you're going to be punching in at the highs like this, so be careful with this one. Up 90%. Looks like there's some selling coming in now. Back up into 67, but the selling still coming in, so the profit taking or the selling going into these levels quite aggressively here on PALI. We'll take out some profits here, and we'll set up a little bit lower, as I think we are extended off these levels. So we'll keep tabs on that. Yep, good out there. Is it dropping back down now into 160? I'm a buyer at 150. Let's see if it dips down into 150 or if the dips are going to be a little bit shallower than that. I'll likely front run it just a little, so we'll put it at 54 to see if we can catch a bottom wick on that bad boy. I'm also in DXYZ, but that's a much smaller position and a little bit slower, so we can kind of pack our patience on that one. What do you got, Joey?
All right, good look. All right, so yeah, just getting back there, so you can see that BMNR starting to break down a little bit. I kind of do want to buy it around these lows. It was participating in the pre-market session, but not really right now. Our risk to reward would be drastically better as Bitcoin is just continuously grinding higher. Let's take a look at the actual underlying asset to see what we got going on over there. Yeah, decisions. I mean, we're all out of that Google trade as well, too. So that was a really, really good look on Google as it broke out from that 240.50 level and headed all the way up to 243.50. So, yeah, let's go. Yeah, LJ Gons, let's go is right. So we take that loss on BMNR, but yeah, there's the Google trade earlier in the day. And I mean, hey, it climbs a point higher after my last out. It is what it is. We'll be accepting of our fate, and we made the decision to take the position off. So just keeping that in mind. See now, so Katina Man mentioned this yesterday, and I talk about it all the time as well too. Is that when you have a bunch of names that are kind of leading, and then you have that laggard, but then those leaders start to drop off, the chances of that laggard starting to drop off are you have exposure to that as well too. So just keep that in mind, and that's what's kind of swaying me from taking a second opportunity on BMNR. The risk to reward is there. Okay, enough talk. Just do it. Just do it as Nike. It was earnings. It was earnings yesterday. It was Nike's earnings yesterday, so that's our sign to just do it. And that's what we're going to do. If it breaks 53.30, then we're going to get out of Dodge on this one. 20 cents risk. We're going to look for Ethereum to break through the high of the day. We're going to look for Bitcoin to continue its appreciation throughout the session. And then hopefully BMNR will start to participate. Now, speaking of some of these leverage names, let's take a look at Strategy. Okay, Strategy is participating. Trading even a little bit better than what Bitcoin may be, in my opinion. 30 minutes of just straight topside, starting to form that bull flag. It broke out. It couldn't punch through the high of the day just yet, but keep your eyes on this one. I'll take a look at Mara before we send it off to my guy again. Mara not doing much either, but it had a couple solid breakout days, so shout out to our boy Patrick.
Oh, sorry, Joey. What's his name was I was speaking to Assassino. No, we're good to go, Joey. I'm just setting up over here so that we're ready to go once we get the notification. All right, PALI. We took multiple outs on this one, but it's coming in to test the $0.50. We got 54s. It's showing 54s right now. It's up 79%. There's a seller at 54, though. There's been a seller here for, I think, the last few minutes. And as we watch the time in sales, the amount of shares coming in, we can tell that it is a hidden seller at 54, as almost no size is actually getting taken off the ask side of the level 2. But here we are, popping right back up into 56s. So let's see what we get there. Also involved in DXYZ for a move up into that $28 area. Quick beak wetter there, looking for the spread to tighten up a little bit on that one. But currently we'll have to wait a little bit more. Okay, what do we got? Beta Pro? Okay, all right, guys. Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they've got better. These ETFs also employ currency hedging so that you can seek to neutralize your exposure to the U.S. dollar. I got to wet the beak over here on my friend NUK. Excuse me while I do that for a second. They're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points, all until the 31st of December of this year. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Shout out to them. All right, we're doing it live, yes, on NUKK. Breaking out to the high side. What do we got on Nuke, man? We got, we're all out of Nuke. Okay, should have been more alive to that, but there we go. Into the high day we go, and we do have the high print for now. How's my other friend, Pally? Oh, no, Pally's popping right back up into that $1.60. It looks like it's bottoming tail, but there's a monster seller at 60. We can't shake him. We can't shake him. He's just got way too many shares at that 60 level. So, and more shares coming in. It's an epic battle now between buyers and sellers at this level as the shorts keep coming in. The sell orders keep coming in onto that gateway. You have about 2,000 lots just on 2 gateways and then about 500 on another gateway there. So let's see how this ends up resolving. It's basically been stagnant there for the last little while. How about DXYZ? We're also involved in that. Did we get any new prints? Yes, we did. We got that $28 print, looking for higher as we show 28 right now on the level 2. It looks like we took out that seller. Oh no, he got decimated. Oh no, they killed him. PALI breaking out. We got 54s on Pally. Showing me 65s. You know where we're waiting already, man. We're waiting at 69. Boom! Into 69 we go, Joseph Options. All right, here we go. Now we're going into 75s. We're posting at 75s. 74s now on the bid. Can we get 75s? Okay. No, not quite yet. We're going to have to pack our patience there. So we're keeping an eye on all these trades, baby. SLNH included. A little disappointed with myself for getting at a nuke there a little prematurely, but I was doing the ad, so I wasn't alive to how many shares I had left. That's on me, nobody else. We'll keep tabs on that, but I'm keeping a tabs here on PALI because I'm looking for that 75 penny print. KK Soul, Sharif, please, breath. I can't, brother. I'm too excited. No, I'm playing, of course. I exaggerate for effect, but I am actually happy with this trade. PALI up 100%, Joey, looking to take out that 174 high day. We're waiting at that 175. So the next print to the high side will have to be by definition, a high of day break. We'll see if it happens.
All right, then let's bang. Let's stock and roll there. Let's stock and roll. As Hood's starting to call back, I'm in some Hood long. Let's see if this candle can hold up here for us. But as for this BM&R garbage, we might have to hop out of that one. So nothing from a long standpoint going on here. It's going to lose its spot on the chart really, really quick, especially if it heads into that 53.30 level. We're going to pay no mind to it because it's not participating. And if the overall, once you get a pullback in the actual underlying asset, then it's like, see you later, alligator on that one. So here comes Robinhood. Gorev, not too good. As we're starting to feel a little bit more of this weight, we want to see this level hold. There it is. This might be a positive sign there, my brother. So this is a good look so far. One thing to note is that on the 5-minute time frame, engulfing print here, followed by a hammer candle. We really like that for potential add opportunity. And if it does start to really cook up for us, then we're going to add to that position because the overall market is ripping and Robinhood's not really participating. So it is lagging drastically. I wouldn't even call it lagging. It's just not even participating. So we have to be cautious about that because if selling does step right back into the market, you can see some aggressive flushes here in the likes of Robinhood. Holding on by a thread here in the BM&R long. Adara, what do you got for us?
I know this is one name you've been looking at, GOOGL, Google. We have some news here related to this name. Waymo, which of course Google is or owns or is involved with here, said that NYC's extended its autonomous driving permit through the end of the year. So Waymo's autonomous driving permit in New York has been extended through the end of 2025. That allows Waymo to keep preparing for a future launch in the city. So NYC extending Waymo's permit. Keep an eye here on GOOGL. Back to you.
Good stuff there. Yeah, so it's a big-time move that we're experiencing here in Google. I think that's positive, getting that extension on the permit, and they're probably going to extend it again until it's indefinite. So just keep that in mind. Starting to grab in some I think this is a really big key city, right? I've never been to New York personally. Heard it's crowded.
No way. You never been to NYC?
No, I've never been to NYC. Yeah, and I heard the traffic is insane and everything along those lines. So if you can get those autonomous vehicles to start operating down there, they can almost essentially anywhere on the planet, I think.
Would you be surprised to hear that Toronto's traffic is probably worse than New York?
Is it?
Yeah, I agree, Katina, man. That's exactly what I just said. Joey, I never want you to question the bureaucrats in this country.
Wow, I'll do it right now.
The bureaucrats know exactly what they're doing.
They know what they're doing, right?
Yeah, they're excellent at their job.
So that's why it costs so much money to get the permits.
That's only in your eyes, Joey, okay? They're doing a fantastic job, and I won't hear of it, okay? I won't hear of it. The bureaucrats are fantastic.
When are we gonna, that's why we need your eVTOLs there, Sharif, because this 2D transportation system is what's really messing us up over there, my friend. There we go. We're gonna get out of this BM&R. It's garbage. So I gotta stop saying that. Anyways, it's not doing what we would like for it today. Their bang takes a clean flush to the downside. Bitcoin about to put in a new high of the day. Let's see if Robinhood can start to cook up. But yeah, as for the 2D stuff, man, shout out to Elon Musk building those tunnels out in Vegas, kind of just taking that next step. I don't know if it's tunnels, eVTOLs, or whatever it is, but we need to upgrade the transportation system because the gridlock. Some days on Adelaide, I fly down Adelaide. The other days, you're just crawling along. Now that they want to do some construction on the Gardner West now, right at Park Lawn and Lakeshore, they're working on a bridge. So you have the east closure and the west closure. So if you really want to shut things down, you just do both sides at the same time, and then people get to sit in traffic. Yeah, it's totally fine. People have nowhere to go and don't want to spend their time in traffic. But hey, with autonomy, you can be on your phone. Not like people aren't already. With autonomy, you can do what you want. And that's what I'm looking for. I'll sit in traffic all day if I have to, and I'd not touch a pedal or
absolutely, Joey. It's not like there's like 6.5 million people that live in the greater Toronto area, and a lot of them, come downtown. That's not the case.
No. Who commutes to the city?
Absolutely nobody comes in. Shout out to the fantastic City Hall that we have. All right, guys, look. Let's talk some about this right now. NUKK We're done this trade at 885, but it's coming back down into the 10 EMA. That's in the low 60s, low to mid 60s. I could be an interested buyer in that level. But I got in back to LRMR. I see this one holding up at the 10 EMA, and I'm feeling maybe this could be a flat top breakthrough 420. There seems to be an aggressive seller in that 420 area, and there has been for a little bit of time. I like the bottoming tail candles as well on the 5-minute chart. I just need to see a move past 420, and then I'll rest a little bit easier. DXYZ's coming back down, though, against me. I still have a DCA to pick this up at 55 pennies to defend the 10 EMA. I'm still seeing some generally higher highs and higher lows, but we didn't get that decisive $28 break and take like I was gauging, so we'll have to keep tabs on that. PALI, we're still holding a piece. Where's my Pally trade? We're still holding some here on PALI at 54s. We're showing 70s, 69s, looking for that continuation above 81. But QuantumScape is breaking out right now. It's coming back into the high of the day, and I want to talk more about that after Joey finishes telling you about this.
All right, guys, listen up. Trade the Pool Beat Ackman live trading competition is here, October 8th to 10th. Every day, Ackman makes his move. Your mission to outperform him. Best Hysteria, prove you've got what it takes. Then the grand finale on October 13th, broadcast live on Trader TV with Trade the Pool team live in studio. Over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs. 25K, 50K, and even 100K evaluation accounts. Plus, surprise giveaways live on the show. Don't just watch, compete. Beat Ackman, win big. There it is. So make sure you guys participate on that one. Pretty good look, Sharif. I'm in some Robinhood here. As you can see, I pieced some out on Hood. We added aggressively. So let's see if we can get this to continue to work for us there, Gaurav. We're going to hold on to it until otherwise, if it comes back against us a little bit, so be it. But I like the signals. Great call out. Boom, boom, boom. Where we are, we enter, pulls back a little bit, holds the wick, starts to climb higher. We add aggressively, we triple up the size essentially right there. So now let's see if we can get a move up into 139.98, and there it goes. Bang. Nice move to the top side there, Shree, but immediately met by some aggressive defense right here. So someone pushing price down in Robinhood, keeping out an eye out for this individual. I'd love to have a conversation with them and say, hey, stop what you're doing and flip the other way there.
All right, Joey, I got to let them know. Ram. Nike has made a collaboration with your very favorite, I know you're a big Kim Kardashian fan, and Skims, of course. And Ram's created a great video about that. Get in and watch if you want to know about how Costco did in their last earnings report. Get in to the video right now on our YouTube homepage. Click that handsome looking gentleman. I'm assuming he's the CEO of Costco. I have no idea. And then Micron. Yeah, Micron's the best performing, I believe, semiconductor name on the year. It is up 114%. And if you want to know why Micron's been having a booming year, then you'll have to click that video and find out. Shout out to Ram, always doing the absolute most in usually a good way, most of the time. We'll shout her out and the videos that she makes. Shout out to Ram. Yeah, click those videos, guys. Get educated and let us know what your look is on that. And if there's anything, obviously, we can add, we would be more than happy. And I got back into LRMR for that 420 flat top break, and boy, did it pay. Boom, right through 420. The topping tails were kind of the deciding factor, at least for me here. The bottoming tails, I should say, excuse me. So let's go with LRMR. We're long at 419 or 420? 420. We just wet the beak there at 30. I've set up at 33s, now in 38s. Looking for a high of day break continuation into that bad boy. How's the DXYZ trade doing? Come on, bro. We didn't get the DCA? You're killing me here, DXYZ. It didn't give it to me, Joey. And it's continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows. So, dang. All right. You know, the Rizbot's hilarious, bro. You got to see
the Riz?
Yeah. The videos about Rizbot yesterday. He's going to get, someone's going to clap Rizbot.
You think so?
Yeah. He's going to get, they walk in Austin. Oh, yeah. He walks around with a security guard.
Yeah,
but someone's going to clap that little.
Someone's going to clap that. So
funny,
we're going to hit that thing, eh?
He's sitting there roasting everybody. Rizbot.
Yeah, watch out for that. Oh.
All right. So that's what we're involved in right now, guys. Keeping my eye on PALI is that come down substantially from the high. PALI is over here. We have on PALI 154. It's coming back down into 160. Look, the 10 EMA is 150, so I will have to give this at least 4 pennies on the remaining amount. But it's okay because we only have one beak wetter left. So there it goes. We're going to throw that in right now, that stop. That is for PALI through 150. The reason I say I have to give it to 150 is because the 10 EMA on the 5 is at 150. So that kind of ties my hand there. Let's see if it pops back up. Keeping an eye, of course, on DXYZ, looking for continuation on that one. Are we getting it to 28? Oh, we're pretty close. 94 is showing up. There's 28 now on the ask side of the level 2, and you can see the prints there coming in aggressively. And orange on my time in sales usually means above the bid, means that buyers are exuberant, in the same way that the blue is where the sellers are exuberant. They're selling below the bid. That gives you an indication as to the sentiment, at least from a color-coded perspective, so you don't have to look at the exact prices and whatnot. So looking for a 28 break and take here on DXYZ. It's up 31%, but it's had a whole lot of resistance at 28, even though the high of the day is 28.50. So that's my look on that. Let's go back over here to LRMR, see what the situation is there. No beak wetters still, sadly, at 38, despite the fact that the high of the day is 37s. It's coming back down into 20, and you bet your bottom dollar if it comes into 20 and loses it, we're ending the trade. We're not going to take a loss on that one. We already got punched in the face on FRMI. New IPO on the day. That's basically the reason negatory on the day. But here, this is what was happening right now on FRMI. It is consolidating into 26, and there's higher lows with a flat top right now happening at $26 on FRMI. It's 3 5-minute candles in a row, all of which have rejected at 26 and all of which have higher lows. So you can see the buyers accumulating a little bit, and there goes 26 into 26 and a quarter. Here it comes again. This one feels like a possible breakout right now. Let's see if it can close above 26.50, Joey. I haven't seen any 5-minute candles close above 26.50 on FRMI. They've wicked above. They haven't closed above. Let's see if it actually happens this time around. Joe, show them what you're looking at, baby.
Bang! Oh my.
Oh,
Listen,
my days.
What days, brother? What's your
days
friend's
and nights?
What's your friend's name who's always calling out the small cappers? The guy that you always shout out. What's his name?
Bovin. Bovin the OG.
Yeah, exactly. Bovin.
Yeah.
I always thought it was Bavine. I had a friend named Bavine. Bovin. You guys, you and Sharif, your relationship is phenomenal. But I have to give credit to my boy Gorov over here, and Lost as well too. Lost Polios giving out those ultra stellar callouts. Robinhood off of those lows, 138.60. You get that pop right up into this resistance zone, Gorov. So we want to keep an eye out on that one. So way to call that one out. We add aggressively. Patience, patience, patience. We cracked through 139. So we give credit where credit is due. All right, 139, man. That's what we do. All right, guys. Now, as for Bitcoin, this is a key level right here, 118. Okay. Right, we're heading right into this specific zone. This was a key pivot where we turned around. Shout out to FettyWap. This is where we turned around before in price, and then also there's a base that was being formed. If we snap and hold this, that 118 level, then watch out. I think that we have the potential within the coming weeks. Yes, hold me accountable for my words because this is Sparta. But at the end of the day, I think within the coming weeks, we can run into a new all-time high on Bitcoin, especially with the government shutdown looming. So just keep that in mind. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. Do I want to be wrong? Absolutely not. So don't just YOLO things. But if you're positioned relatively well, or you're hodling, or you're doing whatever you want to do in Bitcoin, then sure enough, you're going to be looking at a new all-time high soon. So yeah, that's what we like. Man, oh man. Yeah. So let's go Bitcoin. We're having a good time, man. It was Jody Mill's birthday yesterday. Go ahead.
It is breaking out, guys. Here we go. If this candle holds above 26.5, that will be the first time we've closed on FRMI at 26.5. If in case you're joining us late, this is a Rick Perry REIT,
Ooh.
IPO, the REIT, real estate investment trust. That's what a REIT is. And specifically, they deal with AI data centers. You can have different types of REITs, like AMT is an American Tower. They have, mobile REITs where they set up cell towers. This is taking it out, dude. $27. Here we go. 27.37 is the high of the day. So good strength coming in right now on FRMI. It was a 26 flat top break. I just got caught up so much on it. I lacked confidence going into that $26 area as a result of the whooping that we had taken prior to that on this one. So, I was a little gun shy, for lack of a better term, at that level. Should have been more alive to that 26 and should have had the compunction to punch in. Here we go again. We're moving back into 27s. We're accumulating for a 27 break and take. At 27.37 is the high of the day. We're going to pause for a second and we're going to Adara.
Yeah, worth noting here that, as you can see on the bottom of the screen, Fitch, which is a rating agency, weighing in on the U.S. government shutdown, saying that it actually doesn't have any near-term implications for the AA+/stable U.S. sovereign rating. So they're not lowering the U.S. rating here with regards to this shutdown. They did say, though, that the existence of the shutdown highlights, quote, policymaking and governance challenges. So they said there are some challenges being posed here, but ultimately nothing to really shake the U.S. off that stable rating there from Fitch. There's something else I wanted to mention here, too. At 1 p.m., so in roughly 23 minutes, Caroline Levitt is set to take the podium for a press conference. Now, sometimes she can be asked things or she can comment on things that do move the market. We know yesterday there was that Pfizer-related announcement, so keep an eye on any biotech-related plays. I'll be following the news, and I'll be letting you guys know if anything of note is said. We've got about 22 minutes till that starts, though. Back to you.
KC 526. Wow. 20, remember for 2 months, awesome day. We love that.
It's been way longer than 2 months.
Way longer.
Way longer.
Bang, Phil on Robinhood, but sent 20 Trader TV Live memberships.
Oh, KC.
So bang, sending them out left, right, and center. They're flocking around. Yeah, man, great stuff. What a community. Everybody just come together.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. No,
over me.
No, fantastic stuff, man. Way to everybody just continuously work as a team, regardless of your red or green. Essentially doesn't matter. You're here. We're red on days. We're green on days. As long as you're participating, that's what really, really matters. You're learning. You're taking something from it, and you're taking that next level higher. You can do it right here, live at Trader TV. So make sure you guys check us out. Once again, Casey, thank you very much for that stuff. Fantastic community. And yeah, let's go. We caught that fill there on Robinhood. We added aggressively. We're not going to fumble this bag, kind of like we did on the Google one, because it's now at 243.67, which is insane. But we're going to be happy with what we got. We're thankful individuals. So with that being said, let's continue this grind here on Robinhood, Shreve.
Grinding. All right, guys. We're back into FRMI. We're scalping into 27s. We've got 78s on. It's working into 27. 27 is still a level. So I've taken out the majority of the position. I'm going to leave a piece to really fly through 27. If it breaks through 27, I want to be a part of it. Otherwise, it stops me out through 50, 55 to be exact. So we've got 78s on. If it drops below 55 for the last remaining piece, it ends the trade for me. I just have to be part of this. If it explodes to the high side above 27, it really is incumbent upon me to kind of be in this. But I'm willing to give back some now that I've scalped out nicely into that $27 level. So let that one cook. If it stops me out, it stops me out. I've given it a wide enough spread. There's 27 showing again. And rejecting again. Did we get any prints above 27? The time and sale is moving too quickly, man. I can't even analyze it to see if we had any prints above 27 on a strict basis. So that's my look there. How's DXYZ doing? Let's let that one cook for a little bit. Okay, so now we got the DCA into DXYZ. So we've got 65s on now. So let's go ahead and set up some over here for profit taking a little bit into that level as well. And we'll put some near that $28 level. So we'll set up some there, DXYZ, keeping an eye on that. But I see 27 showing up again on FRMI. And again, we can't print. Look at the time and sales now. We're not printing anything above 27. Everything coming in at 99.5s or 27 strictly. Nothing is coming. Oh, I saw a couple of prints there at 01s, but they were very, very fleeting, dropping right back down. But I did see a couple of prints at 01, but there you go. We're right back out. So somebody's selling up multiple storms into 27. I don't know how this ends up, resolving. Does the person or persons who are selling into 27 get blown out, or are we going to be on the receiving end of yet another punch here on FRMI? So be on the lookout for that one. I got out of my SLNH trade because it lost trend, but I'm still holding some on LRMR and PALI. PALI is going to stop me out, though. We've only got one beak wetter. It's coming back into 50. If it loses 50, it ends the trade. And last but not least, Joey, we're still holding DXYZ, looking for continuation into 28.
All right, good look there, brother. So, yeah, let's see if we can catch another fill. We're posted up at 44s there on Robinhood to take a little bit more out. Boom, add to that position once we have that specific area. Bang, we take some off, hold it, bang, 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 bang. We take a little bit more off right there. Now, as for Bitcoin, let's take a look at, guys, that's the thing here, right? We got our eye. We're running into a key daily level, but one thing to note is that, hey, this is a signal with any form of asset, essentially doesn't matter, is that when you see this, keep an eye out. If it breaks this wick to the high, then sure enough, I think we're going to see some more topside price action head into that 120, which would be absolutely phenomenal. But if it has the inability to do so, maybe you're going to get a little bit of a pullback, and hopefully it's just not too deep and gives away the majority of today's session's gains. So this is going to be a big-time waiting one. So, yeah. Again, I want to. That's the issue, right? When you have a long bias, I mean, I'm so bullish on the asset or whatever you would like to call it, that I don't even really want to short it. So maybe with that being said, you just avoid it at all costs, considering. If it works, it works. But again, we got enough exposure in this name, so we'll just put that to the side and let it do its thing. Let it cook up. But as for Robinhood, this one is still working pretty good for us. We'll go over a couple of the trades. I mean, we did miss the initial. I mean, we missed the third attempt. I was good. I was gonna take it, but I'm like, you know what? See you later to that. We'll get involved in some Google on that price compression pattern, and then if we were fortunate enough to catch multiple breakouts on this name. So yeah, and then now we're cooking up in Robinhood. BMNR was an 0 for 2 as well. So in the crypto space today, surprisingly, BMNR 0 for deuce, IBIT 0 for deuce, and then you go Google 2 for 2, and then you go Robinhood 2 for 2, and then we go 1 for 2 on the TQs there as well too, and still green. So whatever, if you guys added that up, then whatever accuracy that may be. But I think it's really important, just obviously from a risk to reward ratio. When things are working out, then you obviously want to try to maximize everything that you possibly can on there. Go bang, there goes a little pop in Ethereum. So we like that. Did we get the pop in Bitcoin? No, not just yet. So let's see if we can crack that 3290 level on ETHA. If it does, then hey, you might see some more topside and head into some higher price there, Sharif.
All right, guys, we're going to start the news in a minute. Oh, disconnected my earpiece. I apologize. Give me 1 sec. We're going to start the news in a minute, guys. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to remind you of the mess you left when you went away.
That's the song I was looking for.
She's Canadian, bro. It's all good, right? Get it, Adara. Cross-eye fader that you gave to me. Adara's singing, by the way. I can definitely hear it.
Man.
You ought to know.
Bro, someone said it.
Yeah, we can't sing. I know I can't sing.
Who is that?
Alanis Morissette, bro.
Morissette.
Yeah. All right, guys, here's the deal. If you are not a member of our YouTube subscription, go just below the video, Assassino, and there's that join button. And what you get with the join button is you get my morning note every day. That's what we're doing the news with. Adara, myself, Joe, we're all using it for the news. Obviously, Adara has her watch list, of course. But this is going to become free for our subscribers, for YouTube Premium, or not YouTube Premium, but our subscription channel. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about over here. Joey, go ahead with that, and then when you come back, I'll show him.
All right, my friend. 14 years, 0 hacks, 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and 4x. With smart copy trading, you don't just Watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe. Trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code, click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and now so can you.
All right, Joey, so here's the deal. Right below the video, you're going to see that button right there. It says join. I think it's boys, what was it? Like $5.99, $6.99?
$5.99, $4.99.
$4.99 American.
You can click on it.
Let's find out. Yeah. Join.
Just do it live.
Okay, only branded accounts. So I'll have to switch out to my own account. We can do that right here. Switch account. And we're going to go like that. We're going to do it live. There we go. And let's just go join here, Joey. Right. Let's find out what it's going to cost. $4.99 Canadian a month. Wow, look at Brendo's hair. It's way, and Brendo's way thinner than this now, by the way. So there it is, $4.99 US a month. It's through YouTube, and every single morning you'll have this sent directly to you guys, the morning note. We're using it to do the news, so let's get right down to that. Where is the morning note? What did I just do with it, Joey? Too many open windows over here, brother. So
at least you can do that. I can't even do that around here.
Yeah, I know. So here's the deal. I'm glitching again. Oh no. Here's the deal. I've got it right there. So get that sent to your inbox every single morning. Yes, exactly. Let's do this. So Nike reported earnings, as we all know, yesterday. Let me actually just open up my own version of this because I have it highlighted about what I want spoken about. Here we go. There we go. Same thing. One's DOCX. One is, oh boy. Here we go. Copy. There it is. All right. We're doing it live.
Breaker.
Let's talk about the Nike earnings, Joey, because while they beat on the top and bottom line, it was an easy beat this time around anyway for Nike, where the EPS coming in at 49 pennies, destroying the 27 pennies expected by the street on revenue of a little bit less than $11.75 billion, but that was well ahead again of the $11 billion in revenue that the street was expecting from Nike on the quarter. That's all well and good. It's a top and bottom line beat, but net income falling year over year makes you go, right? 31% year over year net income dropped to about $727 million as profits were pressured by higher costs for the company, as well as clearance sales to get rid of a glut of inventory. Gross margins as well contracted by 3.2 percentage points, but sales did rise about 1% year over year, which actually surprised investors after Nike had previously warned of mid-single-digit revenue decline. We got single-digit revenue increase. Let's talk about the guide. What are they talking about going forward? They're saying Q2 sales are going to fall, sadly, in the low single digits for Q2. They are saying, though, that could be buoyed by an FX tailwind, which could add about 1 percentage point to sales. But without that, the numbers would be weaker, according to the guidance from the company. Tariffs remain a major headwind for Nike, who's now projecting a $1.5 billion cost on the year, hitting gross margins by about 1.2 percentage points. Gross margins in Q2 are expected to fall again to be between 3 and 3/4 points. Let's talk about the business segments here, Joey, both geographically and for their different units. North America saw a healthy growth rate of around 4%. They printed a little bit more than $5 billion in revenue on the quarter from North America, well ahead of the estimates of 4.5. So beating easily their wholesale revenue. This is really the outlier because this is showing their change in strategy. Under the previous management, they had been really pushing their direct-to-consumer segment in, at the expense of their wholesale. And by wholesale, I'm talking about, selling to Dick's Sporting Goods, Foot Locker, and by direct-to-consumer, I mean, obviously, online sales as well as through the Nike stores, right? Because they do have a retail channel. Well, their direct-to-consumer business is down 4%, all the while their wholesale business is up 7%, which jives with the shift in the company's strategy. Converse, which is owned by Nike, plunged in sales, 27%. Super surprising to me because I see all the kids at the gym squatting and wearing Converse because they're flat. So I expected sales to be a bit stronger. Shows how much I know. And last but not least, Joey, China's sales are down 9%. We juxtapose that with North America because North American sales are up 4%, but they're still not buying whatever Nike has to sell out in China.
Yeah. Down 9% compared to the same quarter last year, some stuff. And then as for the tariff stuff as well, Sharif, they're going to look to incur a little bit more cost there from $1 billion to $1.5 billion. For me personally, I think the retail space, it's really tough. I'm not going to compare it to the car business, but one day you're hot, the next day you're not. The thing is, Nike is just one of those brands that have a lot of power. The symbol, everybody knows it across the world. I'm pretty sure if it's not one of the most popular on the planet. But yeah, as for the retail space, it's tough. You have all these emerging names in the likes of Alo. You got the Gymsharks. You have the Adidas doing their things as well too. And what is that? The On as well with the running shoes and everything. Oh yeah, exactly.
There's a bunch
it's a tough competitive space. It's really competitive. But I'm glad that I wouldn't call it a complete turnaround. They're heading in the right path. It's not going to be linear or anything along those lines. It's going to be more or less of a grind. But from something to note positive from that is that they're starting to see more sales direct to consumer, which was really good. So yeah, it's a step in the right direction. Hopefully inventories are down because that's really important if they're getting things off the shelf. But they were getting hit with holding on to things for too long and having to give that extended discount, which is obviously going to compress their margins, which is not a good look whatsoever.
Well said.
But longer term, Nike, if you're going to go with some of these retail names, I don't think you can go wrong with that, with Nike. I think it has a better chance to be sustained and go longer than the likes of Lululemon. I think Lululemon can phase out compared to Nike, and that's just my opinion. Right?
I respect that. Adara, this Nike Skims deal with Kim Kardashian could be big because, well, from what I hear, obviously Skims is a private company, but she's doing quite well with that.
Skims is going to IPO. I don't know if there's ever really revived that conversation. That would be huge. But yeah, I mean, I think that'll be interesting to see how that impacts Nike. I do want to talk a little bit with the Converse sales. One thing I want to say is they did really poorly on Converse sales last year as well. They were down last quarter, they were down 19% year over year. So unfortunately, Converse really not helping Nike right now, as far as we can tell, at least from a sales perspective. Now, one thing I do want to talk about here, so here's just like Nike's actual sales, for the year. As you can see, 2024 was a big decline. I haven't added fiscal 25 to that yet, but we know that was a bit dicey as well. Now let's talk about China. This is actually up to date, excluding yesterday. So it's all the way up to date from Q4 2025. China sales, as you mentioned there, Sharif, are still going to be a struggle, and I think that's one thing we're really going to be watching. I want to talk a little bit about Elliott Hill, CEO. So I like to do deep dives, but there's really nothing on this man on the internet, which is always a bit concerning to me. His Wikipedia page is, he's the CEO of Nike. He retired in 2020, and then he came back to be the CEO. And I'm like, this could not be your whole Wikipedia page. Okay. And I'm really not exaggerating. Like, people can fact check that. That is virtually his entire Wikipedia page. There might be a small paragraph after that. And the reason I bring this up is because he was with Nike for like 32 years. Right, he started in 1988, retired in 2020, around, I think, right before John Donahoe, that was the CEO that immediately preceded him, was appointed, and then they brought him back to be CEO. I would like a little bit more of his backstory. I want to know, I'm curious as to why Nike chose him. Now, the one thing I think that really works in his favor is, given the fact that he was there for a whopping 32 years, he was present for the entirety of Mark Parker's tenure. Now, Mark Parker was CEO from 2006 to 2020. I don't have this infographic ready right now, but you can find it on X at TTV Research. Mark Parker was fantastic for Nike stock and fantastic for morale for the company. He left in 2020. John Donahoe came, and then that, in tandem with the pandemic, kind of had the business spiraling, right? So I think the fact that he did see what Mark Parker did well, hopefully that can help Elliott Hill. He's been there for like about a year right now, and I'm just not really seeing changes.
What are analysts saying about Elliott Hill's strategy?
People aren't commenting once. The one person or much as far as I can see, the one person I have seen comment on him, and this is a weird one, is Bill Ackman, who was involved in Nike. He had some kind of issue, I guess, with one of their ads, and then because, he's such a name dropper, he posts, I contacted Elliott Hill. Elliott Hill promised me he'd fix it. So at the very least, he's responsive to Bill Ackman. I don't know what that says about his leadership, but we'll have to find out. It's weird when you can't find out that much about a guy that's leading a massive company.
All right. Like it. Thank you, Adara. Let's go into the next one. Bitcoin tops 116,000. Where is it at? Oh, 117.5. Go, Bitcoin, go.
Rejected that pivot level really aggressively.
You want to look at that real quick?
Yeah, I mean, like I had to take the short on it. The signals were there. Do I want it to go down? But we were looking at it not too long ago at that specific 118 level. That was a key pivot. So we decided we seen the VPA signal displayed to us. We had the isolated volume and that inverted hammer candle. Had to take the short. Do I want Bitcoin to go down? Absolutely not. And
instead of a correction, Joey, as a result of the government shutdown yesterday, we get a nice move up in crypto. The market as a whole, the crypto market rallied with the total digital asset value. Let me put that in properly, Assassino. Total digital asset value of the crypto market up 3.2% in 24 hours, now over 4.1 trillion. Well, I don't know if you can market cap it because there's really no cap part. Size, okay, market size, 4.1 trillion. Bitcoin surged, as we know, more than 3%. It really depends on when your ticker started generating percentage up and down on the day. Altcoins also gained. Doge, Solana, Ethereum leading daily movers. But Bitcoin's dominance in the crypto market rose a little bit here from 57 to 59%, really showing that it's a stronger BTC-led momentum versus, you know, some of the altcoins, despite the fact that they're also up. Analysts did highlight that 3 of the past 5 U.S. shutdowns coincided with Bitcoin rallying, suggesting a recurring pattern. And here are 2 large liquidity clusters in Bitcoin that were flagged by technicians. The first is a support level where longs are in. 107 to 108,000. Apparently, there's $8 billion in long positions that could be liquidated if that level gives way. Okay, so those are longs. To the same, on the same, or the other side of the token, I should say, there's about $7 billion in short positions between 118 to 119,000 that could also be liquidated if we breach that level. So those are 2 areas to look at, Joey. Bitcoin up 2.89.
Yeah, let's do this here, Sharif, because we have the ability to do so. All right, so what was the high of the day? Around 67.20. That's going to put us right around that 118. Sharif is sorry, what was that level again? 67.20. Yeah. So as Sharif mentioned, right at that peak of the high of the day, essentially is where if we go north of that, you see approximately $7 billion in short liquidations. So we can correlate that possibly with the options chain, but there is nothing substantial here, even at that 67.50 level. So yeah, I mean, 67, that at the money, a little bit of a call while we're struggling right there. We do get to breach it above, but then it's immediately met by some defense. So someone putting some downward pressure on the crypto space. So keep an eye out on that. If it does crack, then I do believe that we have the ability to climb a little bit higher. The deeper the pullback, the less that I like it for that potential break of that 118 level. But yeah, I mentioned it yesterday as well too, that the government shutdown I think is bullish for the crypto space.
Yeah, it's interesting how that works, Joey.
Right.
Gold, we'll get to gold in a minute, but they had also made a move. Adara, a nice move up for crypto overnight.
Yeah, I don't have too much to say on this. I think the 118,000 level, as Joe mentioned, is a big one. But I wonder what happens if this shutdown isn't quite as long or labor intensive as we think it might be, right? We know they want to resolve this pretty quickly. So I guess my to play devil's advocate for a bit, if this ends a little bit unexpectedly or earlier than we're expecting, is crypto impacted by that? I kind of doubt it, but something to be aware of either way. I also earlier today mentioned Coinbase had its own specific catalyst. That would be its, I guess, initiated coverage there by BTIG with a $410 price target and a buy rating. You can catch more about that at 11:30 a.m. when we do our crypto segment. So that, I think the biggest thing there of interest for me that I saw this morning was the Coinbase angle specifically. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I think with regards to like if people in general are bullish on crypto, I think it's something still where it's going to be a case-by-case basis if you're comfortable with it. I saw an analyst yesterday, Wells Fargo, with a $54 price target on MSTR, which is, by the way, guys, trading like above $300. So yeah, I guess different schools of thought for crypto. I think that's probably going to continue.
Shout out to Wells Fargo. They never do anything wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you still have that divide within the crypto bulls and the people who are
yeah, well, a lot of people don't like the leveraging strategy of adding crypto to corporate treasuries. They just paid it by default.
Yeah, it's the same thing with BM&R.
Yeah, well, all those. SPCE,
Exactly.
Go ahead, Joe.
All right, guys. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. Now, as you listed, Oragenics is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Go and check out Oragenics. I told you guys my conky story, so it's not a good time. Not a good time, man.
You're a lot better now, though.
Yeah. But it was for that month.
I remember you were complaining a lot about that. All right, let's go on. Tesla sales mixed in Europe. I'm going to say they were pretty good. There were a couple of bad countries, but for the most part, it feels like we're bottoming. You'll see what I mean in a second. So Tesla September sales rose 2.7% in France and 20.5% in Denmark, helped by strong demand for that revamped Model Y. It was previously codenamed Juniper. I still call it that. Registrations continue to climb in both Norway and Spain, with Norway seeing a 14.7% increase in sales, boosted by a 60% growth in Model Y registrations. People love the Model Y. I happen to be among those people. However, sales did fall in Sweden for the 9th straight month, dropping, yikes, 64% year over year September. No love for our friend Elon in Sweden. Tesla struggling sales in Europe, previously blamed on an aging model lineup, which is facing pressure from newer EVs launched by both European and Chinese challengers. China's BYD outsold Tesla in the EU for the second time this year, 2025. Obviously, we know that there was backlash by European customers against Elon Musk due to his political affiliations, which we're not really going to get into. But Tesla's EU sales from January to August this year were down a little bit less than 43% year over year. That is to August. September kind of being maybe that first month where we kind of troughed. We'll have to wait and see. It's one data point. Let's not put too much into it. But yeah, Model Y, the revamped Model Y, Tesla expects that bad boy, which began delivering in June in Europe, to lead the recovery in European markets. Joey, separately, we know that there's a Chinese-specific variant, a 3-row, 6-seater, longer-range Model Y. We don't get that in North America. The Europeans don't get that in Europe, just the Chinese. So we'll have to wait and see. Number one, do we ever get that? Number two, clearly the Model Y is the needle mover here for Tesla.
It seems to be the case. Yeah, with the revamp, that's a pretty good look. We can go all day, I'm pretty sure, about what we're still looking for with the likes of Tesla Model 2. Didn't try to hide that whatsoever. But at the end of the day, it's good. I was waiting to see those Norway numbers up, to be honest with you, Sharif. We didn't get any of those Norwegian numbers.
Hold on. My man, 14.7.
All right, there we go. 14.7. Watch out. That's a needle. That's a needle mover right there. That's going to change the whole game right there. Obviously, being slightly sarcastic. But now, as for Tesla, we're.
This thing Norway.
I'm not dissing. just they don't have that many people. Anyways, at the end of the day,
Nimrod just sent 50.
Wow.
I'm really rich.
Guy is really rich.
50 memberships from your boy Nimrod. Oh, Nimrod, you just gifted 50 different people.
Yeah, he did it this morning too.
This is nuts, man. And now they all get the morning note right there. So all of you guys register your memberships. Look at this. Fantastic.
How does it decide who it goes to?
I actually don't have any idea. Maybe Brendo or Daniil or anybody can tell us.
I have no idea. I love everyone in the chat, but if anyone in the chat is deserving of the membership, it's Mr. John Von Sawyers himself. I've never seen that individual say anything but positivity. Anything.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
So if we can figure that out, if John Von Sawyers doesn't have a gifted membership, I will gift him the membership myself because he is the most deserving. But does that mean I have to continuously pay monthly as well?
Oh yeah. You're on the hook for the entire year now, my boy.
I'll just pay the year up front. It would be a lot easier that way. I would do that any day of the week. So John, let me know if you have that gifted membership. If you don't, I will personally hook you up with that one because you are easily there's a lot of kind people in that, but John, I've never seen him say anything negative. He only tells people what a great job that they have done. So John, please let me know about that. But yeah, Nimrod, the super chat. Let's see. Only 2 months after opening it with Joey, who's been so patient and generous with his time answering my questions, I've reached over 75% in my options account. Thanks so much, Jamaican option goat. I'm iron like iron in Zion. Sharif, I miss you, Habibi. Brother, it's all you, man. It's all you. It's all you. We miss you, my friend.
Killing it, bro. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you very much, man.
Yeah, much appreciated,
and guys,
brother.
You can tell who has the premium Memby by looking at the color of their name.
So does John have that?
We'll see in a second as soon as he texts. So options, Andrew. Now his name is green. You got Iggy D and J. Rich Beats also has a green name now. Shout out to Boring JR. He's saying thanks, Nimrod. Purity, he's got it as well. Shout out to Steven, he's got it as well. We know Viper Traders got it. Shout out to KB. Welcome, KB, to the good side. Shout out to everybody there. Mike P. D. Ryder, he's already green, bro. Shout out to Clubby as well. Everybody thanking Nimrod for the very nice gift there. That's crazy. Nimrod, stop sending that stuff, bro. I don't want to see that kind of stuff. All right, Joey, let's get Adara's take on the Model Y or Tesla in general. Adara, it looks like we're seeing some hints of positivity coming out of Europe.
Yeah, I mean, hints is a key word. I want to see what these delivery numbers bring. I think with how optimistic everybody is, if they miss even a little bit, I don't know how that goes for the stock. And I also want to add, Brian Shannon and others have said this before, where it's like, if you have a run up into a stock, into an event like earnings, it can put a lot of pressure on it to hold up. And sometimes we see these stocks that run up into earnings struggle to actually perform well. Now, with that in mind, Tesla has absolutely run up as of late. This is just kind of showing their weakness in the, I guess, non-Model Y and Model 3 vehicles. But either way, I digress. The point I'm trying to make here is, I think given all the pressure on it, given the way the stock has run up, I think given a little bit of a crack, and I do think the stock drops, it's my opinion, just based on what we've seen there. Shout out to Norway. Norway is continuing to try to keep up Tesla single-handedly, and I love it. I will say, though, it's weird that their Scandinavian friend, Sweden, is not having the same, I guess, uptick there in the registrations. That's kind of odd. Yeah, I think here, I honestly think Q3 deliveries are going to be less indicative of the company's turnaround than Q4. And I say that because Q4 is really when we're going to start seeing people react, I think, to the
EV
massive
tax
buy
credit.
from Elon. We'll have more time to react to that pay package. And we have the shareholder vote on November 6th. So I think that'll really, if that galvanizes shareholders and other individuals, it'll be a nice look for TSLA. One thing, too, I want to mention that's kind of tangentially related. Elon is definitely trying to encourage people to get involved in the stock here. I just saw that he responded to someone's post being like, I have $2.2 million in Tesla, and I'm not involved in any other stock. I ride or die with Tesla, more or less. And Elon said, wise choice.
No.
Which is a choice of its own, but either way, I bring that up.
I think that's a glowing endorsement to tell him to punch in.
Thing to co-sign, like co-sign putting all of your money into one stock. But part of it, you can look at that like, okay, he's got a lot of confidence in it, or you can look at it like he really wants this guy to get involved in Tesla. Either way, though, I mean, the point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of optimism here, and I think these Q3 deliveries are going to be the first kind of sign if that optimism is warranted. Q4, though, is I think going to be the real test.
Yeah, I think Q4 is definitely going to be important, especially for North American sales, because it'll be subsequent to the expiration of the $7,500 EV tax credit. Clearly, we don't have that issue in Europe. We did have that issue in Canada once the current Liberal government lapsed the previous Liberal government's $5,000 EV tax credit. And we did see a decline in Tesla sales in this country anyway, but that was also probably combined with political activism because of Elon's associations, et cetera, et cetera. Let's go on to the next story. Lithium Americas soars on a U.S. government stake. So the U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright announced the U.S. government will take equity stakes in, yes, Lithium America, LAC. The Department of Energy plans to acquire a 5% stake in Lithium Americas and a 5% stake of its Thacker Pass project out in Nevada, of which GM is a partner. More on that in a second. Thacker Pass is set to become one of the largest lithium sources in all of North America, with operations targeted to begin in late 27. That's how long it takes to build out these things. So better to start now than to wait. General Motors, as I mentioned, holds a minority stake in that project. They are also in sort of a business relationship with LAC, meaning that they're actually required contractually to buy lithium from LAC at a minimum levels per year, even if they don't need it, which obviously doesn't help GM because it could increase costs, but it certainly helps LAC as they have sort of a balanced or guaranteed source of income from that source. Chris Wright, the Energy Secretary, emphasized the government will own the mine itself as well as the corporate entity. This is the first direct U.S. government stake in a Canadian company. Yes, LAC is mostly Canadian owned, tied to critical minerals, obviously highlighting the geopolitical importance of lithium in EV and battery supply chain. And I think it's a lot better for the Americans to rely on Canadian sources than it is, of course, to rely on the Chinese, who basically dominate critical minerals and magnets. Wright noted as well, Joey, that the Department of Energy is also providing large amounts of capital debt, which is positioning the deal as a commercial transaction and strengthening, of course, the U.S. supply chain for critical.
Yeah, I think that's important. We obviously talk about the Ring of Fire up here north of the border as well quite often. It's good for, I think, for both countries, right? It's going to create more jobs, help with our unemployment rate and everything along those lines. But as for LAC, you get that breakout from that $3 level, and then essentially you double in price in the span of 1 day, a couple days actually, to be honest, to be exact. So 140% from that breakout day, and then now starting to pull back a little bit. A nice rebound, indecision print right there off of those lows. So it's a really good look there in Lithium Americas. There's no questioning that.
No questioning. Good look here, Adara, or just kind of like maybe a temporary move up as the U.S. government takes an ownership stake?
Yeah, I think it's a temporary move up, and I say that because the fact that we're up 92% year to date, and most of that move was on the news, and the fact that we couldn't really hold that pop today when we actually got the confirmation. I don't know how good of a look that is. This was the original infographic I made when we first got reports of this, but yeah, either way, pretty close to what we were actually expecting here when it comes to the deal itself. We thought we'd get a 10% stake there. Instead of the U.S. government taking a 10% stake, you just have that split into 5% in LAC, 5% in the Thacker Pass proper. And what's interesting, too, is the Department of Energy is actually the one taking the stake. So why do I specify? Because it's a little bit different than reports that we saw that would be the Trump admin in and of itself. And that also means that the only company that the U.S. government as a whole has actually taken a stake in is Intel. Because the MP stake was the Department of Defense/War, and this stake is the Department of Energy. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of interesting to see how they're allotting these stakes. Either way, I think the fact that Lithium Americas is basically only up this year because of the deal, it doesn't give me a lot of long-term, warm and fuzzies towards this stock, if I'm being real.
Fair. So one thing that I want to add is I like the American government involvement in this business, and I'm usually not the one to say that. I'm more laissez-faire. I want the government to just maintain property rights and enforce contracts rather than getting involved in business. Having said that, this is one of those exceptions, and here's my reason. We know the Chinese control critical minerals and critical magnets, critical metals, whatever you want to call it. And they have a tendency, a practice that they've employed in the past, an economic term called dumping, where they basically take a critical mineral, they flood a market, they weed out other competitors, local, domestic competitors, basically by pricing down their product far lower than the other company can handle until that company's belly up. And then, they can kind of control the market, so to speak. So by having U.S. government involvement here, and as well as other corporate partnerships, case in point, the one with GM, where we can say we will not allow dumping, we will not allow, this economic sort of warfare by a competitor. I like that. I think it creates a sort of an equilibrium on a temporary basis for this market so that the companies can sort of grow, mature, and be able to compete on their own trading without government support with the Chinese. So I do like this, and that is an exception for me because typically I would not like the government getting involved in business. That's just my little take on that. Let's go on to the next story. AES Corp surges on a BlackRock $38 billion takeover talks. So Global Infrastructure Partners, which is a BlackRock-owned firm, is reportedly close, to finalizing a $38 billion acquisition of AES Corp, including some debt. The talks are well advanced but not guaranteed to close, according to reports. Rising demand for power from the AI expansion in data centers is fueling sector consolidation, hence this report. Market analysts, are closely tracking the deal, given the potential impact on utilities and renewables. Just to give you an idea, if you don't know what AES is, it's about a $10.85 billion company now, up a little bit less than 16% on the day. They've been expanding aggressively in renewable energy, beating Wall Street expectations going to Q2. The company was previously reported to be exploring strategic options after a Bloomberg news report back in July. And GIP, which is that Global Infrastructure Partners owned by BlackRock, they hold a strong track record in utilities, Joey, having previously partnered with CPP Investments to acquire Altel Energy for about $6.2 billion. So, the stock market likes it, up 16%, as I said, but we'll have to see if this deal even closes.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I don't really know anything about the AES Corp. But as for BlackRock, we know that these guys are one of the largest private equity firms on the planet. They just take everything. They got their hands involved in everything, whether it be Bitcoin, and they have their ETFs as well, too. So, I mean, it is what it is, $38 billion takeover talks. I'm not surprised to see a big-time firm like this starting to dabble in a little bit more there.
Industry consolidation here, Adair. Should we be possibly seeing more of this as the sector keeps getting bigger and bigger and more capital allocation is required to build out these next future facilities?
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll probably just see more of these acquisitions in general. And I want to bring up, too, we've seen a lot of these names in the S&P 500 have or be acquired, and I think that's really significant. So in 2025 alone, and these are just ones that have been completed, we've got Coinbase, Trade Desk, Datadog, Block, and Interactive Brokers all added to the S&P specifically because another company was taken private or was acquired. And so I think the M&A culture is really important to note here. Obviously, not all of these instances are the same or are comparable, but it is a marked change from a pretty significant drought that we had where there weren't a lot of companies that were able to have their mergers approved, their acquisitions approved in general. So I'm going to zoom out a bit and just say the fact that AES, which, by the way, at least as of earlier today, was the top gainer in the SPY today, the fact that this is a larger company reportedly in talks, I think the fact that it's BlackRock, or at least BlackRock associated, they've got the clout. I think this deal could happen. And then I think we might get another, I don't know if this year or when, we might get another S&P rebalance because we've had so many this year. And I think it's provided a lot of opportunities for a lot of new names and faces in the index. So I like it.
There are a couple of names, Adair, that you think may be finding their way into the S&P.
I was waiting forever for App and Robinhood, so those happened. So I'm like, now I'm kind of bereft. I don't really know what to say. Strategy has, I think, a snowball's chance. That's not fair. An outside chance. Maybe they're like, if it's like a really big home run, they got an opportunity.
That would be a bit of a risk for the S&P.
I think so too, and that's why I say so really hesitantly. Coinbase is a very different business. From that, I think people have said SoFi a lot. I'm kind of two opinions with SoFi because I think it's very clear the index right now wants these fintech names to be added. Coinbase, we've had Block, we had IBK was kind of in the family. We also had Robinhood. So I think maybe at that point they're fatigued, which is not fair to SoFi, but that could be what happens with SoFi. I think if they decide they want more fintech, SoFi is probably the one to go with.
I agree with that. Let's go on to the next topic, baby. AMD and IBM partner with Zyphra on AI supercomputing, something we've been hearing a lot more from IBM and both AMD about. So IBM and AMD announced a multi-year collaboration with Zafra, an open source AI research and product company based in San Fran. The deal will deliver advanced AI infrastructure, including a large cluster of AMD's Instinct MI300X. Joey, finally, they're coming on the IBM cloud for Zafra. This setup will power the training frontier multimodal foundation models, making one of the largest advanced generative AI training capabilities deployed to date. It's a statement right there. The focus here is obviously on AI innovation, with Zafra, which recently was valued at about $1 billion in a Series A financing round. So if you're not familiar with venture capital, you know there is seed and there is A, B, and all that stuff. So they basically raised in the private markets for Series A for $1 billion. And they're building an open source, open science, I don't know what open science means, super intelligence lab. The company's focused on pushing forward innovations like novel neural network architectures, long-term memory, that I know about, and continual learning. IBM, for their part in the deal, they're going to provide the cloud backbone, while AMD is going to supply the cutting-edge GPUs tailored for advanced AI workloads here, Joey. So a collaboration between two public companies and then one private, which was recently valued at around $1 billion.
$1 billion, yeah. I mean, the private market's still continuously growing. No, as for IBM, this name is, I think, in my opinion, has been phenomenal. It's a great investment. Obviously, some of these moves are pretty deep. You get that 20% pullback, a little bit more than that 21, 22%. But you climb, it's just a straight line up at this point. You've now filled this gap completely. So I think IBM is a fantastic look so far. Are you going to go and breach this previous pivot high, 297? I don't know if it's the all-time high. I'm going to assume it is. So yeah, I think you're on the path in order to do so. I like IBM from that standpoint. Now, as for AMD, Shreve just mentioned the MI300 set to launch. Lisa Su had plans for it in 2026. I think that's going to be a big-time game changer, considering that Stargate is going to be using that chip. So we like that. The Saudis are going to be looking for it as well, too. So take a little bit of share from NVIDIA. I don't know, maybe possibly. It depends how good it may be. But I like both of these names, Advanced Micro Devices and IBM.
All right, Adara, interesting partnership. You can't say it's a bizarre one. IBM, AMD, supercomputing, AI. All makes sense, right?
I think it's a really random one. I don't have too much to say on this because I woke up, I saw the headline, I was like, oh, AMD and IBM have to be moving. They were flat. I was like, I really don't think the market cares too much about this. AMD obviously did push higher up here, but I mean, some obvious resistance at 163.80. The point I'm trying to make is I don't think it's something that, at least as of right now, the market views as a major catalyst for either stock. So for now, we're gonna have to wait and see if and how that develops. I also wanna let you guys know, Caroline Leavitt has started the press conference, and she has a kind of surprising special guest with her. She was brought on stage with her Vice President J.D. Vance.
Get it, J.D.
He's going to make his own set of comments, and he's going to take questions, so that should be interesting. I'll let you guys know if I hear anything. Right now, Caroline Leavitt is basically saying the exact same comments that were made more or less by Mike Johnson and other Republican leaders this morning. If there's anything else new being said, I'll let you know, and I'll let you guys know when J.D. Vance starts speaking.
Adara, do you need time off to listen to the press conference?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, so just let me know if you don't want. Okay.
Thank you.
No worries. Go ahead, Joe.
Forward to that next headline there, Sharif. We're all out. I like the Amazon, but that Amazon short, but that ship has already sailed. But there it is. We're all out of that Bitcoin, off of the same signal essentially, and what I'm seeing on Amazon as it's starting to come off of that 222 high. Bang, we take it, and then pop all the way down to 67.75 from 67.05 there. So sorry, 66.75 from 67.05 there.
Good to see you again, Jay, brother. Jay Lee's back in the chat. No, the reason I was saying Jay, because you had a Cyan name before, but you obviously had the same name. That's why I was double checking to make sure it's the same Jay Lee. Welcome back to the OJ Jay Lee. He's been taking some time off in the summer, and that does make sense to me. So let's go on to the next story here, Joey. One that I'm not really surprised about, because we've seen Uncle Warren continually add to his position in Occidental. I think he's out of the money, though. I could be wrong. We'll have to wait for that 13F. Anyway, Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway is reportedly in talks to acquire Occidental Petroleum's petrochemical business, not all of Oxy, just their petrochemical business, for $10 billion, according to the Wall Street Journal. If completed, this would be Berkshire's largest Oxy-related deal since its $13 billion acquisition of Allegheny back in 2022. We all remember that. Buffett is known for avoiding overpaying for these acquisitions. This purchase, if it does well, will it align with a strategy of targeting high-value businesses at reasonable prices? Remember Charlie Munger's influence on the OG. Just to give you an idea here about Occidental's current position, Oxy has cut about $7.5 billion in net debt over the past year from internal cash flow as well as asset sales. So they've shored up their balance sheet on the liability side, a lot better than they were last year. The debt may drop even further by about $5 billion in 2026 if oil prices stay supportive. That's a big if there, especially with OPEC, and possible increases. I know they kiboshed that yesterday, coming out and saying the reports were bogus, but we'll have to wait and see what OPEC does. Highly unpredictable. The company's petrochemical unit generated about $950 million in profits. That's in 2021, and about $1.1 billion in 2020, proving its value even in volatile commodity cycles here, Joey. As we know, Berkshire owns about $10 billion of preferred stock in Oxy from 2019 onward, collecting about $600 million annually just in dividends. The stake has been a heavy expense for Oxy, obviously, Joey, because they got to keep paying that money out. Uncle Warren wants his money.
Well, at all times, he's got to buy.
Where's he at?
He's got to have a Coca-Cola for lunch or whatever.
I pity the fool. That
My bad. My bad. I thank Kathy. I don't have Uncle Warren.
It failed me. That's all right. That's all right. We tried, man. That's all that matters at the end of the day. We get the participation. Throw that. I think you should. Maybe not. Anyways, I'm going to eat my words. But anyway, Sharif, from a technical standpoint, do you want to own this name? I mean, the energy sector, it's kind of like the healthcare sector has been drastically lagging the NASDAQ. Yeah, I mean, you collect a 24% dividend on this name, but as for appreciation in the stock itself, I don't know if you're going to get that. If you're one of the dividend aristocrats or whatever they like to call them, then by all means start to grab some, because I think that's the world that Uncle Warren likes to live in. But for an investment standpoint, I would not be getting involved in Oxy. It was actually one of the first options contracts I've ever bought. And then if you pull up to XLE, the sector ETF, drastically underperforming off of those April lows. You're 23%. I mean, maybe in line, but other than that, it's a lot of sideways price action here, Sharif.
Adara, are you still listening, or are you good to go?
Still listening. I'll let you guys know when he's done.
Let's go on to the next story then. What do we got over here? We got gold. Peter Schiff is just dancing all over everybody right now on X, and trust me, I see it. So gold surged as the U.S. government entered its first shutdown in nearly 7 years, with lawmakers failing to agree on a funding deal. The shutdown's timing is key here, as Friday's critical U.S. jobs report will be delayed, complicating the Fed's decision-making ahead of its next meeting. The president, Donald Trump, hinted at potentially cutting a lot of federal jobs, adding further uncertainty about the length and the scale of the shutdown. Just to give you an idea, the last major shutdown under President Trump lasted 34 days, which is the longest in U.S. history. Let's talk now about the actual gold story. Spot gold climbed to about $38.93 an ounce. Where is it at right now? Let me see the future. Show yourself, future. GC's at $38.97. We're going to breach 3,900 here. Let me just take a quick look at the intraday high. Where were we? No, we're at 39.22. So we've already broken that. That's a continuous contract, though. I don't know if the math jives on that. But yeah, this marks gold's 39th record high of the year, highlighting the persistent demand for the safe haven assets amid rising instability. Michael Field of Morningstar, an analyst there, noted that while the shutdown sparked the latest leg up, broader drivers include, geopolitical conflicts, European political turmoil, new tariffs as all reasons why gold has been moving up on the year. Analysts did highlight gold surge is not just event-driven, but reflects a structural shift in investor sentiment, Joey. So we've been talking a lot about this, both you and I, and as well as other people as well. It feels as if, Joey, these central banks are the ones doing a lot of the buying. It doesn't feel like, it's retail or institutions. Hard to really gauge, but we're seeing central banks constantly report they're adding gold to the balance sheet.
Adding more gold, adding more and more gold. Yeah, and I think that's going to be the case, right? I forget who it was that they were talking a little bit about gold, and they say, yeah, it's not that there's a limited supply. He said something ridiculous in the fact that it's like, yeah, you could just go to space and mine it there and bring it down here. And I'm just thinking in my head, think about the cost of that. But anyways, aside from gold, this is something that you don't want to be standing in front of. I know we were talking about someone taking the short on it. I don't know if you get back to 3,600 anytime soon. And with what we see in the GLD, the Spider Gold Shares ETF here, you go from these April lows of 273 to 356. So that's a 30% move right there from those April lows after that consolidation. And we talked about the length of it. The longer the consolidation, the stronger the breakout can be. And with a class like gold, then you don't want to be standing in front of it trying to short this commodity because it's so strong. If anything, you just want to continuously buy it. That's something that you always want to slowly allocate, in my opinion, whether it be the physical or getting involved in the ETFs. I think gold is definitely a smart investment, in my opinion.
All right.
There's no questioning it.
Let's see how it goes, Joey. I mean, I'm not going to be standing in front of that.
There's no way. And that's the thing. If you're not going to stand in front of it, what should you do at that point? You may as well get involved and go with the flow, right?
You're right. You're absolutely right. You're not wrong whatsoever. It's just I don't know. I saw my old man take a bit of a beating on gold. He bought.
That was in Egypt, though.
It was here.
So
we've been here since '87, bro.
Yeah.
No, but it was during the GFC.
Okay, yeah.
So gold spiked during the GFC because of all the issues that we were having.
Yeah.
And then it did nothing for a decade, Joey. All the 2010s, just need to look at the chart, you know what it was. And that's a bad story. But as I've said multiple times before, my friend Alfred inherited a whole ton of gold from his old man, took that, funneled it into Tesla, and now he printed up a storm. So, you hear both sides.
You hear both sides.
You hear both sides.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair, man. Yeah, I guess just looking at it, it did go through a phase. I mean, what we're experiencing now, I wonder what really is starting to cause this rally here, Sharif, it started in October of 23. October of 23 is when it just absolutely took off from 160. So a couple years of just steady appreciation. I don't see it going on the flip side. There's a lot of things that could go wrong, but I'm just trying to think of that major catalyst that would send gold plummeting, and I don't see it right now. Things can most definitely change.
No, I personally don't see it either. We'll have to wait. Jay Lee, Joseph, Sharif, gold is the real Bitcoin. For what it's worth, if stuff goes haywire, Bitcoin will dump, but gold will not, in my humble opinion. Shout out to the OG Jay Lee. A lot of people agree with you, Jay. Harry Lou is just calling me out. Your mom needs to throw shade on you for not investing in gold. She'll do that in a second. She'll do it for free, brother. Trust me. Mom Dukes is ruthless. Let's go on to the next story. Peloton relaunches products and expands into the commercial market. Let's see where Peloton is at on the day. Are we still up? No, we just dropped back down. We gave the entire thing back. And now Peloton's down 8 2/3. The shorts just crap all over this, but let's talk about the story anyway. Peloton is refreshing its entire product lineup for the first time since it launched, adding stronger audio, faster processors. They're upgrading the Wi-Fi, and now they're including AI-powered features. I don't have more information on these AI-powered features. The new cross-training series as well. They're releasing a new series called the Cross Training Series. It emphasizes here a mix of cardio and strength, yoga and meditation, which is aligning obviously with the broader wellness trends. All machines in their Plus line now are going to include a 360-degree swivel screen. It's going to also have hands-free voice control, built-in tracking cameras, for that seamless transition between workouts. And the CEO, Peter Stern, he said, the redesign aims to deliver more value and attract new members during the holiday season, which is when Peloton does over 60% of their business on the year. The holiday season makes absolute sense, right? These are higher ticket items, and what better time to get them than when you got to ante up for gifts. Peloton is raising both their hardware and their subscription prices to reflect these enhanced features. Let me give you an example. So that bike, the starting price for the bike in US dollars, of course, we're talking That starting price for the basic bike was $1145. Joey, they're bumping that starting price up from $1145 to $1695. So clearly they're going for margins. Yeah. From $1145 to $1695. They're clearly trying to avoid the volume business and go to the margin business, at least from what I see. A bit more reasonable of a price increase for the Bike Plus. That goes from $24.95 to $26.95. You guys get it. They're increasing prices, but they're also doing it on their subscriptions. The All Access Pass is bumping up now from $44 to basically $50 a month, and the App Plus is going to go from $24 to basically $29. Peloton launched its Pro Series as well. So they're getting into the commercial business. We're talking hotels, condo gyms, etc. They launched a Pro Series commercial line. It's built, Joey, for high-frequency use in hotels, apartments, gyms, corporate wellness centers. The commercial segment for Peloton is one of their fastest-growing businesses and has returned year-over-year growth despite the weakness, Joey, in the consumer segment. So maybe do they focus more on commercial here if the price increases don't really stick with the consumer?
I think they have to at the end of the day, right? Because someone made a valid point. I mean, it's just essentially an opinion, is that there you go. It's a $1,700 clothes hanger, right? Like, I understand that. We're not going to talk about, obviously, the peak of this thing in COVID. I don't think it will never reach those levels ever again.
No.
In my opinion. There's zero chance.
I held this from 119 to 138. I'll never forget it. Going into the holiday season. So I bought it early October,
And then you sold
sold it at 138, and then that literally, like, it went up a little bit more, and then it sold. And this was, I think, going into Christmas of 2020. So like in the height of COVID.
Yeah, so when you're getting into the commercial spaces, Sharif, I know you're in the gym all the time and everything along those lines. I personally haven't seen them in the LA Fitness. I don't know if you've seen them in Good Life or anything along those lines.
Got one in my condo.
You got one in your condo. Yeah, I can get behind the hotels, right? I can get behind hotels. That's reasonable, right? Everybody's out of town. They still want to work out. You have this fancy machine. But as for retail and just the average person spending this money, I think it's time. We're past that COVID phase. You can buy a gym membership for significantly less, and you get to get out of the house at the exact same time. Not everybody has those privileges, but at the end of the day, that's the route I'm personally taking.
I agree. Ozan, listen up, baby, and all new traders. The first month, it is absolutely free. That's right, we're waiving all the fees, so you can trade smarter, not harder, all by upgrading to that elite experience where you'll analyze, strategize, and then hopefully after that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. We're talking about infinite data. We're talking about instant trading and lightning fast market insights and game-changing charts. You can predict better with their backtesting tool. Reliable, real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, you will scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the good folks at
what is the monthly sub on Peloton looking like these days, dude?
I can find out.
Yeah, that's another thing too, right? So like I get it. Some people have busy lifestyles. They don't have the time to get everything ready. You got kids at the home. You're having all this, but now you're paying $1,600 for the machine and then the sub.
Can I say something to you though? They tried to drop an app-only thing where you could like have these workouts. It made sense during COVID.
But now it doesn't.
It doesn't anymore because you know what? There's a ton of that online for free. I don't need to pay a SaaS for that. In addition to that, like it's not the same lure, bro. I mean, you're known for the machines. You were not known for your online fitness programming that, you know.
And stuff like that.
Yeah, I get their attempt at it, but I just don't think.
I mean, are we talking about Peloton in 10 years? Ask yourself that. Do you think we're talking about Peloton in 10 years, or do you think this thing's underwater?
Joe, man, that's a great question, dude.
Right?
Maybe it gets bought out, it gets a buyout candidate by somebody if they have a big enough membership base, you know, that you can monetize that somehow, some way. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Okay, but then you get into the membership stuff. I get it. Some people have a lot of money, but what are you going to do? You got all your streaming memberships. You have this membership. You got a Tesla. You got the FSD. And it's like, what, now you got the, you know what I mean? Now it's like, okay, well, oh, yeah, I got to pay X amount for my Peloton membership that I just use as a close.
I'm just saying for me.
Yeah,
it's not for me.
Yeah, exactly.
But, you know, maybe somebody else.
It's not for me.
Yeah,
well, that's what I'm getting at, right?
Yeah.
There's obviously a demographic where the people have kids, the stay-at-home mom who wants to rock this and has little kids at home, for sure.
I get that.
But I don't think it's large enough for this stock to ever recover.
Not those prices.
No,
dude.
no.
Let's go on. Over here, the FTC is suing Zillow and Redfin over antitrust violations. Where's Z at right now? So Zillow's down 3 2/3. So the FTC, yes, it is suing. Oh, I wanted to adjust that over here. There we go. So the FTC is filed a lawsuit accusing Zillow and Redfin of conspiring to reduce competition in the online multifamily rental listing market. The FTC alleges Zillow paid $100 million to Redfin so that Redfin would not rehost Zillow's multifamily listing and exit the market as a competitor. The agreement allegedly included Redfin terminating contracts with its existing ad customers and committing to stay out of the multifamily rental advertising market for up to 9 years. Oh, that's not good. They're going to get slapped with that. If they're conspiring, they need to get slapped. Zillow and Redfin's rental platform, including Zillow Rentals as well as Rent.com, are widely used by Americans searching for housing. The FTC says Redfin fired hundreds of employees after the deal was signed and then helped Zillow secretly rehire some of them. Regulators argue this reduced consumer choice and weakened competition in a concentrated market, critical, obviously, for renters, property managers, and the broader U.S. housing market. For their part, Zillow and Redfin, they're not taking this lying down. They filed a statement of defense. The FTC's competition director, Daniel Guarnera, stated paying off a competitor to stop competing against you is a violation of federal antitrust laws. Zillow said it was pro-competitive and that it helped renters by expanding listing access while delivering better outcomes for property managers. Redfin, for their part, has not issued a public statement on the allegations. Some of the potential outcomes, if they do lose this, the FTC will seek to unwind the agreements between the two companies and could push for divestitures or structural changes to restore competition. Case outcome could reshape, I should say, Joey, how the rental advertising platforms operate. But I got to tell you, as a pure free market, laissez-faire, this is some BS right here. You're stacking the deck against people, and when you stack the deck against people, you got to pay.
You're going to get
so
in
if this is true, they need to pay.
Yeah, they're going to have to pay. And I mean, the stock's starting to pay as well, too, here, Sharif. We can take a look at Zillow from a technical standpoint. Bang, you're in a bear market right now. And then you have this news on top of it, getting probed by the FTC. Not a good look whatsoever, down 21%. And yeah, I agree with what Sharif has to say on there. People are getting screwed in the real estate game, left, right, and center already as is, which is overpricing, obviously high mortgage rates as well, too. So with these guys doing what they're doing, down in the dumps. And if that's the case, Sharif, I wouldn't be surprised if this stock heads into about $67, 65, mid-60s. So not too good of a look there.
Adara, weasel in for a second.
Hi.
How's it going over there?
JD is still talking, and he's just answering questions. And he's like, I don't know how to do this. How do you pick people? At one point, he was picking people based on how much he liked their outfits. It's been weird over here. That's my update. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's been real weird.
All right. Just keep us updated if there's anything big. I'm sure you will. Anyway. All right. Hims and hers. Oh, no. Faces pressure amidst sales slowdown and FDA scrutiny. So the Bank of America, where's Hims at today? Because I know it was pretty much down in the pre. Where are we at? Oh, we're flat. 0.65. So B of A Securities reaffirmed an underperform rating with a $28 price target on Hims and hers, citing valuation concerns and what they're calling a lofty PE ratio of 71. August data suggested potential outperformance for Q3, but September sales showed slower growth. We're talking about low to mid-digit 20% year over year, below that 30% growth previously expected. This marks a sharp slowdown from the company's 88.7% revenue growth over the past 12 months. I'm sure analysts were not expecting that to continue. Some of the revenue trends going forward here. Initial Q3 online revenue projections from B of A range between 565 to 596 million, with the midpoint ahead of the street consensus. But current sales trends show now that point might be in line or slightly below estimates. Some headwinds going into 2026, I should say. Hims faces tougher comps, obviously, due to the GLP-1 ramp up late in 2025. And there's also a churn in sexual health offerings as customers transition to more chronic use solutions, which may weigh on the company's retention. There's also a competitive landscape that's intensifying, Joey, creating margin and market share risks heading into 2026. Quite frankly, Joey, we've talked about this before. On this side of the border, there's no shortage of companies that offer, Viagra, GLP-1s, hair loss stuff. It's all the stuff that you don't really want to go to your doctor about, and that you can get a script online. No shortage of them over here. I'm assuming if that's the case over here, that's probably the case down there.
Yeah. I mean, and just to add to your point, Shreve, all I see in Snapchat is just Hims and Hers oral GLP. That's it. The derivative of whatever they got going over there with the Wegovies and the Manjaros and everything along those lines. So, I mean, Hims and Hers, I think it's a little bit tougher of the space. Who was it? Who did they have that fallout with Novo Nordisk, right? That they had...
It was Lily and Novo Nordisk. Lily cut them off.
Yeah, exactly. So, boom, see you later to that one. Lily and Novo Nordisk, they're obviously well-rounded on that topic. But as for an investment standpoint, it's extremely volatile. This thing was in play for quite some time, right? Earlier in the year, December, boom. But then after that, things have drastically started to cool down. Let's see, from this previous high, you're down approximately 23%. So you're in bearish territory right there. So keep an eye on Hims and Hers. Telehealth. I mean, it is convenient that the fact that you don't have to go to your doctor for everything. But from an investment standpoint, it's not my field, and I'm not gonna be a long-term investor in Hims and Hers.
No, definitely not. No. All right, let's talk about Nvidia. It ain't slipping, baby. It ain't slipping. It made new all-time highs today, but in the morning it was a little red. So Nvidia briefly, oh no, it's back. It's not briefly, it is. A 4.5 trillion plus market cap. In fact, it's 4.559 as we speak, because my platform updates currently based on stock price. The decline yesterday followed a strong run, with shares closing up about 2.6% yesterday for a record high. We're probably going to have another record high as we work our way into $190. The market sentiment shifted as investors digested news of one of its largest customers, apparently Meta, accelerating the development of in-house AI chips. We know that to be the case for all the hyperscalers. They don't want to pay Nvidia what they're paying. They'd rather have an in-house built chip. We've saw it with Amazon with Trainium. We've seen it with Google with their tensor processing unit. We're likely to see it with Meta as well, who's, as according to this report, accelerating their in-house chips. And who benefits from that, Joey? Broad freaking Com, who makes designs, I should say, these custom silicon chips for the hyperscalers, obviously built by the likes of Taiwan Semiconductor. But yeah, this could definitely help buoy AVGO, who's also up 1.86 today. Let's talk about Meta's dual strategy. So Meta signed, as we know, a $14.2 billion deal with CoreWeave. We talked about that yesterday for computing capacity, powered exclusively, as always is with CoreWeave, by NVIDIA's hardware, highlighting the ongoing reliance for NVIDIA's hardware. Simultaneously, Meta's building out the MTIA, that's what they're calling it, the Meta Training and Inference Accelerator. So we have Trainium, we have TPUs, and now we got Metia. Meta Training and Inference Accelerator. They're developed by Broadcom. I knew it. I didn't even read this article. I knew it was Broadcom. As a hedge against NVIDIA's dominance, Meta now plans to acquire AI chip startup Rivos to accelerate that Metia development. Executives noted these Metia chips could eventually replace NVIDIA's GPUs in some servers as potential long-term threat to NVIDIA's data center stronghold. But as I've mentioned already, Joey, we're seeing the hyperscalers who have no shortage in cash and no shortage in desire not to be reliant on another Mag 7 name, develop their own in-house chip.
You know how I'm thinking of this here, Sharif, especially with the likes of Meta? What if they fall into a situation like Huawei? Where you're building, right? You're building your own in-house chips, but they're still not that good.
They're not good,
right? You can't use them to train. You can only use them for inference. And does Meta fall into that realm?
It could.
Like, I mean, like, think about it. You made a very valid point with the neuroband, band, right?
With the glasses,
it's a little bit of a lagging technology opposed to the Apple, where you can actually, you don't need any of that. You can just use your hands right in front of you.
Yeah.
If something as simple, I'm not going to say simplistic, but lesser than the chips, like the neuroband and everything that they got going on with the glasses, do I think that they can get the chip 100% right and getting it working at the capacity that they need to?
I agree with you.
I'm gonna probably lean to the other side and say no.
It's tricky, Joey. Like, I like Zuck. And I have a lot of faith in Zuck. You know, a lot of people don't like him because he's kind of a robot, right? Lacks kind of like regular human tendencies. But that's fine.
That's fine.
Do I like all his products? I think some of his products are a little cheaply made. I'm talking about the Quest. I know that there's different versions of it. I don't know, man. I don't feel they have that premium class like Apple. When you get an Apple product, I feel it's premium.
Quality, high quality.
Yeah, it is. And I don't necessarily feel that with Meta, but that doesn't really comment on their ability to make these advanced AI chips, because they may not have anything to do with each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 100. I mean, but it goes to the quality aspect too, right? Like if you can't, in something that I think is a little bit less complex than some of these chips, I don't know how great that quality is going to be in some of the chips.
I don't disagree with you. We'll have to wait and see. Last but not least here, let's see what Harry wrote. Sharif, Joe, but isn't the real money in inference? It is becoming more that way, Harry. Implementation of the models, most models seem to be open source. Go, Adara.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Lithium Americas was just asked about here to Caroline Levitt. I guess, does the administration see it's appropriate is what's happening here? When she gives her answer, I'll put it on the screen for you guys.
Thank you, Adara. Let's pull up LAC since that's being spoken about right now. What do we got on LAC? We're getting very little price action at the moment, so we'll continue to watch. Lithium Americas being spoken about at the Caroline Levitt and J.D. Vance press conference being held at the White House right now. So LAC in focus still up 24.5% as we speak right now, guys. Go ahead, Adara.
Yeah, so basically Caroline Levitt said that the LAC deal is, quote, a creative response from President Trump in order to tackle the debt crisis. I'm guessing that's also just a way to respond to all of these deals that have been made. She said that these are deals that are being made with companies around the world and at home. And yeah, Trump just trying to find a way to kind of, I guess, deal with the debt in a unique way. That's what she said.
Thank you, Adara. All right, we'll have to see how that all works out. Last but not least, Joey, let's talk about Donkey Kong. I'm kidding. DraftKings, Jeffries reiterating the buy despite the sharp pullback. I want to mention that there were multiple analyst commentaries today on DraftKings. I just chose to review Jeffries, but DKNG, Joey, down 3.8% today. Another tough day for our friends at Donkey Kong, and it was a tough day yesterday. Oh boy, we dropped substantially yesterday. It was about, I think, 11% drop there. Wow, Donkey Kong getting shafted over here. Let's talk about what Jeffrey said. They reaffirmed their buy rating on DraftKings with that same $54 price target, viewing the recent share weakness as overdone, according to them. Other firms remain bullish as well. For example, Benchmark reiterated their price target of 53. UBS maintained the buy, but they cut their price target from 58 to 56 due to what they're saying is a $200 million negative tax impact. The current pullback is seen as an attractive entry point given the strong fundamentals and sector tailwinds. According to analysts, it's never financial advice on this show, and that was not financial advice either. We're reading what the analysts are saying. Let's talk about the sports betting and iGaming momentum. The New York handle is tracking 12% higher year over year so far this quarter. Gross gaming revenue in New York is up 14% year over year. July to August state data showed about a 20% year over year growth in gross gaming revenue as well, with iGaming metrics are also strong, coming in 20% year growth year over year and quarter to date. NFL Week 3 performance was notable with DraftKings holding increasing 21% year over year. They're also signing partnership agreements in order to expand their moat. They signed a multi-year advertising deal with NBC Universal, securing exclusive sponsorships and integrations across major sports events. And coverage includes, Joey, the Super Bowl and the FIFA Men's World Cup, expected to drive strong brand visibility and user growth. Obviously, Joey, when I was at BMO Field watching the GOAT on Saturday, I got to see the construction of the North Stand for the World Cup. So they're starting to build up that bad boy. Yeah, so that's going to be, because they got to bring it up into minimum FIFA stadium requirements so it houses enough people. Clearly, I can't wait. Yeah. But we know what the traffic, with the great traffic that we have now. Imagine World Cup traffic. I'm gonna just stay at my grandma's. It's gonna be so close to where you live. Yeah, I'm gonna just stay at my grandma's for that duration before I lose my stuff. No, you know what's cool? I was actually working when they were doing the addition onto BMO Field. I was actually working there. The first time? Yeah. Nice, not doing a thing, but obviously doing things for Bell there. It was pretty cool watching that. They said that they had to import like cranes from Sweden or something like that. Yeah, just to kind of get that lifted. Guys, to touch on this market here real quick, crypto space is just getting absolutely lit up here. Bitcoin's selling, and so is Ethereum extremely aggressively. So we'll be patient, see if we can find anything that. But DraftKings, again, we're just getting in the thick of the NFL season. What are we headed into week 5 already or something along those lines? So not too bad of a look. DKNG, wait for them to report earnings. And I mean, as more states start to adopt online gambling, then I think this thing will be just fine. If you break it down, that is not good whatsoever. So that selling is continued. Now, just be patient and wait for any indecision prints for a potential turnaround because, yeah, this is really aggressive and not something that you necessarily want to see. In DraftKings, in which a space I think, in my opinion, is continuously growing. So keep your eyes out on what's going on with DraftKings. If that selling doesn't stop and you crack that $30 level, just get out and look to get back in because you're starting to experience a pretty aggressive pullback off of this previous pivot, 25%. So that's big time bearish territory. But we're going to head over to Adara, see what she's got for us. But also, we're short Amazon. Let's see if that's going to start to cook up for us. 47, we're in that 70s. Not too bad of a look so far.
Yeah, Trump just announcing here, this post is pretty long on Truth Social, but I think the key thing here is that he will be meeting with President Xi of China in 4 weeks, and apparently soybeans will be a major topic of discussion. So in 4 weeks, Trump and Xi will be meeting up, discussing, amongst other things, soybeans. He also said that they've made so much money off tariffs, they're going to take a small portion of that money to help farmers, and that he quotes, all caps, we'll never let our farmers down. These are things he said prior. But either way here, yeah, it is worth noting that he's saying it's important to enforce the agreement with China and talking about soybeans and the role they play here. Back to you. Also, Caroline Levitt still taking questions. Back to you.
Problem on this side of the border, too, Adara. As you know, China slapped tariffs on Canadian farmers for soybeans. That really affects mostly one province, Saskatchewan, which prompted the premier, which is like the governor of the province, to make, an unaccompanied visit to China to kind of try to strike a deal. So it feels like as if the current government, Joey, at least on this side of the border, looking to be a little bit more friendly to China than the prior government was. Which is quite important because they're a big trading partner, whether we like it or not. Our boy JT wasn't overly. He did everything he could to destroy the relationship with China. Everything he possibly could. I'm pretty sure he couldn't have done any more than what he had done. Shout out to Carney, man. The dude is. You like Mr. Mark himself? Man, he could not have come any sooner. Let me tell you that. Because that guy. He was a decade late. Anyway, a decade late, unfortunately. Yeah, the lost decade. We're calling it the lost decade. Seriously. You know that we had a net exodus of foreign direct investment for 10 straight years. There was never a positive year. Never. Why would they want to? Well, exactly. Because this guy was adding capital gains tax on everything, why would you want? Joey. Yeah, go ahead. FRMI is at day's high, 27.96. That's a day high right now. It looks like it wants to take out 28. It's up nicely here, guys. It opened at $25, was very ziggy-zaggy. It didn't really close Any 5-minute candles didn't close below that $25 area, did wick as low as $24.50. That is the low of the day. But it's kind of got a double bottom maybe here with a neckline at around 27. Hard to gauge. I traded it poorly. I had one decent trade on it over here, but there it is. The breakout is there. It's showing 27.66, 27.70. The high of the day, as I mentioned, is 96. This is a new IPO. It is a data center REIT IPO. And it's basically being run by Rick Perry. So, yeah, I just wanted to bring that to you guys. It did open around, I want to say exactly, 11:57, which is a little bit earlier than we typically have IPOs opening up on the midday show here, Joey.
Yep.
So that's what I've been looking at. I wanted to bring in the side charts over here so we can talk about some of the trades that we've been looking at. It looks like, DXYZ's headed down to the volume weighted average price. Likewise with LRMR with a 440 top dropping back down now into that 410 area. VWAP is also at around $4 on LRMR. But there goes FRMI back into the day's highs. It looks like it's going to touch $28. Let's look at the time and sales on this. It's showing 94s, 95s here on the ask side of the level 2. So it feels like it's just a moment. We could be at $28, if not above, within a moment, Joey. Keep your eye out on this one. New IPO on the day.
Good look there, guys. All right, listen, we don't got much time left here, but we're going to run through our trade review. This is going to be the short on Bitcoin, so we'll go 1 for 3. We went 0 for 2 on the longs, and then we hit that short pretty good.
Intel,
so
I'm seeing here stuff about Intel.
Let's see what Intel.
Hold on. I'm loading. Intel, there's something here. Intel in early talks to add AMD. Here it is. Intel in early talks to add AMD as foundry customer. Oh there boy, you go. That is huge.
That's a customer.
That's gonna finally.
There we go.
Finally, they got somebody to buy their stuff.
That's what I'm talking about.
News for Intel.
There we go. AMD. I mean, hey, Intel, big time move. There it is. Breakout. Never mind my trade review. We only had 2 wrong names. How many did we have today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we go 5 for 7 on the names. So that's what we traded. Never mind what we got going on for a trade review. Intel's
really going, Joey.
It's really ripping. Should we send it over to the boys?
We're going to send it over to the big boys right now, man.
All right, send it over. That's what we got going on. Bitcoin, recover.
Peace.
Jesus.
Well, that's the answer you were looking for. Yeah.
I punched long late.
Founder, all they had to say was they have a customer for their foundry business. This has been the issue. The foundry business for Intel is bleeding money. Bleeding. Welcome, everybody. But they're losing billions of dollars. And what's wrong with my mic? My mic apparently sucks. But anyways, they've been bleeding money in their foundry business. This is huge for them if they can get a big customer. It's not NVIDIA, but AMD.
AMD also up.
No, I mean
not much.
Yeah, but AMD's big. No,
I'm saying AMD, the stock is up slightly.
Why would AMD go?
Andre.
Why would AMD go up on that? Go over to AMD. I'm curious as to why AMD would get a bump on the news.
Well, more, I don't know, cheaper production, made in the United States.
Yeah,
not cheaper, but
that
maybe
can help them.
President Trump is like, okay, you're doing this here. Maybe there's something for you or whatever. But there it goes, man. We are nicely in the money right now on this
36
trade.
is resistance from.
Yeah, let's just get it figured out. I mean, when you hear news like that, I'm not even in the chat, so I'm like, I got to get in the chat right now. I was like, let me get this earpiece in. Let me punch long right now, and there it is right now. So we're gonna figure this all out. But thank you for joining us again here. We've got some big winners on, man, and I'm pretty proud of doing this. We just punched into the long, and there it goes. So we both got this trade. Let's see what happens. You never know where your bread is buttered, and this is just given. So I'm already out, literally at this price, $35.70. So there it goes. Yes, Intel.
I'm out in front of 36.
We took a big. I want
to trim.
Yeah, me too. So yeah, we're talking the same thing. I don't know if I meant this trade. I'm not sure how long this is going to go for right now. I'm just starting to slowly get some out. I still have like 70% of this trade. So let's go Intel, man. Where is it going to end up here? We don't know. But nice move upside there for Intel. Let's go. Good trading right there. Thanks for bringing it back over here, guys. I heard you guys had a bang-up show there. I'm going to get into the chat right now. Government shutdown or not, Intel not shutting down. Intel's making deals, man. This guy, Lip Bhutan, is like a deal maker, that is for sure. I mean, everything that we thought about Intel seems to be pretty true, right? I mean, he went out and got money from NVIDIA. He went out and got money from, looks like AMD's going to give him some kind of money here to start producing in the foundry. So we're going to check that. Got money from the U.S. government. So, yeah, this is my new hero right now. Thank you, Lip, for all of this, because there we go. They're going to the upside. And I think it's a good thing for AMD, but you could see, Neil and I sort of mentioned,
it makes sense. It gives them that the whole 1-for-1 they were talking about for production. It gives them
that's what I was
gets them out of that tariff deal. So that
I'm
makes sense.
I'm going to get into this chat here ASAP. And
I'm just I covered in front of the high of the day, but I'm also going to.
Where is the one I'm looking to get into?
There we go.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyways, look, I'm gonna buy the dip here back into 35, but it double tapped 35.8 on Intel. Just go all the way. 15-minute chart. Go all the way back. This is pretty much where we were on the 26th. So Friday of last week. This is where we bounced into. So I want to buy the dips back into 35 and be covering out in front of 36. I also, after I covered the position, I quickly logged into my personal account because I actually didn't. Like, I was sitting in front of 37 to cover on Intel, and I never got filled on last Friday. So in my personal account, I just took 10% out.
Intel's coming right
wherever
back.
It was, right? Like, it just didn't. I was like, I didn't get any out last time, and this is a resistance area on Intel. So in the PA, I just took 10% off.
Yeah.
But I was literally seconds after I got out of this, and now I'm going to look for 35. To pull right
when
back
stocks come up to levels, guys, like, honestly, I mean,
it's
like I got it some out at 30, some out at 35.80, which we just talked about again there as Neil showed you the levels. So I'm just going to this is going to look like a Christmas tree, like at the end of the day, all these red and greens everywhere here. But don't know really where this is going to go. Obviously, we like the story here. I'm starting to piece this out more and more. Intel, my second trade of the day now. We hit the TQQs, and then now we're hitting Intel. So it's going to be a good day here. Let's just see if it comes back against us at this point. Right now, nice little move there. Huge volume, just indicating right now. And again, here's the story, man. So we're going to give this to you live, and we're going to go over to Sharif. We're going to talk about all the normal stories as per usual. But there it is right there. Intel shares are trading higher after Semaphore. I don't even know, I guess that's a newspaper or whatever, website, reported that the company is in early talks to add AMD as a foundry customer. I think the interesting thing here is this, early talks, but hey man, at the end of the day, boom goes a dynamite, nice upside play there, giving us an opportunity, or those who didn't, an opportunity to get out something on their personal, and we'll wait to see now if Intel takes it out. I mean, if this story is true, that's the thing, early talks, if this story is true, you could say when moon for Intel, because this is the news that you're looking for. You want news. We've seen Intel move huge on stories. So we'll just get this going, man. Semaphore, new report out that Intel is thinking about adding.
It's a validation for their foundry business to be at the point that they can actually onboard a large customer. That's exactly what they've needed for quite some time. So this is huge for them. Like I said, bleeding billions of dollars in the foundry business, and I think this is great news. I mean, taking some off in the long term is one thing, but if this dares to dip on this news, I think you got to go into some longs.
Is AMD ripping? We just looked at it.
AMD's not really ripping. The only thing, I mean, Intel's moving more than everything.
Hold on a second.
Else.
What is NVIDIA thinking about all of this? Let's just see what NVIDIA's thinking. Oh, NVIDIA's like, whatever, man. We've already got our $100 million or $1 billion. No, they did 5. They did $5 billion into Intel's foundry. So, NVIDIA seems to be a nothing burger right there. Look, at the end of the day, we know AMD is producing inferior chips to NVIDIA. It doesn't mean that it's not a great opportunity to go long on AMD. It's just, the NVIDIA story is a little different than this. So AMD might be prime for a breakout. We had Brian on last night and we talked about Microsoft v. AMD. He preferred Microsoft, but if AMD gets some good news, it definitely has a nice base here between 150 to 155. So I'd say let's rock and roll here with AMD and see if that wants to go to the long side. Marvell is launching. Why is that? Marvell does have a deal with, no, it's not launching really, but Marvell does have deals with all of these guys as well for the silicon in the chips as well. So that should be good. Oh, Marvell downgraded it. Okay, I don't know what the Marvell. Look, these stocks are what they are. Marvell's a different story altogether. We had gotten a piece out right here. I think Marvell is still eligible if you haven't got anything out to get something out on Marvell above the 200 period moving average. I don't know. I just saw someone said Marvell, so it got me excited because I own the shares. But yeah, nothing happening right now for MRVL. But yeah, man. Happy, joy. A couple more outs there on Intel. I still have exactly half of this position left.
Ren and Stimpy.
Well, yeah, exactly. Ren and Stimpy. Yeah, they're not back. They rebooted Beavis and Butthead on Comedy Central. No, was it Comedy Central? MTV? I don't know. Must be MTV. Yeah, there's a few. I haven't seen any new ones, but the newest South Parks are pretty fun.
Ren and Stimpy is probably way older than I think.
Ren and Stimpy?
Yeah, that's probably much older.
Yeah, 30 years. Well, more than that. Maybe 30 to 40 years old.
Yeah, we were in high school, I think. When
Ren and Stimpy, but
I think we're in high school, man.
So that's 30 years.
I'm pretty sure. I feel like we're in high school. Yeah. Anyways, let's get to the rundown.
Tesla's up 4%, by the way.
Tesla's insane.
Tesla's at 460 right now.
Go Tesla.
Maybe they made a deal with the foundry with Intel or something. Intel's going to be building Tesla chips now. That's not true.
No.
Don't. That's not true. All right. So we've got drills, we've got vacuums, we've got everything happening right now live on air. And by the way,
Starship Enterprise.
Yeah.
What is this line?
Yeah, Ren and Stimpy. I would never show. I wonder if I show that to my kids now, what they would think about Ren and Stimpy. I'm gonna take another out right now. We haven't had any outs in Intel, so there it is. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Aaron wouldn't like it. I know.
I don't think many. Yeah, it's a different kind of. It's not like a real comedy, is it? It's kind of just a silly, stupid.
No,
one.
it's.
All right, let's go back over, see what Sharif's doing. Might as well get on with the show here. It's 2:10 right now. Let's go talk about names you want us to look at.
The ES is into highs, guys. Dare I say we are at all-time highs here on the ES, breaking out into 67.60 on the back of that new headline. The NQ as well, reclaiming 25,000, at least for now, up 0.43. The Dow as well, breaking back above 46,700. It's also green on the day, but barely up 0.6%. 0.05%, excuse me. And the last here, the Russell 2000, just barely negative on the day, down 0.17. Let's start, though, first with LAC, Lithium Americas, the first ticker, as decided by you. Big day today for Lithium America. It's been a big few, I want to say last week or so, up 23.25% today on news that the U.S. government is taking a 5% ownership stake into the company, as well as into that Thacker Pass project, guys. The market liking that to the tune of 23% and change.
You know what? I'm surprised we didn't make a joke about that earlier. I know two Thackers, but anyways, I'm not. We have a friend with that name. But LAC, unfortunately for Lithium Americas, the news got sold. And I know it's up 23%, but it dipped right into, it ended up bouncing off support and getting to view up. I didn't hold long enough past the volume weighted average price to be like muted. It should have been twice as good as it was, but it'll just have to be an okay dip buy. This is not, I don't feel like this isn't news. Like the last time it gapped up to this same area, it failed $8 and failed $7.50. So it just seems like there's profit takers in that range. And the better play might be to allow it to dip down and maybe buy the dip. I think once the U.S. government decides that they want you to win, it's been generally a safe thing to buy off support. And unfortunately here, support might not be that close. Like it showed you $5 before. Ideally, let it settle down a day or two and it can put in some kind of a higher low. I'd love for that to be here, like 6.25, right? Like big key level, resistance, support. I'd love for 625 to hold. Then you get a higher low and you're all good to go. That might be a tomorrow play. So look for 6.25 on LAC to hold. As I said, I think this is good news. It's always good news when you have essentially the country behind you and wanting this company to work. And I get it. Yeah. It's not a U.S. company. It's a Canadian company, but truth still holds here. Probably a little frothy, and a lot of people looking at what was a $3 stock last week, and every time it gets past $7, they're taking profit. Why not? It's a double up. Once it chews through that kind of profit taking, it can stabilize and maybe make a second run here. But yeah, you had to buy the dip today because most of the action off the open was selling.
All right, yeah, I mean, I think it's just very, very similar talk there. We got as high as $8, and you know, on the daily chart, we've sort of been up here before, so the fade happens. But still, man, I mean, anybody that was buying this dip, I mean, it's a good dip buy, and you guys did it. So that was a great move higher, right into this level, and it just goes all the way back to April of 24, actually. So yeah. Seems important to me. I think it goes higher through this level. I like LAC now. You know, MP is another name there. We saw them, MP Materials, go higher as well and continue the flow. There's so much deal talk right now in the market. Obi and I were talking about this yesterday. It's like, you know, EA, bang, and there was a couple moves yesterday that just like spiked up. Target was another example there, and it's just like there's all this money that's trying to flow in here. Like, look, the government is shut down. NASDAQ up 0.4, government shut down. ES up 0.3. So, I mean, imagine when this world is actually somewhat productive, what's going to happen here. So I like MP Metals. I think it continues to work, and I like LAC as well. I like both of these names. USAR was a name that sort of hit the scanners a little bit earlier today as well. So this could have been a name that eventually winds up breaking out if they look to invest anywhere here as well. So I like the space. I think we're in deal making mayhem right now. I mean, look at copper. Copper, we talked about this a couple of days ago as well. This name just continues to cook. I mean, gold's up. Gold's breaking all-time highs. You want to talk about gold? Copper just says F you to gold. I mean, this is like, look. Can you believe this? Joey options over here? How can you tell me to buy options on this thing, man? Where's my call options? I mean, come on, Joe.
Didn't Raheem say, though?
It's pretty Raheem.
I'm pretty sure Raheem did.
No, I'm playing around. Yeah, Raheem's been talking about copper. But the thing is that this is CopX. It's just like some of the stocks. We saw FCX and all that stuff. But yeah, Raheem, our mining guy for sure, been talking all about different metals. So shout out to Raheem. And maybe next time he's in here, we'll ask him about this extension. But yeah, great call there, OCI Raheem. Not so great with his Baltimore Ravens, but you know, right there, it's a nice play on copper as we continue to go, man. We are excited.
I haven't talked any trash to him over that, by the way. I feel bad because
yeah, they have 7 defensive starters out.
I thought it's up to 8.
And Lamar. Oh, maybe.
I think it's up to 8.
And then Lamar is out too. And the thing about the Ravens is I thought they looked. I didn't know their defense was that questionable, but I feel like they could have obviously beaten the Bills there, and then they screwed that up, and now they have all these injuries. So I think the Ravens need to reset. I'm not even sure. I don't know what the difference between like how serious Lamar's injury is. Because,
well, that's a big deal.
If it's serious, they might just shut it down and just work on next year. I don't know.
Well, the Ravens.
But they're paying Henry. So.
Look, man, the Ravens might have 8 starters out.
Yeah.
But you know what? BTCC has 0 hacks and 0 excuses over 14 years, unlike the Baltimore Ravens. BTCC.com delivers like the Buffalo Bills when others don't.
Yep.
Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. And with smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you can trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe, and trusted by 6.8 million traders. And there's a Trader TV Live exclusive, everybody. You can scan the QR code, or you can click the link in the description for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and now so can you. There we go. I was going to make it, whatever. I had to throw my Bills in there. We look fantastic. #1 team. The Bills in Philly, it's like going to be a lot of chalk.
Yep.
But I do feel like if you were ever...
today?
No.
Oh, no.
No, but if you were looking for a point to get props on a team that's not one of those two, like now would be the time. Like it's probably your best opportunity to get odds on Green Bay or Baltimore if you like those two
definitely
teams.
On Green Bay. I mean, Green Bay went from Super Bowl favorites. We'll have to check it out. We'll check it out. Let's go on this show and then we'll talk more football as we go. I'm actually interested to see
curious what the props are.
How bad Green Bay has gone through. What's up, Monica? We'll talk about Tesla soon.
Let's get Tesla in there.
All right, before we go on to the next topic, guys, let's talk a little bit more about Intel as Semaphore. The reporting agency Semaphore is the one responsible for this headline. They say it's as follows. So AMD's chips that are currently being produced by Taiwan Semi, looking possibly here to shift some of that to Intel. It's unclear how much of their manufacturing would shift to Intel if the two companies reach a deal to make this a little bit bigger, or whether it would come with a direct investment by AMD similar to the deals cut by other companies. It is possible that no agreement will be reached, people familiar with the matter said, but it is more along the lines of AMD trying to get into the good graces of the administration by shifting some of the production of its less advanced latest chips from Taiwan Semi to Intel to reshore and obviously use a domestic producer. So this being reported here by Semaphore, the originating news agency. Now, on to the next topic. Tesla at the day high right now, 461.19 day high, up 3.61%. A couple of headlines on this one. They increased their prices for U.S. models as a result of the $7,500 EV tax credit ending yesterday. If you signed a bill of sale or dropped a down payment yesterday, you're still entitled for that $7,500 tax credit. Separately, we got delivery numbers from Europe and a very good look in most jurisdictions, guys, in Europe, with the exception of Sweden, where Tesla continues to bleed sales.
So just quickly before we go to Tesla, this feels like it's getting a little toppy. Like the initial candle on Intel is still the high, and it's not really, like every time it gets above 35.6, you want it to close a 3-minute candle above that price. All of these are topping tail candles. I'm going to jump out just underneath break even, maybe wait for 35 or VWAP to get in again, or until we get closes above 35.6. Intel looks gorgeous. But anyways, we can talk more Intel when we're done the rundown. Tesla, the breakout has happened. We're talking almost blue sky setup here. You have to go back to my birthday till the stock was anywhere near this price, and that's Boxing Day, by the way. And that's the 470 level, which I think is obviously the next stop. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. I was looking for one thing and one thing only this morning, a failed breakout of the high. The second it held it, I was out, and this stock went absolutely ham. I'm happy because I own some Tesla, but I can tell you with 100% certainty, I will be taking some profit. I mean, this is a local breakout, so not today, because if it closes above the breakout, let it make the next move, but certainly into this high, 480. I think that's a great place to ring the register. If you bought this one down at 220, or you bought it off the 300 level, or you bought this breakout at 350, whichever one, the fact that you're going to get a run sometime tomorrow, Friday, whenever, into this all-time high is fantastic. So congrats on Tesla buyers. You can reward yourself by taking some profit.
Yeah. I don't know. I was asked why I didn't trade it today. Definitely should have. I mean, the problem is I was thinking dead red all day, right? And the only trade I had earlier was the TQs. Obviously now we're at Intel, you can see that. But I should have this move right into here. This move, so there's the rip on it, right? Forget about, as Neil said, sometimes you'll miss that first trade, that's fine. Because it goes up and down $5 or whatever to begin with, right? Up to 447, back down in. But it's once you realize that we're barcoding right there, you have basically two trades, and that is to get long there off VWAP if you want to, and then you might have got stopped out on that kind of a break, but I don't know where the 50 period was at that time, but close enough. So I think you'd almost have to be a little lucky or something to be in that, or really a believer of this potential move. But again, the market was red. It started to fall down earlier on, and I'll show you the NASDAQ trade that I had. We covered it, so we didn't have to worry about this move up, but I guess when we covered it, we should have started to look long. And with Tesla being up and green on the day, probably like Palantir, I bet you it has the same kind of a VWAP bounce potentially. There it is, nice upside move. I think risking $1 or $2 to make 10. I mean, sure, it's hindsight, but yeah, I'm normally in this, so I feel bad not being in it. Normally we've had numerous ins and outs on a name like this today, especially when it bases so perfectly, and then came back in. So I wasn't here until about 12:30 or so. So I did have an opportunity. I wasn't here for this, but this 50 period moving average looks pretty sweet. I'm not sure coming into right now what it's going to do, because if you look at the daily chart, it's breaking out. So we need to look for a next level of resistance, right, which would be up and around here, 470. So if this dipped down in, where do we think it may stop at? Well, that would be that 450 level again. So yeah, Tesla, wow. I mean, this thing is just printing more millionaires, it seems like, every day. This is just another monster move. This name was just 360 back September 11th. Sorry about that date. I should have said September 12th. But there it is. Boom. Right there to the upside, breaking out off that level. So what is going to happen when this thing takes down 480? I think you got to like Tesla. You got to stay long. We've been talking about that for a while. No matter what you think of the political affiliations or whatever with Musk and Trump, and if they're friends or not, this is really giving you an opportunity. I think this is when they were fighting. and then it came back in, and then since then, it's just been basically a rocket to the north side. Like, what about full self-drive? What about robo-taxis? What about Optimus? What about Starlink? Like, there's so many opportunities here. What about his pay package now? Like, all of this stuff, talk about motivation. This dude wants to stay the richest man in the world. This man is going to do everything he can to get Tesla's price where it needs to be. And I think right now, Tesla is definitely working out. And great stock there. There it goes. Nice upside play. Congratulations to anybody that has Tesla today. Pretty clean off that open, but missed opportunities for sure. There's a lot of that stuff in today's market, I feel like. All right, next.
Including this one, apparently.
Yeah. Next story, Open Door. I'm getting a headache.
No major headline today, guys, on Open Door, but it's up 2% on the day, well off the highs. It tested that 880 level, now dropping aggressively into 815. New CEO Kaz Najatian posting on X. At Open Door, we want you to love your home. Starting today, Open Door buyers get exclusive benefits. 1, you get a 7-day home test drive. 2, you get a 100-day home warranty. This is just the beginning, he writes on X. Shout out to the Canadian Kaz.
I have to admit, we were just talking about the missed opportunities. This was a real missed opportunity short on Open Door. I didn't really have a reason, I don't think, to have been looking at it, at least in the morning. So like, I've never had that long, but it goes right into the last place that it sold off. Like right on Monday, it sold off this level almost to the penny, $8.80, which was the Friday. It's your Friday close level. And then it sells off there. You trend into that level and then pull back. I don't know, my 3-minute chart hates me today on literally just this stock, so I can't really draw you the trend line. But suffice to say, when this breaks that trend, it just absolutely craters. Someone asked me in the chat if I would buy it off of support on Open Door. It's not a ridiculous look. Like 780 down here is support, and then maybe it starts at like $8, but you've got some room to go before you get down to support today. So let's see what it looks like if it gets down there. Because, if anything, I can tell you that I would have been looking short. Like, I would have been looking short on the stock. I would not have been looking long today. Because then you had to have it at the open. Once it moved up, to me, you got a mean reversion trade. Certainly, if I was short, you take profits off in front of this 8. If it breaks 8, maybe we look for something bouncing off 780 later this afternoon. That could be a bit of a play. But yeah, that was a pretty good reversion on Open Door, which I think it's showing you lower highs. Like, remember the $11 selling. And it's on the back end of this trade. So even when it bounces, it's putting in lower highs on Open Door. You got to be careful of that. If you're holding on to this, and you're like, okay, like Open Door, it keeps on bouncing. Yeah, it keeps on bouncing off trend. And this is trend support from the initial pullback on when this first went meme crazy. Initial pull, it's holding this trend really well. But it's also holding that trend with lower highs. And the day that this breaks, like, to tell you that I'd favor short, like, who cares? I would favor short. There's going to be a lot of, like, big short sellers that are going to lean on this thing when it breaks this trend line. So that's why we say no one went broke taking profit. If this loses trend, it could drop $2 in a day or two. Just be careful.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about Open Door, but I just want to let everybody know, like, I just got a couple more outs at 40, one at 43, one at 42 for Intel. They're not... it was just one was 5 minutes ago and one was just now. So I don't know if you might have saw that. I just took another fill right now, and I'm going to wait for 49s, and then that's where the 21 period moving average is. I don't think it really matters when it's extending like this, but just noticing that these tops are getting pretty heavy, obviously at 35.60 and change. So if we can get something out on the way up, we're going to do that. We now have about a third left of this initial buy, and we could have bought it lower too. So it kind of missed that opportunity, so kind of feel like about that one. All right, so you know what I actually want to look at? What about that Better stock? There was Better Home. This was another name that was an Eric Jackson look. So this is still up 5% and holding out pretty decently. This might be a better play. I don't know about better than Open Door. It's a little bit more expensive, but it's trying to hold 50. So that would be something to watch out for. It's going to have to come down 20% to test those levels. So I'm not sure if that's going to be happening, but you got to watch out for that. That's another one of these plays. Similarly, pumped or treated as Open Door. Yeah, look, $8. So it's been around here. It's been like 7, 8, 9. For a while here. And I don't know if I want to get too excited until we break that 11. I know that's a huge move from here. So the next thing you want to do is just make sure that we hold this $7 level, which we've now held 3 times. So I don't think there's anything wrong with going long again. If it comes back into that area, then you're one story away from this popping one more time. So we have some insider buying on the name. I saw that yesterday. I still like Opendoor. I mean, 140 million shares. I just don't know if it's the trade for the housing sort of kindling in the United States that we think that it is. But I like Oscar Health, which is again like an app for trying to change the way businesses run in the health. I mean, this has been a pretty hot stock recently off their earnings play and just trying to get back above. But again, these new names, Robinhood, Oscar Health, Opendoor, just apps that are making traditional finance and traditional opportunities a little easier or for the newer generation. So yeah, Opendoor, I mean, I don't know. I'm not selling my house and we don't have Opendoor around here. But if I did, I probably would look into it. I don't know. It's anything to make things easier. Less paperwork and whatnot. So I like Opendoor. I just would like to see it at that $7 mark. And then here comes Intel.
I punched out. When it broke that break even for me. I just
35 for Intel now. I think that's going to be the out for me. We'll give back like maybe a third of what we made if it winds up breaking that level. But here comes in Intel. I want to give it another chance down here at $35. So that's what I'm going to do with Intel. All right, BBAI time.
What is it? Up over 4%, but off the highs, rejecting 7 on the day. No real headline, but there is unusual call volume here. The October 3rd $7 calls and the October 31st $6.50 calls are the most active options with volume on those strikes near 12,200 contracts. Also, guys, the put call ratio is 0.14 with earnings for Big Bear AI expected, guys, November 4th.
You know what, BBAI, that's about as close as you need to be to the 50 period. Like it trended into the 200 period moving average, broke trend and climbed all the way to $8. So it gets to that $8 level, rejects, pulls back, effectively bounces off. Let's just call it the 50 period moving average. Didn't quite get there, but come on. Like we're splitting hairs at this point. It's bouncing off the 50 period reversing trend. So why not? Like I don't know why I didn't look at this today. Maybe there was no big enough catalyst. But that's a pretty standard. You get one day bounce, play the continuation, and now you're biased long till it gets to $8. So I play that. Rounded bottom here. You close above 670. That confirms that you're holding higher lows. And once we do that, look biased long till it gets to 8 again on BBI. It's just what it does. So you play these things on momentum and direction, and whether the catalyst happens to be options or not, seems to be good enough. So, yeah, this one looks good. I don't see much of a trade here today because it looks like it might lose this bid. I'm not really thinking short. So, yeah, probably more of a tomorrow or Friday continuation play, at least until it gets to $8, right? Like $8, respect the level it's been selling up there.
We've been talking about Big Bear AI for a while. Obviously, at 650, I was asked the question 2 days ago. I said yes, buy it at some 650s. Whether or not you did or not, I don't know. I still think there's moves to the upside. I asked Brian about this yesterday as well, and we were just kind of like, it's pulled back into the 50-period moving average. My whole thing is no earnings, obviously a big problem. These guys don't make money, but they just got that deal with the Navy. So I think that if that can snowball into better opportunities for Big Bear AI, it's worth it. But their report not till early November, so you got to go through all of October. And if the market's going to dance around a bit, this could get hit. But I like Big Bear AI, 22% short float. I am stamping the long in Big Bear AI, but over 3.8 million concussions are reported every year in the United States, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGen, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more, schedule a meeting, scan that QR code. It's Oragenics time. If you have any questions about concussions, go find it. It's listed on the NYSE symbol OGEN. I changed my mind about Intel, by the way. Here comes Intel right back in. All I'm doing is taking more long right here. I actually want to see about this VWAP down here at 34.60. We made money on it. We're still up, even holding this right now against us. I'm not playing this as a P&L trade or anything like that. We had a huge move up Obviously, the story is now out there. Let's see if it does get some juice. I just don't want to punch out now and that sort of be the thing. So I'm just going to wait for VWAP. I mean, that's been a trade that I've waited for a long time. We'll see if it comes back in. Also, the 200 period's at 50 cents. So if it does break below 34.50, then we can get out. But, you know, again, good movement to the top side there, 35.80. We do have some outs up there. We're looking to get out higher if this pops, but we averaged in. Our average price 35.23, willing to sit in this one. I still only have like about a third or so of the position that I had initially, but I'm gonna layer into this Intel until we see what happens at VWAP. It's fine if it goes down. There's a lot of negativity surrounding the name, right? So I just think that there could be some juice left in this play, so I'm gonna give it another 50 cents. And if we lose, we'll give back what we made. So I'm just taking a shot here with Intel.
I'm only chuckling because of the super chat here, but
good. What is it?
Let's get to it. We'll get back to that in a quick little second. But thank you, Willis Addison. Speaking of BBAI, I'm only reading this because you sent the super chat. The markets right now have. First of all, I have no idea what that means.
A BBL, Brazilian
Of course not.
lift.
I was pretending I didn't.
Oh, okay. We can say it.
No, I was gonna pretend I had no idea. I was gonna be sheepish about it, but no, it's BBL. Why not? Market is definitely getting lifted today. But here's why.
Shout out to Cardi B.
No, but here's why I don't think it's trash. Like I'm not calling BBL is fake. The market is real. The market is real, and the last time there was a government shutdown, the market actually was a rally and it was a buying opportunity. Yeah. So I think that's more real than a fake Brazilian butt lift. But to each their own. No judgment here. And hopefully Meta, I actually hope Meta continues to buck the trend because I think we're going to get a good opportunity to buy this stock.
Talking about BBL, boys? All right. Well, Meta is down 2% today, off the lows, tested 710, back up and knocking on the door of 720. No real headline today on Meta except to say that they are advancing, or accelerating, I should say, the design and production of their own in-house chip called Meta Training Inference Accelerator, MTIA, the acronym there, supposed to be built by Broadcom, boys.
Okay, so Intel's starting to bounce back a little bit. Yeah, so I mean, we had sort of looked at Meta before. I think Meta is just in the penalty box for some reason here, and I don't think their Oculus talk went very well. I don't think those Meta glasses were very well received. It kind of makes me think about that whole metaverse where they dumped all that money into it for no reason. Not that there's no reason. I mean, obviously the stock is very much appreciated to the upside there. But like I have an Oculus, but I think I have Gen 1. It's good. I mean, I like it, but the kids don't. They use it. It's just not that much. I don't know if it's. I just think there needs to be more coming from it at some point. And look, I don't use it enough, so I don't know enough about it. But at the end of the day, it's in the penalty box pretty good, man. You're down 10% now, right? 800 down to 720. That's exactly that 10%. So I think it goes further. And you know, the air's definitely come out of this name. Is it worth buying if you don't own any? Probably. But my sort of wagon is full on Meta. So I'm not, bouncing. This is a great area. This is what I mean. Could be a buy the dip opportunity. You just have to ask yourself, what does it really have going for it? Obviously it has Instagram. It has Facebook, if that's still a thing. There's WhatsApp monetization coming. And then there's the new product launches, and I'm probably missing about a million other things.
Well, they're the new world of for everyone that talks about the disruption of Alphabet and advertising. Well, Meta's kind of the new world, one of the new worlds for that. Now, ultimately, look on a weekly chart, about 655 is the 50 period on the daily, and then on the daily chart, 666 is the 200 period moving average. So once now that we've broken under the September low, that becomes within spitting distance. I just think it becomes a value play underneath $700 to buy the dip out in front of that level. So as far as Meta goes, when we have a market that's up 0.5, and let's be real, this is what the NASDAQ looks like today. If the NASDAQ looks like this and you're 0.2 to the downside, I'm not saying I'm rushing out and going to buy it today. And ultimately, Meta, I do believe, is in the penalty box. But once it's under $700, it starts to get into a range I think is going to be a good value buy. So yeah, not bad climbing back up because the market's trying to drag it higher. It's not like it's alone, though, in terms of maybe not having, load up. Yeah, not having the day that you would expect. Actually, you know what? Scratch that. I was about to tell you that Apple had been pulling back today as well, but no, Apple went right back into being green, so forget about that. Maybe it is just Meta that's struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
No, because when I looked, the last I had looked at Apple earlier this morning, it was threatening to go red, and it never did. This stayed green. So this is just a meta story. Microsoft, we were talking about earlier, that's pretty strong. That's actually breaking out a little bit. So if you're looking at other Mag 7 names that have been a little bit out of favor, it's kind of a choppy stock there, Microsoft, but it's more of a consolidation up here. This is breaking out on the daily chart. You're like one push away from Microsoft making this 520 break. So sometimes money shifts from one to the other. In this particular case, Meta out for a little bit and then it moves on to the next. That's just how it goes. Mag 7 don't move together anymore.
Yeah, no, I don't. Intel's on the way back up, by the way. So just to talk about what's going on right now, we'll see if this goes back up to the upside here with Intel. So we'll give this a little bit of a shot just to see. I do have an offer at 28 to get out of a little bit of this trade in case it doesn't move the way I thought it would. But for now, yeah, Intel nicely cooking here to the upside through 35.20. Good hold. Like I said, we did not want to get out there at 35 flat. It was too easy of a price. That's all. So instead we have a button for it. I'll hit it. But we didn't really reload it that much because like my average price was 30. Now my average price is 23s. So it wasn't like a huge reload, as I was saying. I wanted to get more if we fell into this area and then using VWAP as a potential out. So yeah, that's what we're doing right there. But yeah, nice move there to the downside. That was going on. So we'll figure out where we're going now. But Intel, nice upside play here. We'll see if it can hold out $35 on that one. All right, we're done. We're done running all through all of that. There was something I wanted to talk about before, and now I just can't remember what it is. But Eli Lilly, by the way. Oh man, this stock caught fire right now. Like, I don't know what is going on with Eli Lilly. That's up 9%. Well, was up 9%.
Who's news?
Right there. Yeah, no, I know, but like that's just a monster. Like, no, I know there was news, but that just seems like
it's the only drug company
crackheaded move right there.
It's the only drug company that I would want to own. Out of I shouldn't say the big ones. I know Pfizer, like everything is trying to catch off the bottom, but these guys they're doing it right. They got the biggest drug out there. They have the means to actually produce it, which their competitors don't. It's effective. It's just first mover advantage. You got everything you want. And they got a pipeline to back it up as well. It's not like they're just only relying on one thing. So I like Eli Lilly. I was asked about Reddit. And Reddit, yeah, I know the market's having a good day, but Reddit's taking it on the chin. You're down double digits today on Reddit. And my simple answer to the question is, do I think it's a buy? When you lose the 50 period on news, it's a wait and see. Like, let the buy, unless if it was down, if this had tanked, and of course it wouldn't do this, if it had tanked all the way to the 200 period, which is a huge level, like this 160 area, that's a monster level on Reddit. Like, look at the support here, look at the breakdown, look at the breakout. Like, that would be an auto dip buy. Like, you just dip buy a level like that because it's so huge. Now, let it settle down for a couple of days. If it can hold on to 200, maybe you get a little relief rally play. But I think you're going to have an opportunity in Reddit here, but I'd let it fall a little bit more. The day where it loses a major trend line is not usually the day that I want to pick it up. If it's a more speculative play. If it's a company that it's like they're printing money and there's no concern about the valuation in my sense, then yeah, sure, you buy it on almost any kind of a dip. But I don't consider Reddit to be in that category for me. So yeah, kind of a hard pass for today. But maybe next week this one will have settled down enough to try to take a shot at them. And the concerns were over ChatGPT and how much search volume being driven. And unfortunately, this one might be in the penalty box for a little bit.
All right, guys. Again, let's just props it up right there. Like I for those of you that held, there goes Intel right now. So I mean, boom and boom. We have two trades today. All right, two ideas. We have the TQQ short, which we lost. Right when we went out, we lost. Right, that last trade, that was bad. But that was a big one, still holding the day. I'm still up double on TQs that I'm up on Intel, but this is my next play right there. I just wish that was more of a reload, but there it goes, right back there, right up to the upside, and then we're going back up. So Nice move there for the stock. We'll see if it can get a little bit higher now, and then we can think about getting out of the rest of it. But, looking to see if we can get back into this 50-60 area. I still have that 49. I still have that 58 waiting to do there. So that's what that trade is. So I see what you're saying there, Jay Lee. Love that you want me to join you with this TQQ trade short. The only problem for me is I gotta go get some water. I'm starting to get that little bug in the throat here right now, but I've had that for a minute, so hopefully we don't pass this thing around. Obi was actually sick all weekend, by the way. And then you had him, you were not feeling well either, but then Obi came in. What day is today?
Well, he told me it was like
Wednesday. So yeah,
3-day bug.
Yeah, he comes in there and he's sitting there, and I'm like, dude, you're filling in for Neil, but you are. I didn't even know you were sick, and then I'm like, Obi, dude, I feel like Neil should be filling in for you, right there. But thanks to Obi for doing that as he continues.
Someone has a question about SoFi.
Yeah, okay, let's go.
And SoFi is SoFi, yuck. I know I just finished saying if you're down on a day like today, that's not good. I believe that to be true, but it's not often that you see something making an all-day test of the trend. So, anyways. Here, first things first, SoFi's pullback is almost to the 50-period moving average now. So the pullback from 30, you've almost made a full 20% retracement from the highs on SoFi. It's really close. It might, depending on where that top wick is, it might have actually tagged 20% down on SoFi. So the time for a turn feels like it's coming. It really does feel like it's coming in, and it's at a pretty big support level. This is yesterday's lows as well. So you got yesterday's lows, the 50-period, 20% pullback. I actually like this for a shot breaking like 25.9. I mean, if it can close above the trend line, I'd probably just enter on a close above the trend line or a 25.90 break that I can give to the prior bar low. Do I think this gets to the volume weighted average price this afternoon? Not really, but that's a good level and a good trend break for SoFi. Personally, I don't know if I'd be buying it up here on the daily. Personally, if I didn't own SoFi and was looking to get into it, yeah, I'd probably pick up 10-20% of what I consider to be a position, and then I'd wait for a bigger dip. But that's easy for me to say because I own it from a while ago. But that's just, I don't know if I really want to buy it all the way up here. Not a full position, maybe 10-20%. But for the day trade, just gonna look for the trend break right here on SoFi. I'm just gonna turn my head because I'm curious what is that sound?
They're running electrical.
It's a weird sound. Oh, I see.
There's a lot of weird sounds happening over here. You could see. Look at that wall that is being built. This is insanity around here.
We're building a time machine.
Don't tell everybody, dude. That's how we can get these trades working for us.
We're
going to go ahead and see where Intel's going to go.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then we could get Derek, could you give me that Eli Lilly news again? Because I just go ahead.
It's weird, and it's actually not really that related to Lilly, but either way, yesterday, Pfizer announcing that they're going to cut their drug prices in the U.S. with the Trump RX thing, right? Where you can get these discounted drugs online. Now, Trump said that Lilly is terrific, and he kind of implied that Eli Lilly was already in negotiations with the administration and that they'd be announcing a deal soon. Furthermore, he indicated a couple times that the next deal announcement could be coming as early as next week. He didn't specify what company. There were, there was enough indicia to imply that the next company could potentially be Eli Lilly, or at the very least is down the line. So long story short, because of the comments that were made yesterday and because of David Rick, CEO of Eli Lilly's, open relationship with Trump, they've very much been in communication. People are assuming that Eli Lilly is likely to be making a drug pricing related deal with the Trump administration very soon. That's why this is up.
Thank you very much, Adara. I want to answer this question here because Azhar asked, what is the indicator you looked at for Reddit at 166? No worries, I'm pretty sure. Here, I got to go over to my my daily chart. So if you look over on a daily chart, this is a 200 period moving average on a daily. It's actually 163-ish, simple moving average. But then if you actually look over here, like this prior high, and where it broke out from, and then this resistance here in March, that's a little closer to the mid 160s, right? So I think anywhere in that range, they're just lines on charts. So whether you say 166 or 162 doesn't really matter. You're lining up this resistance with this high and that breakout and the 200 period simple moving average on Reddit. And I like confluence like that. But here's the thing, it's at 206. So it's all well and good. If it got there, I'd probably be a buyer of the stock, but talk to me when it gets there. It's nowhere close to that. I think there could always be an opportunity to buy it a little bit higher. I would just be waiting for Reddit here because I think it just lost some big support, and I wouldn't want to be picking it up just yet. That new IPO was awesome. Yeah, that one caught me off guard. I wasn't ready for the open. I don't think I was gonna take any real size on Fermi, to be honest with you guys, but probably should have had the opening print on FRMI, and if only because there was like tie-ins to the Trump administration, energy. Who was it? Now I forget Rick Perry?
Yep.
Rick Perry. Like Rick Perry, who actually ran for president too, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so.
He had a crazy, I only remember that guy because
he's the guy.
He had a really bad debate or something.
That was the guy, and he had to pull out.
Yeah.
That's the guy.
Yeah,
That's
he was like made a fool of himself or something, and I can't remember exactly what it was.
Well, he's laughing now. Because I think he owns like over 10% of that new IPO. Let's go to Adair.
Thank you so much to our friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada, because we have exciting news for sophisticated Canadian traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs, which offer 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60 semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they are offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, which provides a performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equities indices. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader who's looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily. That's betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more. Back to you.
He's a human being. Oh, so I looked it up. It was he basically said there's 3 agencies of government when I get there that are gone: commerce, education, and the what's the third one? And he couldn't remember the third one. Rick Perry.
He was also played by Bill Hader on SNL, and it was like really good.
Bill Hader's pretty jokes.
Bill Hader? Yeah, he had a great. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, you know who?
He's what's that show that he?
I know you don't watch Shannon Sharp, any of his club shows.
No.
But there's an interview. He's done 2 of the Wayans brothers. He did Marlon Wayans.
I saw those guys live.
And Damon Wayans.
Yeah, I saw Damon Wayans.
Who, like, if you're a fan of In Living Color, like Damon Wayans.
I saw those guys in Vegas. I know you've never been there. I don't.
No, and Damon Wayans is probably, like, if there was one comedian outside of Dave Chappelle that I would want to see live, like Damon Wayans would be one of those guys. Like he was so brilliant, and I loved In Living Color. But his interview on Shay Shay with Shannon Sharp was actually really good. It was pretty cool because if you're into, like I said, if you're into In Living Color, fantastic. More Money, More Problems. That was a good movie as well. So only really into SoFi.
What was that Bill Hader show again?
It was SNL.
Barry.
What?
Barry. Yeah, he's a contracted killer. It's like one of the best shows.
What?
It's
like right now?
Yeah, well, it's 3 or 4 years old.
What's it
maybe
called?
More than that. Barry. That's his name.
I've never heard of it.
It's a good show, man. You should, if you haven't seen it, you should see it. It's funny.
Where can I? Oh,
really funny.
It's on Crave.
It's probably 3 or it's HBO or Showtime or something. Okay.
Literally adding it to my list.
All right, yeah, add it to your list immediately. All right, so Intel up to $40, $40, I wish, maybe eventually, up to $35.40. Just look at this, just riding this up. You know, roller coaster up, eventually roller coaster down. But there it is right now. We'll take that. We'll take that for what it's worth. Nice move there on it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Nick says watch Barry. I promise. Yeah, it's a very, very good show.
Literally right now, I have Barry up. I'm adding it to my list. Boom, added it to my list.
You're good on that one. It'll be a good one. You'll like it. It's
after funny. I finish Peacemaker.
Oh yeah, I haven't.
You need to watch.
I haven't. I've only watched a few episodes of that.
Cena is so underrated as a funny man.
No, he's not that underrated.
You think he gets credit for being funny?
Yeah, he's been in a lot of big movies.
I hope so. Because
yeah. A lot of big funny movies.
I'm going to make a controversial statement. Here's my controversial statement.
What is it?
I find him funnier than The Rock.
The Rock's not funny at all.
Okay,
so that's not controversial.
Well, like when I watch.
I mean, the guy did Tooth Fairy.
Yeah, when I watch him in those types of roles, I just find Cena is authentic.
What comedy has Rock done?
No, but he plays the whole. He was funny in Get Shorty with John Travolta. He played.
Oh, but that is. Did he?
That was really.
That was so. That's so
he
long.
played. Oh, his character was.
Get Shorty. That's 25 years old.
Is it 25?
Get Shorty.
Is that old?
Was Rock
or Be Smart
he was
in the sequel to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which was Beast.
Yeah, he's great in
Be Cool.
Oh, Be Cool. Okay.
It's a sequel to.
Is it? Okay, yeah. I was gonna say because I know that that's old. No, he was great at like Moana. Like Rock is great. I love The Rock.
I just don't think he's that funny.
Cena. I really like John.
Cena was in that the one where he's faking like he's a friend of the dudes.
Yeah, he's in Ricky Stenicki.
Ricky Stenicki
is one of the funniest movies I've seen.
Dude,
in the
I
past
was dying.
5 years.
I was dying watching.
What the hell's Black Rabbit? Is that another movie? Maybe there's some. Oh yeah, Kevin Hart. Yeah, there was one with The Rock and Kevin Hart, wasn't there?
Yeah, he did that CIA movie with The Rock.
CIA movie, something like that.
Yeah,
Central Intelligence.
Yeah, that's.
All right, maybe The Rock is funny. I just couldn't think off the top of my head. I couldn't think of any. But yeah, I think you're right. I don't think it's that hard of a statement.
But I chuckle just even trust me. The thing like Cena's jokes.
He's in Cock Blockers.
Yep.
Blockers, I think it's called. Oops, my bad. Okay, delete that. My bad on that.
Too late.
All right, sorry.
Too late.
But he's in Blockers, I think, and he's in, and then he's in Ricky Stenicki, and there's a few other ones. There's a recent one. He's in that one that's not that good right now with, Idris Elba. I watched it with my family. It's not bad.
The one where they're both like
They're both presidents.
Yeah,
he's the president.
I didn't actually watch that.
He's the president. Anyways, shout out.
Do you think that would be?
Shout out to hair transplants as well. Good job, John Cena, on that one.
Wow, you got hair transplants?
Yeah. Oh, he's admitted it. So if you watch him during when I was there at not Hell in a Cell, the one where he turned, and at WrestleMania. Anyways, people were making fun of the bald spot. Then he got plugged. So he's admitted it anyways to getting that. So shout out.
I mean, if you're an actor, I get that.
Yeah.
If I was an actor, like I'd
yeah. Like I want these guys to pay for. I mean. Wearing a hat.
No, because it probably affects your ability to get roles and stuff. Like.
Oh, for sure. I would think so. Or you just got to go bald.
If you're a brother, it's easy to go.
You just got to go bald.
It's easier to shave your head.
Like The Rock. You just got to go bald.
David. Oh, it's not a. I thought this was going to be a super chat for one of your trades, the afternoon trade. However, trying to work here, but what's up with the new multi-screen thing in the background? Can we get a close-up? Well, I don't know if these cameras can give their. Okay, well, we do have a shot. There you go. So there is your close-up shot of Mark and Rob, well, not anymore, working on whatever it is back there that you will find out eventually. Not telling. But you might already know.
I think I've already mentioned it.
I think they already know.
I'll just keep it at that.
It's going to be rather large, obviously. I feel like it's going to be like the Starship Enterprise.
It's going to be something.
We literally are going to look like the set of
I said this is going to be the best set of all time.
It will look like the set of Star Trek, just configuration-wise, exactly the same.
Wait a second. What levels are Eli Lilly even at right now? By the way,
it's well.
I
past
have to trim
800.
this.
It's well past.
No, not yet. Okay, so it's just breaking out.
No, not till 900.
My problem is that this is the chart that I just saw, my e-signal chart. And I was like, whoa, are we at those levels? But no, that just goes back to July. So, I thought we were at bigger levels than that for Eli Lilly. I like it. 9 all the way up here. This is where the trimming starts for Eli Lilly. 917, like 9, between 9 and 920.
Yeah, that's the hard top.
That's where we start getting out. But again, like to be $200 in the money or so on that, and I know $200 doesn't mean anything. It's just you can take away a zero. $64 up to 82. This is actually the exact same move as Marvell made, actually. Maybe I should think about getting something out.
I missed 2 super chats, but also something big. Another 50 Trader TV live gift membership from Nimrod.
Let's go, Nimrod.
Do you have the page up?
I just actually wanted to show everybody this.
Okay,
this is why it's so important that Nimrod is doing this. So right into here, we are now giving out. So it is, do I even have it open right now? I might have closed it. No, here it is right here. So this is our sheet here that comes out now. It has support and resistance levels. It's highlighted key important areas here for you. We talk about the quarterly performance, the guidance, the business segments, the strategic shifts, Bitcoin. It just basically breaks down the whole stories for you through our daily watch, right? Sharif works on this every single morning, and it just goes away. Trader takeaways are on here. See, here's the Lithium of America story. All of this is available to you for $5 a month. You got to hit join. There it is. For us, it says Canadian $5. If you guys can do this in the States, just go over to our page, hit join. I want to know what that shows you. Because I think we just put it in, and because we're in Canada, we see that. It's supposed to be $4.99. If it's USD, it's USD at the end of the day. But, you know, it's worth it for that. Make sure you go over there, and it's worth it 100%. We're hearing BlackBerry getting a spike here on some sort of comments. Man, I'm not going to hear the end of it from my friend. Okay, good, it's not up that much. Who told me to buy BlackBerry ahead of earnings, and then it does this kind of a move. I hope it continues for him, but I was thinking that it was going to spike a little bit more than that. All right, Adair not seeing anything, so we'll get that Adair story. Or
I wanted to get to these other super chats.
Yeah, do it. Because I don't
first of all, thank you again.
It says $4.99 US. Okay,
thank you again, Nimrod. But we got Be Free. Thoughts on TOAX? I don't know what that is, and I can't pull that up. You got 100. You think you might get 1,000. If that's maybe that's some other symbol, but I can't pull that up, and I'm not familiar with it, so maybe that's a bit of a typo, and you can let us know. Ian Rispetto. This is just about the conversation we're having about Damon Wayans. Men on Film, Blaine and Antoine, that was hilarious. David Allen Greer and Damon Wayans, absolutely hilarious. And I love Tommy Davidson too. He was a classic. I actually met that guy at a baseball game.
Oh yeah?
It was like the weirdest thing. He was sitting in the same row as me at a Jays game. I have no idea why he was in Toronto. And I did the whole like, oh my God, I'm such a fan. You were amazing on that show, like that.
Yeah.
And I go I go the Wayans brothers and yourselves, like that was
all those guys.
Was
David Allen Greer was on there.
Yeah, and I told him like my dad loves your comedy, and he was just like, he kind of just gave the whole. He probably hears that all the time, kind of thing, and then went back to watching the game. But it seemed like a really cool dude. But then. Yeah, so yeah, again, Be Free. Like I said, I would love to look up this symbol for you. I just cannot bring it up, and I'm unfamiliar with it. So if there is a different symbol that you meant, just let us know. We're happy to look at it.
Nimrod also with a super chat as well. So this guy here,
super chat?
I mean, just thank you so much, Nimrod. Got into those Eli Lilly options a week ago, made 60+%. Right there, coming bearing gifts. Forget about it. Don't bear any gifts. Thank you. Just come by if you want to. Joe's going to get ready to rent out another bike, and you guys can travel around. And no, it'd be great, man. I mean, I wasn't able to grab dinner with you because we had plans. So give us a little bit of a heads up next time, and would love to, grab that dinner. But please, the gifts you brought last time, do not repeat that. But
and let us. I'd love to know.
This guy brought fresh cheese.
Oh my goodness.
Goat cheese.
Yeah, fresh.
This guy brought fresh olive oil.
And we got chocolate.
I just don't need Nimrod to be like, all of a sudden I have problems at the border. I'm importing all this fresh food. So, but thank you so much.
Especially these days.
Look, I think I speak on behalf of everybody. The super chats are great, Nimrod, but for me, the preference would be the more membership.
Yeah, the memberships.
Because we want people to get this report. We want them to be part of the community.
That's a real gift.
So thank you so much.
Give to the community, brother.
Right there. Yeah, some of you guys are seeing $6.99 a month in the US. I'm gonna have to get, so Brendan sort of looks at all of that. So I don't know, because there's some people that are saying it's $4.99 and some saying $6.99. So I don't know what's up with that. We have it set at $4.99. I know that much. Brendan had mentioned that. So.
But it does say
CA
for Canadian,
I don't know.
a month. So
anyways, thank you, Nimrod, for supporting that.
How could that be 6?
We really appreciate all that. So there. Dane says $4.99. I'm going to go with Dane.
Okay, there we go. I see $4.99 as well.
But I believe whoever says whatever. See, there's more people. Okay. I'm going to lose my mind if I keep
being
looking at the chat right now. So yeah, maybe your accounts are being tariffed, but I know that we have it set for that.
Oh,
so I hope Google's not taking more money somehow from all. Now I'm getting upset. But okay, let's just move. I just don't want anybody to. I want people to pay all the same price and the cheap price. That's the whole idea for it. It's just to cover the work put in to do that. That's all that it is. It's not obviously. I think for what it's worth, I think that thing should be sold for $20-$30 at least. But anyways, we'll move on. We're not about the money. So.
Well, I was really saying, like, if you look at you don't pay for any daily report in this game without dropping at least a couple $100 a month.
Yeah, a month.
I mean, you've been in finance long enough, you get it is what it is, and I think we love our community and we want you guys all to enjoy and benefit from it.
There it is, $5.59 Canadian after tax. Anyways, I'm not going to
just someone asked in the chat, where was this about Neo? Neo's not having. This is the second time I've seen a few people mention Neo today. So I'm just going to say what I was saying earlier. With this, it's been fantastic. No questions asked. It's like you're looking to buy it at the top. Like this is October last year. The 2024 highs is right here. So like you're looking to buy it at the top and not breaking out over. Like it's one thing if it was breaking out over $8. Instead, it looks like it's slowing down off that level. So maybe it needs to like pull back into 7 or maybe back on trend. I didn't draw a very good trend line. That's my bad. I was really lazy about it. I just kind of quickly drew it in there. If I was drawing a better trend line, it probably works out to closer to $7. That could be a level that you pull back into, or you're breaking out the 8. Like one of those things has to happen. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like that one just yet. You don't want to be buying. To me, you want to be buying after it breaks out, or if it holds a trend, like buy on the dip. So come on, SoFi. Like it's so slow. Like it did break trends. Like anytime something breaks an all day long trend like that, I'm inclined to want to take it if it's been a mover. So I did jump in when there's your closing bar and then there's the next bar entry, but it's barely done anything. You know, like it gave me an entry here at 87 and then it's gone literally no higher than like 95. So it's not really doing a heck of a lot for now. I got offers out there, so if we actually get a spike, great, fantastic. The other name, I'm still sitting at VWAP. I don't think Intel's going to get me to VWAP, unfortunately. Yeah, like when it dipped, like I got out break even, waited for it to maybe test VWAP in that prior high. I'll still look for that as an entry point if we do get any kind of a dip. I just feel like this is the kind of news on Intel that would really shock me if it ended up underneath where this broke out from. Like the Foundry story here is a big one that they've been waiting a very long time for here. And thank you, Be Free, you clarified. TAOX. Tau. Okay, so there we go. I'll have a look at that in just a quick little second. And Nimrod, I don't control who gets a membership. Just make sure you've subscribed so you're eligible. There you go. Just so everyone knows, that is true. Like when Nimrod is giving out the memberships, like if you are a subscriber and in the chat and if you've enabled gifts, then it just goes out to, I'm not even sure how it decides, but it just goes out to people that are active in the chat at that moment. So make sure that you are. And now I will be free. I will look at your TAOX. We're bottom picking on this stock. I'm not a huge fan of bottom picking. Is this a recent IPO? Again, remember I don't know the company, so I'm always just going to be talking about the technicals. So there's accumulation down here. No questions asked. Again, don't know anything about the technicals, but I like accumulation because it tells you what other people are doing. And if it's an IPO, if this is like the recent bottom, you had an instant low at $6, and it's been holding generally that level. So there's all your wick bottoms, and it just retook and closed above 6. So find these wick bottoms, start closing above 6. Generally, you go long, giving it to the bottom, and then you look for the rally up here. Yeah, that makes sense. From a technical standpoint, I have no idea. I don't know anything about the company, so I'll leave it at that. You know, if you like it, I usually like that entry where you hold the low. Once it breaks and closes above $6, you're good to go. Sometimes I prefer if there's a 50 period to be above the 50 period, but it hasn't been around long enough for that to matter. Because if the stock hasn't traded long enough for this to know whether it respects the 50 period, then I don't care too much about it either. Like I just care that it held that $6 level. So good for you there, and congrats on that one. I keep seeing there's been a lot of questions about DraftKings today.
Yeah,
not yet. I wasn't here yesterday to see this drop, but I think it speaks for itself, and the continuation today also speaks some volume with it was Kalshi going into parlays.
Yep.
And that's obviously.
It was just yesterday. It was just such a dramatic.
It's not that much
move, and I didn't even notice this until the after show, or later on in the day. When we were talking about it. And,
another couple dollars. And
you know what though? Yeah,
like
I think
33.
Wow. That's lucky. Honestly, I'm just gonna say like some trading is skilled on the swing side of it. I think most of it is obviously when you're making winners, but picking levels and sometimes just getting out. Like I still own some of this. I'll have to double check how much, but we got some out. We talked about it when it was up here. It's not like it's anything special. When we came up into this area, just like Intel could rip right all the way like $39. I'm still getting out at levels that I think are right. And you're going to make mistakes, right? The only thing that I didn't do was Palantir. I kind of stopped getting out of Palantir as it was starting to rip through the high side. So we are lucky enough to basically get nothing out all the way up here, which is allowing us to save some for right now as we approach all-time highs again. But I do think that like even now again, I just got some out at 180. So we got some out down here at 160 when it broke through that level, and then again right there at 180. I'm not going to do 190. I'll see if it breaks through the highs, and maybe we'll get some out at 2 bills. If it breaks 2 bills, fails, then we'll look at 2 bills, right? But I just think that you got to be, and then we just did the work on Eli Lilly, because there's so many stocks, and I've just learned my lesson of just becoming a better trader, I feel like with the weed names, with some crypto plays as well, especially when you're looking at some of those altcoins and things like that, like a Solana. Solana hits here. Let me show you another example here. So XRP, Solana, they're all the same. Let's just look at Ethereum, because it's up here right now, right? Ethereum's past high, even if you zoom out, right? So if you go back here, Ethereum back in July made this high right there. That was August, sorry. This high we're talking about right there, 4,100, right? So there it is, there it is, there it is. On the way back up, I was not in this. I got out way lower on Ethereum. I got out here at 2,500 at this level when it broke right there. That's when I got out. So if you got some out right there on this level, you don't know that it's going to 5,000. So what you do is you try to get out of whatever percent you think. So for me in this situation, let's just say I had 100% of the position and it came right up to here. That's a 20 to 25% out because it's there. Then when this is extension, now the next time this comes up, if I still had some 4,600. I'd be probably looking to get something out. And if it extends through, sure, it's not a way, you're not going to get rich off of this, keep getting out every time, but you're going to put money in your pocket and you can wait around for the next trade, right? And a good example, then I'll throw back over Solana. There it is. Got to spell it right. Solana. Let's just go Solana.
You don't have to spell it right. Just go SOL.
Yeah, I did SOL, but some other things are coming up there. I was just going to say, this is Solana's past highs, again, and we just got up to there. So that should have been an out at 250. Like we had recently bought at 200 right there. That should have been. So the next time that happens, we should be getting more out of Solana. So I don't really playing favorites with stocks or crypto. I just think once you hit certain levels, you should, as a responsible trader, think about taking something out. And again, to each their own, but this is not financial advice that anybody else should do other than myself. But that's what I'm doing every single time it comes up to there. So I saw you hit the key right now on Intel, because again, it came up to that level and you admitted, you missed it last time.
Well, I was off. The thing is, on the day, the first day, I was off. I have an offer. I probably actually... Yeah. I still have that offer.
And nothing wrong with missing it by 50 cents.
I just realized I actually didn't cancel that other offer, but whatever. It's like $2. It's not going to hit today. I'll just cancel it later. So I missed it on that other day because I had an offer higher by 50 pennies. So I just said, well, if it's going to spike up close enough again today, I'm just going to take the 10% off now because you don't want to have missed it. And, it is what it is. But I wanted to go back to DraftKings because just to finish the thought on DraftKings, on a weekly chart, like DraftKings, it wasn't as obvious, but on a weekly, this looks pretty good at $30. So this gets into the 30 level. I think this was one where, you just buy a little bit of the dip. And it gets worked, like what? Once, twice, maybe you get a third dip into 30, and both times it's gotten at least to that 45 range, sort of obviously. That's not a bad move on DraftKings, so it makes a little bit of sense there.
There was a seller
for DKNG.
Now, someone in the chat just said you can see that seller on Intel. It's up to 2 NY cents. Yeah, so I just got some out at 40. I feel like it's bouncing off there. I did not see size. You're not really looking at Intel, I don't think, as much as me.
I didn't see.
You're not even in. Okay, so was there size on here? I didn't see. But you know what? Honestly, I was just going to say something. Here's 2 NY cent. You guys, thank you, Nimrod, for these. I don't know if they're all gone or not. I have no idea how to tell. If you have to get it set up, maybe someone in chat could explain. We used to have Bears versus Bulls.
He knew how it works, I know.
Yeah, I don't know how it works exactly. I think you got to go into your YouTube account and say enable GIFs or something like that. But anyways, thank you so much for that. And remember, everybody now is going to get a link to subscribe or to hit up the new form watch list that we do have. So that's going to be great. But the Bulls versus...
I just asked Google AI if it gave me.
Okay, good. Google AI will tell us.
I'm literally just going to read it to you guys. To enable GIFs, go to the channel page, click the join button, so we've shown that, and in the pop-up window, click the 3-dot menu, which is more options, and select GIF settings, and to turn on allow GIFs.
Boom.
So once you have done that, and literally I just typed in how do you enable GIFs on YouTube, so literally anybody could have done that, but hey, I'll do it for you. So the next time that Nimrod or anybody does that, you have the opportunity to get what I think is a great gift. Because knowledge is power, especially in these markets, and you might as well take advantage of it. It's there, and it's cheap, So might as well take advantage. I just saw Amazon starting to roll over a little bit here. Just a little bit of a dip. Amazon, pretty solid day. What did it do? I'll show you. There it is. Amazon bounced again off the 200 period moving average. Someone asked me this morning, hey, would you buy Amazon at this level? And my answer was, well, I kind of already did buy it when it bounced off this level the first time. So my answer was no, but not for not liking the level. It was just because I already did, so I'm not looking to do it again. If I buy Amazon again, it's probably at the end of the year or the beginning of next year. Like if I'm dip buying something, I tend to do it somewhere around quarterly. Like I'll buy it after earnings once, and then I'll buy it sometime after the next earnings as well. Unless if something crazy happened, maybe I would, like if I, by the end of the year, the stock is trading at $160, and I haven't bought it, I'd probably just go ahead and do it. But most of the time, I like to give it a little bit of a heartbeat for sure. So yeah, Amazon trying to buck this trend. The all-day trend line might be going here on Amazon, but the NASDAQ's not really showing too many signs of giving up here, looking pretty strong overall. But if I do this, it's kind of a cheat to call it the all-day trend because I'm throwing out this ridiculous candle at the open and just taking the first highs. That's a pretty distinct trend break at 222. Kind of missed it by 30 cents, but it could, if it pops up and shows you a good lower high, this might make sense for a little bit of a reversion back into the volume weighted average price here on Amazon. And tendies, I don't disagree with you here. Where is it? Amazon, the high disappointment. Yeah, like we were talking about the rotation, like Amazon and Meta, and it's like these Mag 7 are just taking turns.
What does that mean, the high disappointment?
I don't know, maybe it's not as good as the other Mag 7 names.
Falling off from its highs? Yeah.
Or, I don't know, like
Apple's
Apple's
the only Mag 7's near 200 period. The other one's broken through it, right? I mean, Tesla's nowhere near it, obviously. Google's nowhere near it. Microsoft, Meta.
NVIDIA is strong today.
Not. Meta's 660 is its level there. And then the only one I wanted to see was, when NVIDIA's not there.
Microsoft.
What are the? Microsoft.
No, but Microsoft is strong.
Oh no, I know, but I like Microsoft for the break.
It's going to break.
I just wanted
tomorrow.
to see where. It's 520 it's going to break right now. Where's the 200 period? It's probably around here, 470. Let me see when this builds up. Ooh, 450. Okay.
Not even close.
So we're not even close. So yeah, Meta, and Amazon are the ones there. And then if you even look at Google right now, GOGL. That's what I'm invested in right there. This had a nice move back today as well. So Google, wow, up 1%. Right, wow, this market, like, the government shut down for real? Okay, there it is. Yeah, nowhere near, I don't think, the 200 period moving average for Google either. I mean, if the 50's right here, the 200's down here somewhere. So, so far so good there for anybody trading on Google. Nice high. Wow, there it is, 185. So, yeah, nowhere near. You want to buy names on the 200 period moving average. Even the NASDAQ right now is not. Like, everything is pretty much blast city right now to the upside. So this is why I'm saying, like, I feel bad raising money at these levels, but I don't know. I feel like it's the right thing to do. And I'm getting mostly on the swing account, not on anything else. The long-term stuff I'm trying to keep in there. I like some IBM as well. Okay, let's just keep on moving on here. We have the stock visualizer here. I don't know, I haven't really looked at it today or since we've been doing this after show here, afternoon show. Yeah, LAC, the big one there, 223. So I think a lot of this is from the morning, right? And then Tesla's up at 460. What a great mover that's been all day still. BBAI, let's give it up for Big Bear, man. Shout out to the Army. Let's go, man. I like BBAI, so I might even buy some more myself pretty soon on that one. I'd like to get it more closer to earnings. Tempest, I know Neil covered that earlier. Apple, we got fooled earlier. We thought it took out all-time highs. It came within $2 of that, up to 258, 260 and change. So they're up 0.7 as well. Eli Lilly's just been banging it today for sure, man. AMD, let's check out AMD. AMD got that news again and I just like checking out names that I'm more familiar with. But
some more Intel news with it.
Yes, oopsies, AMD.AX. I don't think it's in Australia or anything like that. There was news about the stamp tax.
It's listed in Germany.
In Britain.
Believe it or not.
All new listings avoiding this new stamp tax, apparently, or the stamp tax on the LSE. Yeah, so there's that news from Intel. Gave a little bit of a spike, but came right back in there as well. We've done well getting out of Intel, by the way. Intel, another couple outs up here. I'm going to take another out ahead of 50. There we go. I just punched 47 by accident. Let me put a 49 out there and see if we can get rebates. And then we also got a 58 fill, so that was a good one. Let's put a 53. So 49s, 53s. We'll see if it goes back up to the upside as well. Missed opportunity for me is Alibaba. We're still long. I think I'm long 120 or so on Alibaba, so that's good. But I tried to add to this position at 150. And it was at 156. I put a 152. It hasn't come back since. So Alibaba, wow, smoking to the upside. I think that's going to come back. So I'm being patient with it. I don't want to push the button on that one yet. And then the other play that I like in China is Tencent. So again, both of these valuations used to be in the teens. Now they're in the low to mid 20s. So you got to pay attention to that. There's another out right there. Let's go. It's a chicken winner dinner. We only have 2 trades on today, man. And they're both, this is one of them. Just not. You know, the money's really made right here, man, on the reload. So that's where, for me, the money was made here, don't get me wrong, but like I could have gone red. Like if I got stopped out at 35 there, we talked about it, we would have given back about a third or something like that of our day. Instead of giving back a third, we add to that position. And now it goes back up there to the upside. 35.11s is now currently where we're long. And then the other trade that we have today is just short the NASDAQ. Someone earlier said, join me shorting the NASDAQ. That was probably about an hour ago. I don't know if you're still short or not. Jay Lee, it was. I'm not taking this. It's riding the 50 period up. The government shutdown was the reason why we went short early, and then we finally got taken out right there on the upside when we retried it. We got taken out right there, and then we got taken out there again. So we gave back about probably 20% of our day on that trade, but since then now made it back with Intel as we sit near the day's high for myself. So far so good there on the TQs. Big positive day again for us. So we'll start the day off. Like I said, we did have 4 negative days last month. And this month we'll start it off 1 for 1, it looks like, unless something dramatic happens. I'm willing to put on some trades, that's for sure. So it's not that I'm not looking to get in. We still have this Intel, and it's a decent one. So I'm trying to be patient and learn from it, learn from my past mistakes of rushing into trades and getting just too like emotional about everything. We don't need to do that. We're putting up huge numbers with a very controlled tempo. So I'm doing that. There's Meta, 2% down. Just to look at what's going on today. The health technology, if you look at XLV, XBI, XLV's healthcare, XBI is the biotech, also IBB. Some of this on the charts have just been going insane. I'm in XBI, so why don't we just look at that? All right, so XBI, nice move. Check out this run that it's had on the daily chart. As well, once it loads up for us. Look at this. Boom, right there. So we were buying this thing at like $80, $90, thought we were in trouble. We were in trouble as it makes the move higher. But there's the take again, and there's the make. All the way back up, almost into all-time highs again. So this is another situation. Tonight, I review the account. Maybe not tonight, but at some point, and think about trimming some of this. Because again, just bouncing its head off of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times all the way to the upside. XLV also having itself a day, up another 3%. The chart's going to look very similar, if not better, I think. Well, recently, all right.
It'll get there. This is very give it a second.
It'll
get there.
Climactic. No. So this one has a lot of room to go, actually. I thought this was somewhat near the highs as well. No, it's the XBI.
But it's the catch-up trade. Well, that was the one I brought up this morning because that was
a crazy headache.
It's the one breaking out right now. Like it's the one actually curling and making the break as we speak, as opposed to sort of catching the top end of the move. Like this actually, and it's a little extended today. Like you needed to, if you're taking a breakout like this, you probably really want the 140. On XLV, but we're mentioning that this morning. Oh, Amazon. All right, Amazon. It does not. That's the problem. Like it broke the trend up here, but I wasn't looking for it until it had already moved down. Like Amazon seems like it's going to get to that VWAP. So another disappointing. I'm only calling Amazon disappointing because it's like even when it's having a good day, like see the NASDAQ, how it hasn't pulled back. And Amazon here is already dripping going into the, we're already in power hour going into the close, and you're already seeing the drip, unfortunately, here in Amazon. So I think that's a little bit disappointing. It's a weaker of the Mag 7 names. It's still bouncing and holding the 200 period, but you'd like to see it hold this level up above the low 220s to be able to make a run at that 50 period or something. But unfortunately, just nothing doing there for Amazon. I'm still calling that a bit of a disappointment. I wanted to see it do better than that. Seeing a lot of questions. There's been a lot about SMCI today, and I don't recall seeing a specific story for SMCI. However, if there's a chip name that gets the trophy today, it's SMCI, and I don't think it's all that close. 6.5% up. On top of that, this is finally, like, how long is it taking for it to actually break out above this 48 level? They dumped into here and sold into the 200 period. Now you're finally breaking away. This one could be on a little bit of a slow mosey at like 58 to 60, but that was a miss. And sometimes when it goes without a catalyst, like, you don't, like, I had no reason to be looking at this to be breaking out, and then by the time you realize that it's already on the break that you don't want to chase. But yeah, maybe you pull back into 50 tomorrow, but this is one that, for me, you've been waiting for it to get above that 50 period, and now that it is, I'm happy to see it. So it's nothing doing on SoFi. Take the trend break, it goes one step, but that's the only step it goes, and my stop was essentially that prior bar every single time, so I throw the stop in there. Either it goes or it doesn't. I never expected it to get to VWAP, but it would have been nice to see it at least get to 26.1, 26.2. So SoFi, not going to end up working out here, unfortunately, is what it is. This 50 period is still going to be a bit of a thing. Like, it is definitely selling off into a good support level, so I'll continue to look for bounce plays into that level, but you're not going to fight it. Once it breaks the stop level, you just got to be able to jump out of that bad boy. So let us know what you're looking at. I was going to restart. I don't know if it's worth restarting the tool. It's probably not. Like, at this point, here, let's do it anyways, because I want to see something other than all the names from this morning. So I'm just going to hit the fresh start and then just go $, like whatever. And then right away, West y'all throws in these three symbols. Sandisk, Micron, and STX, WBD, Amazon, which we just showed you guys. Amazon giving up. The first Mag 7 to roll over this afternoon off the highs is Amazon. Nothing really taking the lead. It's all like individual names, CQ Spy, Peloton, Oklo. I don't know if we talked about Oklo today. I know I haven't looked at it.
No, we haven't done anything nuclear.
OKLO, so that nuclear space.
It's going nuclear.
What's it doing today? Wow, charts. The charts are on the weekend already. Hey, that's a pretty good day. I'm only looking at the 3-minute because my daily chart, there we go. Just wait for it. Hey, it's catching a bid. It's not bad. You would have liked this to be a bit deeper of a dip, maybe retest underneath $100. But now Oklo's got a level here. Oklo has been holding. So this is 1, 2, 3, like 4 tests now, holding just underneath 110. This could be like the bottom that you're looking for. The only thing left would be, that day where it follows through and breaks out. But you got a level now, 110 on Oklo. Yeah, good shout out. Maybe that's worth a trade. Obviously, it was this morning. I don't love the stock as an investment up here. Remember, these nuclear names are not necessarily making money that's representative of the billion-dollar, more than billion-dollar market caps that they all have. And I say that as someone who owns SMR. Like, I'm not sitting here thinking SMR has some reasonable market cap just because I own the thing. So I think you got to take profit where it lies. But there's always moments from a trading perspective where you want to be able to pick these up. I think the 110 is more that than anything else. I wouldn't buy it up here in the long term.
Yeah, the market fading out just a little bit. So I'm just getting out of more of Intel. And I just posted it, man. It was my second trade of the day. Just 2 symbols today, Intel and the TQs, and green on the day. So far so good. Boeing hitting on the scanners right now. We had showed this earlier today to show you who's making the top traders here at Real Trading. Boeing breaking a little higher right now. Let me just review. Oops. Yeah, that's Brendan. What's up, Brendan? Hope you're doing well. Here we go. All right, this is who's making the money today. So this is available to all traders here at Real Trading. You could go into Trader Information Portal, tip.realtrading.com. Can't access it if you're outside of our network. So don't worry about the top there. All right, these are just different traders here by market. So these are the top 10 traders from yesterday. I just want to show you because we have the ability to trade over 60 different markets. Neil and I primarily solely focus on the US markets. And it's just, maybe eventually I'll go back and start to trade some Europe and all that kind of stuff. But like we keep saying, like when things are working, you kind of stay where you are. But for me, TSX, NASDAQ, number 2 yesterday. I'm talking lower because I'm getting developing this crazy headache. I feel like right now. I don't know why. I'm just chugging this water right here. I've had some ibuprofen, not acetaminophen, in case this baby inside of me has any effects. Canada, Amex right there as well. Canada, Amex and NASDAQ. Amex, NASDAQ, New York. So yesterday, this is who's making money in the company. And yeah, we don't have who's losing the money, but we have risk parameters, right? And so if we can get shut down if we lose more than we make on average, 1.5 times or so. So there are parameters. That's one of the advantages of sitting on a prop floor is the risk, although you're responsible for all of your trades and the risk is what it is. And some people don't like the risk associated with it, but it's worked out for many traders around here.
It saves you from yourself, man.
Yeah, sometimes.
To be honest, the people that complain the most about the risk are usually the ones that are blowing past their shutdown. It's what if I only had more risk? I'm well, then you just lose more if you're getting shut down all the time. I find it's just, the whole idea is that it caps you so that you cannot blow past what your ability to make is.
Yeah.
Which to me, it's who wouldn't want that? I think it's a blessing. Because when you're trading, if you're a retail, I've never had to retail trade. I've always traded someone else's money. You have to develop your own. It's all internal discipline. You don't have external discipline, or maybe you do. My understanding is that you have to control yourself. But if you're on a prop desk, you have a risk manager who is literally in your face, sometimes depending on the manager, or flat out getting shut down by the system. Well, that's right there. A clock pops up and it punches you out. And then you have to be accountable to it. Anyways, I think it makes some sense, and I like it for sure. We're gonna do the early looks in a couple of seconds. But let's go to Adara, come back, and have a quick look at the imbalances.
Hey, keep an eye here on any of these health technology names. They're all super strong on the day. This catalyst isn't likely to be market moving, but it is worth noting. Politico reporting that Trump and his administration are delaying pharma tariffs in order to negotiate drug prices. Now, that's not super surprising. We know that, yesterday it was announced that Pfizer gets a 3-year tariff exemption because of its drug pricing deal with Trump and because it's working on U.S. manufacturing. But either way, it is worth noting, apparently, Politico reporting that the pharma tariffs are going to be delayed in order to negotiate drug prices. Back to you.
$25 million on Rocket.
Oh, Rocket?
Yeah,
maybe there's something going on.
Rocket. Okay, so anyways, I told you guys I'd look at the early look imbalances. Yeah, Rocket Companies has a $25 million buy, which that's not nothing. The entire day's volume is 26.6 million. The paired volume right now is 27 million. So the open interest on Rocket's imbalance right now is the same as the entire volume for the day to the buy side. And the stock just made a move down of all things. So I was just kind of looking at our notes. There's no action, index action that I'm aware of on Rocket, but that's pretty big. So I'm gonna have this one on watch.
Daily?
What's that?
You have the daily volume.
Well, that's not the
volume on the day.
Oh, 26 million.
Right, so that's what it is.
Literally the entire day's worth of volume sitting on the imbalance right now, all to the buy side on Rocket, and I don't see any reason for it that I'm aware of. That's worth watching, no questions asked, especially if it's heading down, because maybe you can play it off the lows if this comes out as a buy. And we'll know for sure in 20 minutes when this imbalance comes out for real. But that's the only one worth watching. I don't even know what KRSP.UN is. It's probably a SPAC, so SPACs are... that's got to be a SPAC. Anytime we see something that's around $10, and I see no size, and you go down and look in front of $10, for sure this is some kind of a SPAC, KRSP. But Rocket's the one to watch.
KRS-One.
Let's go to Adara. We have news.
Now here in GDRX, this is a stock that dropped pretty sharply on the Trump RX reports and then confirmation yesterday because they do, online pharmaceuticals, kind of a similar business to Hims and Hers Health. I'm seeing a headline here, Fox Business, suggesting that apparently the CEO is talking or considering partnering here with Trump RX. Now, it's unclear if the CEO said this themselves or if this is just a report from Fox Business, the way this headline is worded. But either way, GDRX popping to the upside. Looks like there is going to be at least an attempt at a partnership between GDRX and Trump RX, because we know, again, this company is going to be a competitor with that Trump RX website. Back to you.
I'm going to step into the world of that KRS stock.
Step into the world, baby.
KRS-One.
Legit. That was a legit track. So I'm going to tout tip, but this is like literally a page we have on Real Trade, so I'll show it to you. Obviously, there was going to be something going on.
Yeah.
So Rocket closes his deal with Coop. So Coop shares in exchange for Rocket. Coop is now closed. Mr. Cooper Group. That stock is now literally halted and no longer coming back. So they closed an acquisition. So therefore, you get the Russell 1000 share increase. So usually, like what'll end up happening, and if you're at Real Trading, like we get those reports. I mean, I'm assuming there's no issue showing you guys that. Nope. But there's Coop. It's literally halted and doesn't really matter. But Rocket, certainly, it could be something. So we'll see. Like if I see that come out as a big buy, maybe it'll actually move it for us. So this will be worth watching in about 15 to 20 minutes or so. And Carl Geo, I had already said with SMCI that specifically there was no story that I was aware of for SMCI today. Could just be technical, maybe. Like it's been going all day long, and this is a pretty good technical break. So this has, sometimes when this just breaks a technical level, like here, it broke, great day, broke, continues to rally. Got some short float on it, not gigantic like before, but certainly could be that. And Sebastian saying RKT has a 50% short float and a buying balance? That could be 50%. I'm gonna look that up myself. That seems too high.
All right. I just put in the chat here, not trying to gloat about this or anything. I mean, I just know you guys see this Intel trade. So it's just like, I don't know how else to say it, but it's a good one. It's continuously going to the upside right now. We really talked about why we didn't want to get stopped out there at 35. And there it goes, man, just straight up, like right back into those levels. It's working like we thought it would. So there's the push down, there's the move higher. It's just a good one. And I'm just glad that I discussed this with you guys. We'll all, like we said, Neil stopped out, he had his trade, he had his plan, I had my trade, I had my plan, and it's just, this is what worked out, right? Sometimes, you can hold it and you get run over, but I'm like trading with news. I like trading on support and resistance levels, and it all made sense to me. So there it goes, man. This is how we talked about it, be consistent with having your strategy and being able to hold on to trades for a long time and being successful with it. Well, this is just another example right there. So there it goes, man. Intel right back up to the high of the day. Sometimes you do have to believe in the trade and stick with it, and Intel could have really came back, but we had that VWAP trade. I liked it. It was a little slow in the news. I mean, we talked about a lot of different names here today, but I didn't really have any other ideas other than sort of what we were looking at. So I liked Intel. I hitched my wagon to it. So I'm just going to props it up to anybody else that hitched their wagon to Intel. Obviously there, it's been working.
And that's the best thing about Intel. It literally gave you 35 to 35.8 twice in the same day.
Yeah, it's been
the same afternoon. And everyone has to have their own style. Like to me, I reloaded it. Like I played 35 to 38, 35.80, that was one trade, but the dip buy, I'm getting out break even. You always have to have your own stop. Like everyone's gonna have their own stop. Like I don't know what everyone's stop, I don't know what Sean's stop is gonna be, I know what my stop is gonna be. And if you get out, you get out. I wanted it back into VWAP, and it didn't come close to VWAP, unfortunately. So you take the L in that it didn't get anywhere close. If I think I'm wrong down here, I'd love to pick it up there, but then I'm risking 1%. In the afternoon, which I'm not a huge fan of that, but at the end of the day, someone asked, do you think it's okay to hold Intel? You have to answer the question, like in general, would I hold the stock if I already owned it? 100%. I still own like 90% of my Intel position in my long-term account, which isn't a huge position, but it's very different saying that for something you own like a while ago and buying today and holding it overnight. So you got to be a little bit more specific than that. Like personally, like if I was long the thing at like $35, would I be holding it as a swing trade? If I paid myself profit and was just looking to hold on to a smaller percentage of it, sure, why not? But it's at a pretty big resistance level on Intel. Like that's why I sold some in the personal account. Like to me, it made some sense. Like this has been a big wall here at about $36. And there's a couple of wicks higher, but that's about it. So I think this is fantastic news in the very long term for Intel, lining up a first customer, AMD, but I haven't even seen any confirmation that it's true yet. Like, I just saw that they might have a customer, which is great. That's far different from actually taking orders.
Yeah.
So like if the story was it's a done deal, AMD, this is how much it's going to make for us, and this is the terms, these are the details, that would be a different story. But this is up on the chance that AMD is a customer, to my understanding. So that's very different than why I sold some in the personal account. Because how would I not take? If it ends up being not true, this could be back at $33 tomorrow. I would kick myself if I didn't sell any.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You miss it the first time, get it the second time. I mean, that's what it's about, right?
Well,
I mean, it did go back down.
And if we don't, that's the thing, we don't know if this is for sure.
No,
My
I mean,
understanding.
I'm not, even if it was for sure, I'm getting out there every time anyways. I mean, I got out a couple days ago, right? And so I feel that everybody's pretty lucky to get this story to get back up there. So that's a great out. We talked about it the first time, and boom, like there could be great news tomorrow. I hope there is. I really like Intel and think it can work out. So that's it. I recently bought NVIDIA down at 175, and again, like no reason to get out of it, although, you could put a little bit of that, 4, 5, 6% in your pocket if you wanted to. I think an options play for some of these names might make sense. I'm surprised the market's up today. I did want to have a quick look again at some of the financials just to see where we're going with those, because we looked at healthcare technology last time, and I meant to go over and have a quick look at the financials because, yeah, Weeble's getting hit today. So is SoFi there. Robinhood, I believe, is also getting hit today, although it did have a recovery at some point. No, down to 1,000. So they're all down 5% pretty much, all the big guys, all the sort of the meme kind of stocks, but I want to look at the big guys. So JP Morgan, if JP Morgan's down 1.3%, then yeah, some of the other names getting hit as well. I like Charles Schwab. That's down 3 and a bit today. So, in this space, we're not getting too much other than the credit cards, Visa and MasterCard, making some moves there today. Coinbase up on strong crypto news. So that's up there. CME Group down, ICE down. So that's Intercontinental Exchange. So that's NYSE. I think they own maybe 20 exchanges. I'm not sure. That might be too many. CME, obviously, and then NDAQ. I don't know where that is. That's the NASDAQ stock. You can invest in the NASDAQ, actually. So as there's more and more listings, obviously, that's great for them and their stock. The more listings they get, the better it is. Here's consumer durables, not a huge amount of shares involved or stocks involved in this, but Ford, nice move. Ford breaking through 12 was a nice play. We can see if that is exactly what it's done, or has it done that? Yeah, so now up to 12.26. So there you go, right? I mean, different traders will have different expectations of their stock. And if you're looking at Ford, there it is right there. You could hate Ford all you want, but there's the clean break of it right through 12. And let's see, it did give you some opportunities to reload that. So if you really do like it, 12 will probably come again. And then there's the high that you're looking for, $14 or $15 there for Ford. So that could be another play. But GM and Ford, they both have P's under $10 as far as I know, under 10 as far as I know. But GM's been doing much, much better than Ford. Toyota Motors maybe looking at. BYD, if you actually believe this Chinese hoopla, BYD is actually getting killed as a stock. Look at Ford. Right now. Nice movement upside for for GM, sorry. GM already took out those highs. Ford's trying to get to $14. General Motors, man, that Corvette, the Cadillac, the Lyra, I think it's Lycra or something like that. It's a great little electric vehicle over there. The Equinox they have as well, electrified. So GM, nice movement there, high side. Cadillac, I believe, doing well for General Motors. So yeah, nice movement there as well. So yeah, ASML is a huge stock. There's so many nice stocks right now that you could be in. And we're trying to get more and more out of Intel. We only have 10 minutes left. Intel's still hovering near the highs, but Intel trying to do something maybe.
That GDRX that Adara just mentioned, now 25% to the upside, and still going. So shout out there. I saw some people in the chat mentioning it. Obviously doing a ridiculous amount of volume relative to the day because it wasn't doing anything before the news just hit, launching their brand medication savings program at National Retail Pharma. GDRX 24% on the day, and on the daily, just look at where it's topping out. If you can't see the resistance at 540, then you're not looking at the chart. It hit exactly 539, which is right where the resistance is on the chart, almost to the penny, and it's starting to pull back. Adara?
Yeah, I mean, for one, I want to make sure everyone join us on the market recap in 20 minutes. At the end of the market recap, everyone will be directed to a new video. These have been awesome, so definitely make sure to stay tuned for that. Make sure you check out the video at the end as well. Yesterday, it was a really fun one on Nike. Now, speaking of fun, I have updated our TTV research, or I guess our TTV picks, if they're on TTV research on X, for the year. Now, everyone actually had a slight increase at the very least in their cumulative ROI at the end of this month, except for me. Mine was a slight decrease because I have UNH and Eli Lilly and Boeing. Either way, though, total average ROI between all 6 hosts and average 24%. So on average, nice little return here for the group. Again, you can check out this infographic on X at TTV Research if you want to see what stocks we picked to lead the year and how these picks are faring so far. Again, if you are not me, you are doing pretty well. Back to you.
Yeah, January 19th.
Is that the new one? Yeah,
I'm gonna look to see what the SPY is up from that point. Just this ballpark.
That's huge.
Where the heck is Jan? Oh, that's annoying.
Did she just update? She just
updated. She just had it up there. It was January 19th, right? Not crazy. It was somewhere around.
Whatever.
Yeah, like right.
Cares?
Just call it 5. I don't know. Call it 590-ish on the SPY. And we're at 670, so that's like $80 on the SPY. It's not that big. It's like 14%, something like that. So just call it 14%. So 23 is better than 14, no questions asked. But the market's done pretty well for itself as well. And I'm just using the SPY for, like I could have used the NASDAQ, but the SPY is just a little bit more breadth, I suppose. So it makes a little bit more sense when we talk about the market. I know sometimes we'll say the market and we're talking about the NASDAQ. But that's just from like a momentum standpoint because you're looking at tech stocks. Really, it's the SPY that you should care more about.
Yeah, so I just retweeted that. Does it say what our picks were, though? Maybe eventually.
It doesn't say the picks.
Oh, it does. This one does. Yeah. When is this? This is, 3 minutes ago. Yeah, Palantir, Coinbase, and the Diamonds, the Dow. The Dow just made all-time highs yesterday. So I feel like that's probably a little bit higher, but she just redid it. So there it is, right there.
Yeah, but just to remember that, like,
not bad, 73%.
You got to look at where the market was in January. Like, remember how far?
My real account.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the market fell a lot. So, like, a lot of things have like struggled to get back and have been slowly going up. But like, if you time it from January, like January was actually not even that great of a time to be buying anything. Let's be real.
Right.
Like after April is where the rally came in. Like you look at, I'm gonna pick any one of the names here, and you probably were looking really ugly for a while. I'm just gonna look at GEV because that's what I was in, so I'll be self-deprecating on that one. Yeah, like that was like January was the absolute worst time. Like the stock was pulling back from the highs and like dipped all the way down to like 240. Still think this thing is a little frothy up here, but Rocket's already going. You can't wait till 350, could it? Apparently not. So this is still, let me just double check, still 25 million to the buy side. Nothing, almost nothing is paired off. Maybe a couple 100,000 shares have been paired in the last 15 minutes or so. And it's now basing off of some of these lows. I'd like to see this come out, like make sure it's going to be an actual buy in here, but that could still have some room to go if we get a good bounce play there. But the volume picking up on this because there is a 25 million share buy imbalance on Rocket. We showed you guys their deal with Coop is closing, so the Russell 1000 edition for RKT. So Coop out. Rocket in, that explains the 225 million. And it's the only thing here that's really significant. Like you got FXI, maybe TD, that's dual listed, so it doesn't really matter. GM, LAC is a small buy, but a $7 stock, 800,000 shares is not going to do much of anything, I don't think. Unless you see that in the millions on LAC, you'll probably get bored with that one. And Ron, you're absolutely right. Pfizer is having a very good last few days. It was a good question. 2 New York cent. I like this question. Let's get to this. Can I ask, when you were a rookie trader, do you remember what your portfolio started at and what was your biggest trade before you turned your portfolio to 100K? I've only ever traded prop. So prop, you're constantly trading someone else's capital. So it's not the same as like retail where like, you know, I'm actively trading my own account. So like, when did I get to 100? The best I could do is tell you like when I got to like making 100 in like my actual like day trading career. That was sometime in just after like the first year, I believe. And it wasn't too far after that, but that's not the same thing really, because that's just my commission and not like I'm not holding an account when you're day trading. You're just in and out every single day trading the firm's capital. So it doesn't really work the same way to be able to give you a firm answer on that. Because
and then on
again,
prop, you only get like 40%.
So I'm saying, like, yeah, you only get a percentage of your profit. So like, you know, if someone tells you, like, what's crazy is like they used to have a thing. Well, they obviously don't anymore. There used to be a thing. It's like, $1 million trader. But that was when your gross account got to $1 million. You'd get a jacket, which they told us we weren't allowed to get because we own an office, which I was still kind of bitter about. Well, the joke was that we open our own floor. And so when we passed it, like, but if you're a floor owner, you're not eligible for the leather jacket. Oh. Which I thought was not cool. I'm like, yeah, it was a cool leather jacket. But anyways, you get a percentage of those profits. So it's not the same as when your account gets to a certain point. Right? So what I can tell you is, for most traders, the most difficult thing in your journey is when you find something that works and you are profitable with it, what happens to you when that thing stops working and you have to adjust to something else? And then how many times are you able to sort of go through that and still continue to be profitable? That's the hardest thing, because it's going to happen to you eventually. And you need to try, you have to come out of you have to be able to come out on the other side of that green. And that's what ends up being challenging for a lot of traders. Like, it was the easiest thing to graduate, be like, this is what made me money, do more of that. And then when that starts fading away, find something else. And, you know, when that fades away, find something else, because there's constant shifts in the market at all times. But yeah, shout out to Pfizer. That's a hefty 2 days. This stock has not done anything resembling this in a very, very, very long time. There's probably no point me even going back this far, but May of last year was the last time Pfizer had anything somewhat approaching these 2 days. This might have actually been the bottom on this stock, but not really that interested in it.
Pfizer?
To be honest, like, it's a long-term investment.
I have some shares in Pfizer somewhere.
I don't anymore. Pfizer was a COVID buy for me, and it was, remember the big the poker guy. There's a guy we got from the bank, and they had that one night at poker night. Big dude. I don't want to tell the full story. The guy that had a few too many at the poker game.
Charles?
Not Charles. No.
I don't know.
Anyways, it doesn't matter. I remember during COVID, he was just like, oh man, like Pfizer this, Pfizer that. I remember looking at it, it's like.
But during COVID, it made sense.
Well, this is the thing. It made sense. But then I look back, man, it didn't matter what I bought. It literally didn't. It's like, yeah, well, I bought this during COVID. I bought that during COVID. Man, you could have bought anything during COVID and you were making money. So the real thing was, did you buy things that you could still, well, what couldn't you make money on?
I was just thinking there must have been some.
Well, the difference was, what were the things that held up on the way back?
It depends on, yeah.
That's what matters.
What part of COVID did you get? Because
and
there's so
did you at least sell? Like, to me, Pfizer was an easy sell.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, it was a vaccine play. So you knew you were never really holding on to it forever because this was the vaccine play. So you were just playing that bump.
Guys, it's like, you weren't here yesterday, but I told people to sell Robinhood. Told them to sell it. We talked about it with Joe. He had sold some while ago as well. And it was just like, you know, when these things start to pull back, you know, like, we could be looking back at it. We're talking about COVID now, like, it's that far away, like, it's not that long ago. We could be talking about an AI bubble in 2 years from now. We could be talking about, oh shit, do you remember when Robinhood was $140? Wow, man, now it's $25. Like this stuff could happen. Yeah, like this is, and it's not even black swan ideas. Like I just told you, this just happened. All of these stocks could get chopped in half, and then half again, and then half again. Like, almost all of them, you know, like, you're just even if you're looking at a name like, first of all, coming out with these imbalances in just a second. So let's have a look. Let's keep it on RKT and just see if that one does anything right now. So here we go. 10 seconds now until the imbalances. Then I'll go on what I was talking about. So here we go. Let's wait to see what happens with Rocket. I think if it comes out huge, we could just punch into a long. I don't know. There it is. Yeah, it's a buy. So we'll try. Whoopsies, it just flipped over a bit. We didn't really buy that much of it, but there it goes. We are getting downside here. I'm going to get out of a little bit here at 96. I bought 99s out a little bit there at 96. Let's just see what happens there. There it goes. All right, so let's get out of a little bit more then. We get out some 08s, so that's good. So here we go. We're in Rocket, and there it goes, man. Nice move there for Rocket up to the upside again on this one. There it goes. Nice play there for RKT, baby. So it's a nice move there now to the upside. So yeah, man, we hit that one pretty good on RKT. And there it goes. Nice upside play. Google downside. So now we have 3 trades today, and oh boy, Jeez, man, let's go. What kind of a day are we having? We had a smoking day yesterday, 3 for 3. And Neil, today, it's 3 for 3 again, right there with Rocket, with Intel, and with the TQs, man. So, hey, we're doing it back-to-back days. Look at Intel continually going higher right now. This has been a great trade on that, so we're happy. Let's get out another piece right here. I just punch out some 86s. It's a big day alert. One more time. Let's hit the sirens. There it goes, man. Big day alert. And hey, it's called energy, it's called winning trades, and there it is, man. It is a good day one more time as we continue to go to the upside. I'm not going anywhere, everybody. We're gonna keep giving you guys these winners and talking about them. So there it goes. Intel, Rocket Labs, and the futures today. Banger of a day, 3 for 3.
That's why we gave Rocket to you guys, because you don't see a stock has an imbalance the entire size of the day. I'm out already. It broke out, it was pretty simple. Like it was 1992, or 93, and it goes right into the high. So right into the prior high and then get out of it. The last time there was one of these, I remember it didn't really hold up very well into the print, sort of these ad hoc ones. So, and it's also a stock deal, right? So if it's all stock, sometimes it's not gonna be as crazy. But yeah, I mean, if at 355 it's still there, there might be a reload, because remember, when we talk about the imbalances, at 350, we get an early look. At 350, they're public for everybody. At 355, you tend to see a pairing event. So whatever this number is, which right now is 23 million shares, I would suspect in a couple of minutes there's going to be a pretty decent sized adjustment. I don't know what that's going to look like. It could be down to 15, it could be down to 10, who knows? But a lot of times if that happens, you start to pull back. If it were to grow at 355, in that situation, usually you just punch long again. So that's 355, I'll be looking for that. If it stays or grows, maybe you take one more long on Rocket, and if you can always put it into the closing auction as well. It's a New York stock, right? So you can use the auction to get out, and that buy and balance could be your out. Almost 50% short float was correct. It does have a big short float. So this is why we gave you guys Rocket Labs. Not often you're going to see something like this, 25 million shares. We'll let you know in a couple of minutes how it does.
We're still in it, so there it goes. Big movement on Rocket, so we're still in it. We only had 15% left, so we're going to try to see if we can. We just got 17s, we just got 22s. We had about 40% left, and we just got it out, so it's a good one right into there, right there. So we got 22s twice, I think. We did not get 17s. We got 22 twice, right there. I don't know why. I thought I had a 17, but was that 17 right there? Yeah. Okay. So those are okay. So have 15% left. Rocket Labs, as we said, man, trade your own book. I think Neil's traded 10 symbols. I've traded 3. This is what we're talking about. Get your trades in there.
It's Rocket Companies, not Rocket Labs.
Yeah, Rocket Companies. Yeah, Rocket Labs. RKLB, of course, Rocket Labs. But yeah, there goes Rocket. Used to be formerly known as Rocket Mortgage. I had some plays on this during COVID, some options that went absolutely ridiculous during COVID. But Rocket Group, Rocket Companies there. Again, maybe another housing play. You know, if you're interested in that name. But yeah, nice move up, just another 4%. I mean, Intel's cruising, Rocket is cruising. Let's go do a read, I guess.
Let's talk about Trade the Pool, because they've got the Beat Ackman live trading competition, and it's here. So from October 8th to the 10th, every day Ackman makes his move. Your mission is to outperform him and beat his return. Prove you've got what it takes. Then the grand finale on October 13th, broadcast live on Trader TV. They'll be here in studio. The Trade the Pool team live in the studio here, everybody. Over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs. $25K, $50K, even $100,000 evaluation accounts, plus surprise giveaways during the live show. Don't just watch, compete, beat Ackman, and win big. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you and start trading today. So that sounds like it'll be fun. 355 just hit. Rocket stays exactly at 23.5.
Intel is
exactly 23.5. Or actually, no, down to 22. So it's starting to pair off a little bit here. But Rocket Labs continuing to go. Remember, there's an action at the end of the day here. So it does look like it's going to try to give you a second salvo as well.
All right, you just put, I mean, we'll just put it on the screen there. There goes Intel, now $36. 90 cents on this one. What a freaking hold on Rocket Labs. Like we said, man, everybody, please just trade your own style. You know, it's up to you guys. There it goes, man. I mean, this is what we're talking about. have the trades in your book, and I mean, it's going large here. Huge move on RKT. So yeah, we're just using it to top off our day again. So it's nice, and it's going. We don't. What are any big names reporting tonight or anything?
Tonight?
Yeah.
No, nothing.
Nothing big. Okay.
Nothing big tonight.
Okay.
Like Nike was. I mean, obviously Nike was probably the biggest earnings name, I believe, this week that we're expecting. So it's nothing really crazy tonight that I'm aware of, anyways.
All right.
So you have a few things out there.
Yeah, good. All right.
Nothing too crazy, but we have a lot that we want to be able to discuss for sure. But nothing big on the agri or something like that. But the Nasdaq and the fact that, remember, we've talked about this shutdown.
Oh, I have something important to announce, actually.
The shutdown is usually a buying event, and it has been again today.
Tomorrow, it's about damn time, but it's happening live tomorrow. We have a brand new format. Okay, it's starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. So get ready for it is tomorrow at 10 a.m. Brand new format live tomorrow, 10 a.m. Join us, man. It's been a long time coming. Wanted this for forever. It's going to be fresh. It's going to be awesome. Neil and I, brand new format, 10 a.m. tomorrow. All right? So join us, man. And yeah, naked trading. That's exactly what it's
Not exactly.
So, get ready. I know, Joe. The guys on the Midday probably want that, but I'm more focused.
They want to flex.
Actually trading. But yeah, it's going to be an awesome format tomorrow, 10 a.m. Join us. Be here or be square. It is exactly what is it? People are already wondering. Perfect. This is exactly why we talk about it. And I don't. Again, we'll just do whatever we want to do here. Dollar Club. Right there. There goes Intel. So with only 2 minutes left, man, Rocket Labs, Intel, monster trades here this afternoon. I hope you guys have enjoyed that ride. We gave it to you. The moves are monstrous. We talked about that earlier today. Neil said something about it's hard to find these plays, and it is. And it's hard to hold on to them, and it is. That's why I don't ever hold on to a huge piece of it, but there it goes back there to the upside. So everybody, hopefully some of you don't have, as I pointed the screen and you can't see me do that, but hopefully you don't have as many outs as this on the way up, but there it goes, man. Monster move there, back to the upside, both on Intel and on Rocket. You pay to play, and we did that here today. So yeah, tomorrow is gonna be very hype, needless to say. So make sure that you do join us for that. We're all very.
That is 30 minutes after 10 a.m. Eastern. We will always tell you Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
Every time is 100% 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
30 minutes after the U.S. Open.
Yes, exactly. So that should be a lot of fun tomorrow. So make sure.
I got to go to this.
Yeah. Good job today. Yeah. All right, 1 minute left. I guess they never told Adara about the new format. Adara, it does not include Adara. So we'll just let you guys know about that. Okay, so here we go, man. Rocket Labs, just to move down. We're almost out of this. I'm going to put punch out right now. Or does it involve Adara? All right, so you guys got to join us tomorrow for that one as well. INTC, we're just going to get some of this out right now. There it is, 35.96s. We're offering. We're looking for it, and there it is. We are now done. No more positions. Wrap up of the day. I'll just do that. And then we'll go off and get ready for this close. So with only a few seconds left, yeah, make sure you do join us tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. And 10 a.m. tomorrow, Eastern time, brand new format. Been waiting this long time, very excited for it. And this market close is brought to you by VinFast. So make sure you do click that ticker there, VFS. Go look it up. Thank you, VinFast, for your continued support. 3, 2, and 1. NASDAQ goes out up 0.4 today. ES goes up 0.3. So big time movements there, considering the government shutdown, right? So very exciting there. Nice day today. Tesla, what a good mover. I hope you guys enjoyed some of those trades. Rocket Labs and Intel there at the end of the day. Apparently there's not too many earnings happening after hours. Novo Gold, I think, is one that's reporting. That one's been on fire. Gold's been really hot as well. Okay, thank you to everybody. We'll make the bell great again at one point, trust me, when we get that ringing back on. From everybody here at Trader TV Live, this is me, Sean. That's Neil and Adara. Go see what they're talking about. Ciao till tomorrow.
Welcome, everybody. You had late news with Intel potentially getting AMD as a foundry customer. You had the government shutdown, which did start but did not cause panic in the markets. Markets up anyways, gold higher. You had Nvidia making fresh highs, Bitcoin with a big bounce. Pretty much everything was buckling up and looking pretty good. Like even Nike, after their earnings, able to bump a couple of percentage points on a beat over there. So a good look overall so far for today, and a lot to go over, especially there with that late Intel headline bringing it 7% to the upside. That's a big deal for them potentially with AMD.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably Lip-Bu-Tan over there at Intel is hopefully singing "Who Was Calling My Phone" a lot there. Shout out to Nokia by Drake, because he has been calling, or at least reportedly, AMD, Apple, Taiwan Semi. We know he already got the U.S. government deal and the NVIDIA deal. He's been a very busy man. He's only been with the CEO of the company for like 6 months. So his hustle is very strong, and I appreciate it. But either way, guys, in case you missed it, we know the foundry business, which is a big struggle for Intel, to the point where even NVIDIA, who invested in the company, was like, we're not going to touch the foundry. Jensen put it a lot nicer than people are putting it. But either way, the foundry business is still a big struggle for Intel. Well, Semaphore reported that apparently AMD and Intel are in non-definitive talks. They're pretty early talks to potentially be a customer at Intel's foundry. Now, you wonder what the motivation would be for this. I would posit it might have to do with the fact that Intel's got friends in high places, not just the government, but also NVIDIA, right? So AMD might want to, wiggle in there. Here's our fun infographic. I always post these at least half an hour, maybe often earlier, before the market recap on X at TTV Research, so you guys can get a sense of some of the headlines we're going to discuss. But Intel and AMD came in a little bit later, so it's not on here today. Well,
that's what we had to open with it, because you know that's a leader, and those talks, if they end up being concrete, are going to be huge. But you did have, AES, that was a good story this morning, although nothing firm with them just yet. And if we can go back, I just want to see that infographic again, just so everybody, potential takeover deal on watch here. If you're watching and wondering why AES was up 16%, it's because you've got a potential takeover deal on watch. We've had some big deals already. We had EA with $55 billion deal announcement here. Now we're waiting any day now. You can get confirmation on an AES deal. So that's a big mover. And then once again, we just talked about Intel getting a deal with AMD, but of course it all started with the U.S. government taking a stake in them. Well, that's not the only place the U.S. government confirmed a stake, because now we had confirmation today, Lithium Americas.
Yes, but to be clear, not the entire U.S. government, just the Department of Energy. I was going to clarify that because it's the same situation with MP. It was just a department of the U.S. government taking a stake. Either way, we heard reports that the government was going to take a 10% stake in LAC. They still took a 10% stake, but in a weird way. 5% stake in LAC proper, another 5% stake in that Thacker project, which you can, again, read more about. That's a whole thing on X at TTV Research about the Thacker Pass. But either way, you still get that investment, but maybe not structured the way you might expect. But, there might be some unstructuring on watch for Zillow and Redfin. Hard to transition there. These stocks facing a bit of a housing crisis, dare I say.
Yeah, FTC lawsuit potentially. Well, that's going to put you in the tanker today. And, obviously in a day where the market did pretty well. I mean, it was trending up and a lot of things were strong. Getting on the wrong end of the FTC has cost these guys 5 points for Zillow, and not looking good for Redfin either. So it's not all negative news here, unfortunately. And I hate to be a Debbie Downer, Dara, but if it was bad for Zillow, it's been absolutely worse for DraftKings. Not that Jeffrey seems to care.
Yeah, that note was weird. I read the note, and I read it a couple times because I thought I was missing something, but I wasn't. It's just, there's a lot of optimism that I don't really think is backed up by what the stock's doing. Basically, you can read a little summarized here on X, or not X, our Trader TV Live watch list. I did mention that on there, but yeah, we were down more than 11% yesterday. We capped down today, and Jeffries was still but we have a buy rating and a $54 price target because this is an area to buy. You buy the dip. I don't know if investors agreed with Jeffries, though, unfortunately, and I think with DraftKings, you have larger headwinds. Namely, the fact that these prediction markets are doing so incredibly well. Robinhood, by the way, guys, the top performer in the S&P 500 so far this year, HOOD, and that is true. They announced that their betting market is doing incredibly well, their prediction betting market, and reportedly they're trying to expand in Europe, too.
money coming out of DraftKings going into Robinhood. I think at some point maybe there'll be a buying opportunity in Robinhood, in DraftKings, I should say. Robinhood's been one for a while, but not very good for DraftKings. And hey, mix your registrations for Tesla to steal a line from The Rock. It doesn't matter about Euro registrations. Let's be real. Tesla didn't care about anything today, except for taking names, and mostly the short side. So you can say it was mixed registrations for Tesla. We're still waiting. We get the monthly deliveries are going to be coming out sometime this week. Usually they matriculate in a couple of days after. So we still have to wait. So hopefully tomorrow. Usually we get them early in the month, but either way, Tesla was not waiting for anybody. 3% up today, closing very near those highs. So the breakout continues for Tesla. It's been strong. You got nothing standing in the way of the all-time highs anymore, except for maybe these delivery numbers that we're expecting in a couple of days. So yeah, it may be mixed in Europe, but it was certainly all arrows upside here for Tesla, Adara. And once again, we have a story involving Berkshire Hathaway and Occidental.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Buffett in the quarter, so excited. Basically, Occidental, one of their units anyway, Berkshire is reportedly considering acquiring. If they do that, that would be their biggest acquisition since 2022. Also, I just want to mention something I saw in the chat. Stocks on Hinge asking about GDRX. I actually did cover the news on that, but GDRX popped on a big story from yesterday tangentially. So we know Trump RX was announced. Trump RX would be a competitor of GDRX, which is kind of in a similar space as Hims and Hers Health. Then today, CEO of GDRX goes on Fox News or Fox Business, and says, hey, we're trying to make a deal with Trump RX. It's unclear if that was optimism or, an actual conversation that had been had. It seems probably more the former than the latter. But either way, it is worth noting that is why GDRX popped. But there is one news story that really the market did not seem to care about, except at the end of the day, AMD popped, but more likely on the Intel catalyst. Let's talk about this bizarre little combo.
AMD and IBM with a Zyphra AI GPU collaboration here. Now, ultimately, any story revolving around AMD gets trumped by this Intel news and the effect it had. But if you have a look at IBM, it wasn't so bad. They almost got a couple of points today. And the truth be told, the boringly effective stock, man. You bought the dip on earnings on IBM, and you're absolutely laughing.
That's one of your picks, actually.
Well, they print. Look. The thing about IBM is you get a strong dividend of a company that has a solid balance sheet and is making money in a core business, but it's a safer way to play in the quantum space, because if you look at them and Alphabet, then they've been in the quantum computing game for quite some time, making sizable investments, and any breakthroughs there, I think they can benefit from it. But you didn't have to worry about some ridiculous valuation as with QBTS. And don't get me wrong, as I said, I own some D-Wave in my account as a short play. I'm not trash talking those at all, but IBM has been that type of a play for you, and now it's right back into some of those highs. Was this story the reason why IBM got up there? I don't know. I don't think it outperformed enough to say that it was anything more than the stock's been strong. The market was a buy off of the jump today, and it's been a long all day, more or less, because heck, we have seen this before. We've seen it play out where everyone's doom and gloom about the government shutdown, and what ends up happening is you just get a relief rally when the thing that we expected to happen ends up happening, and then it's the opposite, right? Some people say buy the rumor, sell the news. In a case where it's bad news, sometimes you get a relief rally after it's hit, because now we're thinking about how long is it going to be and what happened the last few times when we had a government shutdown, which undoubtedly right now, Adara, has to be the bigger story.
Yeah, the government shutdown?
Yeah.
There was a press conference with Caroline Levitt. It was kind of odd the way they formatted it. She echoed a lot of talking points that Speaker Johnson or House Speaker Mike Johnson had made in the morning. So she echoed a lot of those points. Then she brought in JD Vance to answer, or to make a couple comments and answer questions. Then she answered more questions. The formatting of it was pretty weird. But either way, I mean, you really get the sense that there's not going to be any backing down on the Republican side of things. They're going to wait to see if Democrats step up to them. Now, beyond the politics of this, which we're not going to get into, let's get into the actual impacts on the market, Neil, because there are a couple things to mention. Gold, casually, just like nothing, nobody's problem, just hit its 39th record high in 2025, which is pretty wild. That's gold futures. That is like legitimately basically more than 1 month out of the year, if you actually put that in, mathematically speaking. Bitcoin was also really strong, so anything kind of viewed as a safe haven did really well. But you know what might not be doing really well is the Federal Reserve Board, because they could be panicking. We know yesterday alone, Feds Goolsbee and Feds Collins both signaled that if we don't get economic data, specifically the non-farm payrolls, that could impact their decision-making for this next meeting on October 29th. So the Fed's in a bit of a tight spot. We know people really want these continued cuts, but a lot of Feds actually, including Feds Goolsbee, maybe especially Feds Goolsbee, have still been pretty hawkish when it comes to, is it the right time to cut rates? So the one thing that they've said they've really been acting on, Neil, is employment data. So if they can't get the employment data, do we get the cut we want? I'm not quite sure.
I'm inclined to think you don't, at least not in the time frame that you want. But you can't claim to be data dependent, have these two things pulling at you, one pushing and one pulling with the dual mandate, and then now you're going to get delayed data. Well, what would you be basing the decision on? You need to see some kind of a change, or you just stand pat when you have opposing forces. That's where my brain is at on this. But as you mentioned gold, let's not forget about the move that crypto had, because Bitcoin had been rallying into this. Well, Bitcoin made the break and finally got into that big resistance here at 118. And so we had already been, it was already bouncing. As I said, we bounced the last couple of sessions on Bitcoin, Ethereum getting a good bounce as well. But when you talk about the whole safe haven thing, yeah, we get it, gold's been a safe haven. Bitcoin has not always participated as a safe haven asset. And just because it's up today, I don't think you get the cover that that's why it was buying up.
No.
Because the NASDAQ was up and risk names were up today. So it's not so simple as, okay, I get it, gold, actually more of a flat day than anything else, holding its gains. But the strength that we're seeing in crypto, I think it had more to do with the fact that we didn't go risk off in the market. The NASDAQ had a strong day, the broad market had a strong day, the chips had a decent day today. And so it ultimately, Bitcoin gets dragged up with that. So I don't want to put this into the let's cheer for Bitcoin as the store of value. I own Bitcoin. I want it to become that, but it just followed along with the trend with what risk assets were doing today, which was catching a bit of a bid. We had the crypto overall market cap well over almost a 4.1 trillion mark. So I'm not only talking about Bitcoin. As I said, Ethereum a good day, Solana a good day. Across the board, they were strong.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, too, that I just kind of thought of, it's not super crypto-related, but with regards to, I guess, valuations, Elon Musk has become the first half-trillionaire in the world. And I just want to mention that. There will be an infographic related to that coming out or being updated tomorrow. But yeah, $500 billion valuation now for Elon Musk's net worth. Now, I mean, with regards to crypto, I talked about one kind of interesting catalyst too. Coinbase getting some individual love from BTIG Research this morning. They initiated coverage, overweight, $410 price target, said that their ability to diversify has been underappreciated. That is Nike, that is not crypto related, sorry guys. But either way, yeah, I think just the crypto space could continue to be hot. But as you said, there are times where this really trades with the market. There are times where it really trades with commodities. And there are other times where it does its own thing. You never know which one you're going to get either. Well, as of late, it hasn't necessarily been super compatible with the market, but that can always change. And with that in mind, it's worth noting that the same kind of logic with regards to sympathy goes for the crypto stocks too. There are times where they will trade really closely with Bitcoin. There are times where they will trade really hard from Bitcoin. So take a look back, watch which ones, if you're going to trade those and not the asset directly, watch what those are doing. Watch which ones they're responding to more so you can understand which future, for lack of better terms, to follow as you trade names like Coinbase, MSTR, etc. Yeah,
and I think that's a fantastic point because you want to know what phase you're in. Are they following? Are they not following? So that you can trade them as best you can. Before we get in, I want to talk about NVIDIA, but before we get there, I actually want to jump to something else. And I want to thank the chat for this because there was a successful IPO today on the NASDAQ. Fermi did really well. So, I mean, there's no other way to look at this. This Fermi IPO was fantastic. Rick Perry backed. It's an energy play. Certainly it defied my expectations here. It was unbelievable. And what's weird about this is its initial indicated open was like $30 at one point, and then moved down to 25, which sometimes seems like it's going to be bearish. And it broke 25 several times. It's now at $33, and still trading pretty decently here in the afternoon. He's doing decent volume. Check that, 35 was almost a high of $35. So this IPO certainly looking fantastic. Mike Peter Ryder, I see you in the chat. You must have been all over this one and loved it. I'll be kicking myself because we've been crushing IPOs this year. They've been fantastic, and the open trade on this gave you like a free couple of dollar move. Like it didn't go against you till it ran $2. So you could have the opening print at 25,
That's beautiful.
and you could have just had, like I said, it would have been fantastic. But shout out to everyone that did take this one. A good-looking play here on Fermi. As I said, it's an energy play. It's an infrastructure play. It goes with an America First play as well. So that kind of a hype in the right space on the right day, and we have a winning IPO. And this has not been the way that they've gone. Like even the ones that have worked at the open, a lot of the recent IPOs have worked at the open, and then we get a bit of a dump.
Yeah.
This held trend all session long and is closing at the highs. It literally made a high the day 2 seconds ago. So a good opening day there for Fermi.
Yeah, I would say the last really good IPO that we had in terms of day one move was Figma, which actually closed at the high. I think that's really the last one since Fermi to do that. But even then, Figma the next day gave it all up. So be aware of that with FRMI. Either way, that's one I will be watching. And I'm sorry, I have to make the pun. It certainly did better than Rick Perry did during that speech that he's become famous for. Anyways, yeah, interesting look there. Let's see if it holds for meeting tomorrow.
I have to, before we move on, there's one thing I have to say about the flub that Rick Perry made. You begin to understand, and this is something that I realized when you talk all day long and being on a live show, you're gonna make mistakes.
Oh yeah. You
make a human mistake. To me, I can respect somebody that makes a mistake and is like, yeah, you know what, I messed up there. Here's a mistake. This is what the deal is, and they're cool about it. They don't take themselves too seriously. The person that acts like they never make mistakes, like they walk on water, as if, oh, I'm never wrong, or they make a mistake, or they act, they'll call out other people's mistakes, but they'll make the same one, and then like, yeah, they'll kind of ignore it. That's the person that I don't trust.
Yeah, don't throw stones at
That's the person I don't trust. So you can say whatever you want, but I look back on it now and I'm like, yeah, it wasn't the end of the world. And you know what? He's probably laughing all the way to the bank today. I think he owns at least 8% of this, maybe even a little bit more than that. So Fermi doing really well for him. But also, today, Adara, we didn't really talk too much about Nike, and I get it. Nike's not sexy like it used to be. Maybe it's not the brand that it once was, but even they thought they were going to have declining sales, and they didn't. That's good news.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's up 6% today. If they're telling you the tariff impact was going to be big, and it was,
yeah,
but they were still able to have a surprise on sales. Now, are they declining year over year? Yes, they are. We talked about the tariff impacts as well. It's not all good, but they beat on the top and bottom. They beat on revenues. Margins were a bit of concern, so it wasn't perfect. I feel like if the margins had been where they needed to be, the stock would have broken out today to 76, and we'd have a test of 80. That might have been the one thing holding it back. But you can't, 6% up is 6% up. It's a good day for Nike, and ultimately, the market seemed to like what they saw from the report. Can it hold on to these gains? That remains to be seen. We've seen it bounce a little bit before. Can it do it and break out $80?
Yeah, let's see if it runs up that Elliott Hill. I just want to see a little bit more from Elliott Hill. I said this I'm not going to belabor the point. I said it on the recap yesterday. I said it during the midday today. Like, this man was around for 32 years at Nike. He was around for the entirety of the fantastic Mark Parker era at the company, which lasted a whole 12 years. Somehow not even half of Elliott Hill's tenure originally, but I digress. The point is, he's been around for some solid eras at the company, and yet I feel like he can't really get it together. Ironically, Neil, the excuse that they gave for their gross margin weakness is word for word the same excuse they gave last quarter for their gross margin weakness, which I don't like. I don't really like it that much. But either way, it's worth noting, even with these solid numbers, top and bottom line, as Neil hinted at, there are still issues. Converse revenue down a whopping 27% year over year. Nike direct revenue still struggling a bit as well, down 4% year over year. China sales, we actually have an infographic on TTV research that's just China sales for Nike. They're still struggling with that, down 9% year over year. The North America, EMEA, and then Asian Pacific and Latin America, slight increases year over year. But now they're also guiding larger tariff impacts too. So this report is I think good on the surface, but if you dive a little bit deeper, I don't know if we're going to be doing any slam dunks for this one.
No, you're not doing any slam dunks, but no one was expecting slam dunks here. I think people just wanted to see it not getting demonstrably worse. That's where the bar is at. That's where the bar is at for Nike. Just don't be getting demonstrably worse. It's trying to get off the schneid. You saw Lulu trying to get off the schneid as well. Maybe it's found a little bit of a temporary bottom. This could be, it could give you something. But we have to circle back because I know there were a lot of other stories today, but I feel as if in the next, certainly tomorrow, and hopefully we get more details on this Intel story, just to circle back to what ends up being very late in the day, the biggest story in the day. Intel, AMD in discussions as a potential foundry partner. Now, you have to understand the implications of this. When Intel first said they were looking to expand their foundry business, put a dent into TSM and Samsung's dominance in terms of fabricating chips, which well over 80% of the world's chips are made by those two companies. So they're trying to put it into that. They've been bleeding billions of dollars. Just last year, they told you that you wouldn't be profitable on the foundry business until 2028, and they couldn't line up customers. AMD is a huge customer, and if they're able to actually strike a deal, this is a turning point. Now, I get it. The bottom was made when the U.S. government declared a stake. Fair enough.
Yes.
That's very true. NVIDIA's also put a stake in. That certainly helped as well. SoftBank put a stake in and gave them money. They need capital. Obviously, they need capital because foundries are expensive. But this is the icing on the cake. Because all of a sudden, that spend and all this money that they've needed to bring in because it's expensive to fabricate chips and build these plants, now they've got something stable, potentially, with AMD to get some actual revenues here. So, yeah, I sold some in my personal account today. But if there is a dip next, I think this is a stock that has turned it around here. And you've got the U.S. government saying, we want chips made here. There was the one-to-one declaration. You better make as many chips here as you do outside. That helps them as well. You got to figure that that's part of this potential deal. AMD looking to get out in front of that. So, this is fantastic news for Intel. I think it's not bad if you rank some of the register here today. But this is a stock that has turned the corner.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. I'm going to be really honest. I think it's worth noting, too, Lip-Bu Tan has notably not been a fan of the foundry business, specifically for Intel. Now, we know who was the CEO that was arguably very bad for the company stock. And as you can see, the revenue, because he comes in 2021 and then the revenue starts declining every year. So Pat Gelsinger was a very big proponent of Intel Foundry. With that in mind, I kind of find it hard to believe that Lip-Bu is going to be pushing the foundry business that hard, even in his kind of adorable and awesome little press conference with Jensen Huang of NVIDIA when they announced their partnership. Jensen very politely, kind of friend-zoned Intel's foundry business, and Lip-Bu wasn't that offended, and that makes sense because Lip-Bu left the board of Intel. I always want to remind people of this, roughly a year ago in August 2024, and that was reportedly because he had huge issues with how Gelsinger's running the company, and Gelsinger was so focused on foundries. So I don't, like I said, I think it'll be nice. You know what I mean? It's always nice when you have a customer, someone who believes in you. But I think right now, and someone in the chat pointed this out a while ago, and I agree, Lip-Bu Tan seems a lot more focused on running Intel like a VC. He's trying to go out and make those investments and get those partners. And I don't really know at this point if getting the foundry business super strong is A, in the best interest of Intel and the current strategy Lip-Bu Tan's trying to implement, and B, I don't even think that's something that would necessarily be super high up on his playbook. Now, I think if they can get larger partnerships, and that's part of a larger partnership, that's one thing. But I don't know. I think it kind of contradicts a lot of what we know about him.
Well, it has to because the government wants it, and that's sort of the thing. Too, yeah. And you have to remember a couple of things. Lip-Bu Tan is coming into is an engineer with a company with engineering problems. I'm going to shout out Harry Liu in the chat here because I'm just going to read what you said because I agree with all of it. Intel's problem is the yield on their fabs are only 50 to 55%. You can have good margins when almost half. You can't have good margins when almost half. You can't. I think you meant to say have good margins when almost half of your chips are not good. This is part of the problem. They don't trust themselves to even make their own advanced chips. They're still having to ship that out. So it's a big deal. And the reason why, whether Lip-Bu Tan wants it or not, the U.S. government wants chips made in the U.S. and advanced chips, and they don't want it to all be TSM and Samsung. It's great if they build plants here too to make them, but it's even better if an American company does. Yeah. And if that's what the president wants and Intel can do it, then I think that's a win. The issue is we had another great point in the chat, and this was Tony takes 3 years minimum deal. This is exactly why I believe it makes some sense to ring the register on a day like today.
That's fair.
Because this is not news that is going to overnight transform the company. They still have a lot of issues when it comes to engineering, and they still have to sign this deal. Then it takes years for implementation. So we're still talking down the line. Yes, it's a turning point, but the finish line is certainly a little bit far away there, Dara. So thank you guys. That's what I love about our community, everybody. And if you're not a part of this community, to join discussions like this, jump in the chat. You have to be a subscriber to be in the chat. We love all the opinions that we get, and certainly, there's no such thing as a bad question. I love the fact that we always get good questions here. Sometimes our viewers will answer them. We'll try to give you the best answers that we can to the best of our abilities. And thank you, John Van Sowers. So smash that like, smash the subscribe for sure. That's what it's all about, everybody. And we appreciate you as well. There's one story. I know we only have a couple of minutes to go, but I kind of wanted to, if we could, circle back to DraftKings.
Yeah, let's do it. If
only because it wasn't all roses today, and we've talked, it's easy to want to talk about Intel being up a bunch, or NVIDIA making all-time highs, or the market overall being a massive buy, and Bitcoin going crazy. But unfortunately, DKNG, DraftKings, is still, I don't know, in the last couple of days, it's been one of the weaker stocks. And you had Jefferies with a positive note, but the real story was yesterday, essentially with Kalshi. Look, if they're going to be going into the parlay game and these events and event contracts, this has been bad for DraftKings. We've seen money going into Robinhood, seemingly, and coming out of DraftKings. And I just wanted to point out another really, really bad day here for DraftKings. I think it's getting close to where, okay, you're going to get a rubber band buy. Sometimes we talk about the gap up third day, like, it's 1, 2, 3, and then on the third day, look for that pullback. Well, tomorrow would be the third day for the dip on DraftKings, and it's real close to a 33 level. So from a pure trading perspective, you got monster support down there. One more gap down or leg down day, and you come into support. This feels like at least look for a dip buy kind of a situation for me on DraftKings. I'm not married to, heck, if it's just gapping through 33 and I see no support, fair enough. Yeah. But, you're getting to a point in 2 days to have already lost 17% is pretty insane here for DraftKings. We're able to get a little bit off the bottoms. But Jefferies note, and still down 6%, but you're coming in some levels, I think it's going to be a buy.
Yeah, the thing is, too, the Jefferies note kind of almost seems like, please don't sell DraftKings. Like the vibe it gave. I don't want to say desperate, but it kind of was desperate. Like they didn't change their rating on it. They kept their $54 price target, which is super lofty given where it currently is, and their buy rating. And they were just like, buy the dip. Like it was kind of cute and sad. I did read the whole note. It was, I don't know, like it almost seems like they're trying to, they were like, despite recent weakness, I'm like, I don't really know if you can describe yesterday as a recent weakness, but no. Sure, Jefferies, like, I don't know, it was kind of sad. And I think, too, the thing is, it doesn't, like, I was seeing Benzinga at least attributed the move yesterday to Kalshi-related excitement and exuberance, but the thing is, it's not just Kalshi. It's so many other, like there's Polymarket, there's Robinhood now in that game. Then Flutter announced a partnership yesterday too, and that was even worse for poor DraftKings. So it's a really tough look. And it looks like we have to be wrapping up soon, so that will be wrapping up my talk on DraftKings.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, like that's the thing. You don't need much for a day trade dip buy. I don't own DraftKings in my personal account. I don't plan to own it in my personal account, but that doesn't mean you can't try to catch a bounce on a day trade. I want to shout out everybody in the chat, but here's the best way to do it, y'all. I've already told you jump in that chat. We've already seen Nimrod gifting memberships like they're going out of style. Shout out to Nimrod for that with another 50 here. But to get that benefit, to get part of the roll call from Adair in a couple of seconds, you need to be in the chat. So hit the like, hit the subscribe button. It's a subs only chat. Jump in there and say a big thank you to our entire community and to Nimrod. I'm just going to put in thank you, Nimrod, all day long for those memberships. And let's get some roll call.
Yeah, thank you, Nimrod. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Thank you, Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, and Brendan, and Ramin, Fabian, Andre, and everybody here. Brown Lightning, RFID Trader, Andrew Chow, Just Living, Apple Money, Yummy Thai Foods, Seth, Yakub, Mike Peter Ryder, we have Tamori, Why Not, Hell's Gate, Shamu, Rhino Day, Harry Lou, TH Bovin, Marlon B, Trendline, Tycoon, Travman, Denny Dollars, Derek Thompson, Patrick Irving, and LSTD. And guys, remember to stay. We do have streams after the show, and so you can check out awesome videos, live premieres. Definitely check us out, Trader TV Live here every day, and also sometimes very often after the bell.
100%. Make sure you stick around. We've got the Nike deep dive, and if you haven't seen it already, there is literally a playlist. You jump over to our page, Trader TV Deep Dives. The Nike one is coming in there today. You open it up, you'll be able to find it. I'm just showing it to you live, everybody. So check that out right after we end things. But remember, just because the show ends doesn't mean the story ends.
No.
Watch that Nike video, rest up. Tomorrow, just more action. We'll talk more and trade more intel after that news, maybe some more Bitcoin and some of crypto, because this is what Trader TV Live is all about. If it's moving in the market and it's interesting, then we're all over it. Thank you to our entire community. Shout out to Nimrod again. Check out that Nike video, and I hope you enjoy, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. This has been your Market Recap Show, brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. See you tomorrow.
See you guys.
Fire Marshal.